media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening. Welcome to a joint meeting with the Burbank Police Commission, Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for a wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Present.
And Mayor Anthony?
Here.
Thank you.
We'd like to advise the community there will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during both the general public comment and the public hearing comment periods. Additional in-person only public comment will be available after each report to council. The first period is for joint general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item except for the public hearing. If you wish to provide a public comment by phone, please call now 818-238-3335. The second public comment period is for the public hearing, and to comment by phone on that one, you'll have to wait until the public hearing comes to council. Before we begin tonight, the City Council will be adjourning the meeting in memory of former Burbank City Clerk Margaret Mary Lowerman. Mrs. Lowerman was born on June 2nd, 1931, in Ohio. In 1944, she and her family relocated to Burbank, where she became a highly respected member of the community. After graduating from Bellarmine Jefferson High School in 1949, Mrs. Lowerman dedicated a decade of her life to working at Lockheed Aircraft from 1950 to 1960. In 1973, she embarked on her career with the city, initially serving in the Public Works and Planning departments until her promotion to Assistant City Clerk in 1985. On July 1st, 1991, she was appointed City Clerk by the Council and then elected as City Clerk on February 23rd, 1993. Mrs. Lowerman served as City Clerk until her retirement in 1997. She was a longtime resident of Burbank and very involved in the community. She was a member of the Zonta Club, League of Women Voters, and the Parents Board of the St. Francis Xavier Church, to name a few. Beyond her community involvement, Mrs. Lauerman loved to travel all around the world, and she especially enjoyed the day trips hosted by the Jocelyn Adult Center. Survived by her cherished family, Mrs. Lauerman leaves behind her daughter Diane, grandchildren Christopher and Mary, great-grandchildren Aaliyah and Benjamin, brother Joe, and sister Maud. On behalf of the City Council, our thoughts go to Mrs. Lauerman's family, and we also give gratitude for her service to the Burbank community. I want to welcome up Mrs. Lauerman's granddaughter, Ms. Mary Arnold, if you could please say a few words. Thank you for being here, Ms. Arnold.
Thank you guys for having me and letting me speak tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gathered to honor my beloved grandma, Margaret Mary Lauerman, who wasn't just my grandma, but also my best friend. Her love and dedication to Burbank was truly remarkable. My grandma's journey led her from Lockheed Aircraft in the 1950s to the heart of our city's public service. She joined Public Works and Planning Department in 1973, eventually rising to a esteemed position of city clerk, elected in 1993. After becoming assistant city clerk in 1985, my grandma's commitment extended well beyond her career. She actively engaged with our community throughout organizations like the Zonta Club of Burbank and the League of the Women's Voters, where she played a vital role in organizing local election debates. In retirement, she found joy in playing bridge at the Jocelyn Adult Center every Wednesday. Her faith remained a cornerstone as she served as a lector at St. Robert's Bellman Church for 2 decades. My grandma's adventurous spirit led her to explore countries such as Japan, China, England, and beyond. She treasured these experiences and valued her time with her friends. Today, let us remember her love for Burbank, her unwavering dedication to family, and her vibrant zest for life. In the memory of my grandma, Mary Margaret Lauerman, may we all inspire to carry forward her legacy of the love of the community and service. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Thank you. We appreciate you coming down, and we appreciate all the work that she did for the city and the community.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. We have 7 announcements this evening, and there's going to be a short video to play.
The following are announcements for September 26, 2023. Join us for the Rockahula Pool Party on Thursday, September 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. at the McCambridge Pool located at 1515 North Glen Oaks Boulevard. This free event is open to adults 55 and over. There will be food, music, swimming, dancing, games, and of course, hula. Register in person at the Jocelyn Adult Center or online at burbankparks.com. The Burbank Parks and Recreation Department, in partnership with the Valley Cultural Foundation and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, presents the Fall Festival, A Night in the Park, on Saturday, September 30th, starting at 4 p.m. at Johnny Carson Park. This free festival will feature food trucks, art vendors, and live performances. At 7 p.m., there will be a showing of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, celebrating the film's 30th anniversary. See you there! Residential parking permits expire on September 30th. Renew your permit before October 1st by visiting the online permit portal at burbankcapermits.rmcpay.com. To learn more about the city's parking permit program, visit parking.burbankca.gov or email parking@burbankca.gov. Attention Burbank renters and property owners. On September 12th, Burbank City Council adopted tenant protections for renters facing no-fault, just cause eviction notices due to demolition and substantial remodels. The ordinance requires landlords to obtain permits prior to construction and provide 3 months of relocation assistance to tenants impacted by a no-fault, just cause eviction. To view the full ordinance, please visit burbankca.gov/tenant protections. In addition, a housing rights workshop will be held on October 4th at 6 p.m. in the Community Services Building located at 150 North 3rd Street, Room 104. The workshop will cover Burbank and California residential protections including fair housing. To register for this event, please email housinginfo@burbankca.gov. Sustainable Burbank Commission invites you to the next Go Green Burbank Educational Series event, Electrify Everything. Join us on September 30th from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. in the Community Services Building. Discuss the health and economics of new buildings going all electric and the crucial need to move away from fossil fuels. Learn more on how to electrify our homes and businesses using BWP rebate program incentives. Email gogreenburbank@gmail.com for more information. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one scheduled vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a 2-year term ending October 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Monday, October 2nd at 5 p.m. Applications are also being accepted for one vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2024. The deadline to apply is Friday, October 13th at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for either of these positions, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov.
This concludes the announcements for this evening.
We have 2 council presentations on the agenda this evening. The first is a presentation for the proclamation declaring September 19th, 2023 as National Voter Registration Day in the city of Burbank. As Viviana pointed out, we don't have Taylor Swift here today, but we have the second best option, our own city clerk, Kimberly Clark. Give her a round of applause, people. She's doing the hard work. So this is a proclamation for National Voter Registration Day. Whereas one of the most fundamental and sacred rights of any democracy is the right to vote, in order for our government to function effectively and respond to the needs of our people, all citizens can and must play a role in shaping it. And each year on National Voter Registration Day, we reaffirm the strong sense of civic pride among our people and encourage friends, family members, and neighbors to get involved in civic life by registering to vote. Democracy is not a spectator sport. If we are serious about improving our country and ensuring our government reflects our values, we cannot afford to sit out on Election Day. Unfortunately, among those who are eligible to vote, too many choose not to. Far too many people disenfranchise themselves by not getting involved. And when we do not take full advantage of the right to vote, we not only give away our voice, our power, our ability to shape the future of the country we love, we also do a disservice to the generations of Americans before us who risked everything, including their lives, to protect this fundamental aspect of our republic. And whereas historic things happen when people get involved, our government is only as strong as what we put into it. It is only reflective of the will of our citizenry when we exercise our right to vote. So now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim September 19th, 2023 as National Voter Registration Day in recognition for us to carry forward the tradition of promoting voter registration and civic engagement, recommit to exercising one of the most precious of our democratic rights, and remember that the task of perfecting our union belongs to us all. I call upon all residents of the City of Burbank to observe this day by ensuring they are registered to vote. Signed the 26th day, September 2023. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. 1 out of 4 people who are eligible to vote are not registered in the United States. That's according to census data. So it's really important to get out there, and I'm sure all of you who are in this room are registered because you're already participating in our civic process. So thank you for that. And remember, your vote is your voice, and your voice is important. Thank you very much. I have a couple, not quite done. I have a couple members of my team here that I wanted to introduce. If you come forward. This is Alyssa Meredith. She's been with my office for over 8 years, I believe. And tell us about your title and what it is you do mostly.
Administrative analyst. I work very closely with the city council for the agenda packets, and then the budget liaison for the office.
And then there's Melissa Decker-Menchie, who's our records manager.
So I'm the records manager. If you ever have a public records request, reach out to me.
And Vikan Shabazian, he's one of our passport agents.
I'm one of the passport agents at the city clerk's office. My title is a work trainee.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate the support.
I hope everyone in this room is registered to vote, otherwise Kimberly's coming after you. Here we go. Next is the presentation of a proclamation declaring October 2023 as Filipino American History Month in the city of Burbank. Accepting this proclamation this evening, city employees Ms. Kylene Aquino, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office, and Mr. James Rigor, Building Inspector in the Community Development Department. Please join us. Okay. Whereas the earliest documented proof of Filipino presence in the continental United States was October 18, 1587, when the first Luzones Indios set foot in Morro Bay, California. And whereas Filipino Americans make up one of the largest Asian American ethnic groups in the United States, with a population approximately of 4.4 million people, and whereas Filipino Americans have contributed greatly to the economic, intellectual, spiritual, social, cultural, and political life of the United States by sharing in their traditions, and whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society recognizes the year of 1736 as the date of the first permanent Filipino settlement in the United States in St. Malo Parish, Louisiana, and whereas Filipino American History Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Filipino American history and culture, recognize the richness of Filipino American experience, and honor the contributions of Filipino Americans, now therefore I, Mayor Constantine Anthony, do hereby recognize October 2023 as Filipino American History Month in the city of Burbank, and I encourage all citizens to observe, recognize, and celebrate the culture, heritage, and contributions of Filipino Americans to our country, our state, and our community. Signed, 26th day of September, 2023. Round of applause for these.
Hi everyone, good evening, honorable members of the council and those attending this evening. I'm honored to be able to accept this proclamation as a Filipino American and member of the City of Burbank team. This recognition is a testament to the resilience and dedication of the Filipino people and affirms the contributions Filipino Americans have made to our nation in the past, continuing to inspire and motivate us in the future. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the council, the city, and the people of Burbank for recognizing and honoring the diversity and cultures in our beautiful community. Thank you again for this proclamation.
Hold up that proclamation. Thank you. Okay. Mr. City Manager Justin Hess, do we have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have anything for tonight.
Okay. All right. Now is the time for general public comment for members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak. Please present a yellow completed comment card to our city clerk, who you just saw. And we will take them in order, and then after that we will do phone calls coming in. So if you want to, let me explain how this works in case you haven't been here before. If you want to speak to an agenda item that's later, and you can use this time to use your 3 minutes and talk, you won't be able to address the council again at the second time when the agenda comes up later. So it's up to you. You want to use it now or you want to use it later, it's up to you. However, if you want to talk about something that's not on the agenda, now is the time to do so. If you're waiting to call in, the number now is 818-238-3335. All right. First up, we have former Mayor Gary Brick, followed by Richard Sessinghouse.
Good evening, council and staff. I'd like to start out by saying that Nia Pearson, who was kind of organizing this group about possibly, thank you, about removing the mayor from the mayorship and just putting him back as a city council member, will be here later. But what she asked me to do is I have over 500 signatures here tonight of people that signed them Saturday down by Thank you. Down by Starbucks, and we have more coming in, but that was what we had from Saturday. So we'll be happy to supply more later on. When elected officials are constantly sharing actions on Facebook, no, I'm sorry. I hope to take less time that allows me, as I have shared my thoughts before tonight. I ask you, weigh the concerns of the residents, both pro and con, and arrive at a decision if the mayor should be assigned once again as just a council person and removed as mayor. To me, this video going around is only the tip of the iceberg, and I don't condone his actions or opinions on numerous things, but that is my choice. I think the days of nonpartisan, remember, nonpartisan elections are long behind us. When elected officials are constantly sharing actions on Facebook from which side of the aisle that they lean towards, this is not the Burbank politics I grew up with. Surprisingly, I voted for a Democrat by the name of Zazette Mullins, and I'm proud that I did. And I felt she was the most qualified to sit on the dais, and found out later that she was a Democrat. No biggie. I voted for her regardless, because we are nonpartisan. Please remember, if you believe that the Burbank, when you believe that the Burbank PD should be defunded and admitted Marxist socialist, I have issues with that. I would like to say in the mayor's defense that he has come out and said that anyone wants to speak to him, please contact him and he'll be happy to talk to you. So we ran into each other one day last week at our vet out in the Gateway out on Los Feliz in Glendale, and he walked in, he looked at me and I looked at him, and it was like, whoa, okay. So I said, sit down, buddy, let's have a little chat. And he walked over and we had a very nice chat. We also discussed some things that I asked him. He was up front with me and gave me the answers I wanted. And what we discussed, Mayor, stays between you and I. Okay, that was two gentlemen talking to each other, but I do appreciate you coming forward with that.
Thank you. Gary, that's your time. Sorry.
Oh, that went quick.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. I have Richard Sessinghouse, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening, Council. My name is Richard A. Sessinghouse. I have a son who has a similar name to me, and I know some of you probably do know him. However, I came here tonight as a resident of this city since 1950, 73 years of my 76 years. This is the first time I have been in this room. And the reason I'm here is directed at Mr. Anthony. My comments are relative to a recent broadcast on Fox News. The statements that were attributed to Mr. Anthony included, police have no impact on crime, followed by, you have a vision of a policeless society. Also included was, no one wants to go to jail, and it was stated as a rationale, I believe, for the abolishment of prisons. And finally, you never met anyone who wanted to see people stuck in prison for the rest of their lives. Well, now you have, because there are certain people in the society that belong incarcerated. I would like to point out that incarceration is not just about punishment. It's about protecting all of the innocent people in our society from child abusers, rapists, drug dealers, professional thieves, arsonists, murderers, and those who prey on the too young, the too weak, or the too afraid to defend themselves. You, Mr. Anthony, you present your ideology, also known as socialism, as something new and cutting edge. And you do so, in my estimation, with a combination of a condescending smugness and the state of total oblivion. Your ideology, in fact, is old, it's trite, it's frightening to all those who have faced the inevitable suffering, and it has never and will never work. I think you should take your, what I believe, misguided ideals and buy a one-way ticket north of here. Visit San Francisco, Portland, Seattle. See how that's working.
That's your time. Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. I have Ron Bax, followed by Paul DiRigio.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ron Bax. I'm going to speak about the injustice of rent control tonight. Councilmember Perez's comments reported in the Burbank Leader, quote, "We've seen rent evictions. We are the target for housing flippers. But our real mom and pops are not thinking about rent eviction. They don't have the means to do it," unquote. Fairly accurately depicts the present renovation eviction crisis. I would add mom and pops do not have the desire, and enacting rent control will increase the renovations because small housing providers will be motivated to exit the market, encouraging flippers and other predators whose predominant goal is to maximize the property's earning potential to swoop in. Ms. Leyland stated multiple times during the last meeting that a program modeled after or an extension of Section 8 would be very expensive. I submit that rent control would be more expensive to the economy because it would benefit affluent and struggling tenants, renters. This causes a waste of resources and dilution of the aid those needing assistance. Targeted assistance based on need is a logical approach. The burden should be shared by all Burbank residents because it is a problem not created by housing providers, as George pointed out last time. I'm sorry, it was Sean pointed out last time. It is a result of the economic law of supply and demand. If the government acts rent control, it will be an injustice. If an individual or individuals were to impose it, it would be considered immoral. Let me explain my statement. I have several tenants whose rent is $600 below the market. That's 60,000 cents per month or 720,000 cents per year. If you distribute it over all 44,000 properties or dwellings in Burbank, it amounts to 1.36 cents per month and 16.36 cents per year. You might wonder why I use cents. Try and keep apples and apples, okay? But that doesn't give a real presentation or example of what the situation is. If this represents the burden for every rental, or every property in Burbank, when you stack 44,000 of these on top of them, do you know how tall the stack is? 14 feet 8 inches. This here, 4,000th inch, 14 feet 8 inches. Hence my declaration of the immorality of the society responsible being placed on a single housing provider. When a responsibility is avoided, it can be immoral, unethical, unscrupulous, dishonest, unprincipled, selfish, petty, or underhanded. It is worse when it is thrust upon somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. Paul DiRigio, followed by Jose Pimienta.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul DiRigio. I live over here on Buena Vista, Magnolia. I have two things I'd like to talk to you about. The Burbank Community Coalition seconds the idea of reassigning the position of the mayor with the 500-plus signatures that were gathered in 2 days. And just to be clear, it's not personal. It's policy over personality. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But one of the things I'm very disturbed about, and it's very disheartening to see because I've been reading some tweets and seeing some videos, especially from this board members. When leadership starts calling people names because they have opposite views, it's very disheartening. Putting people down and destroying their character is irresponsible. If you want to see what that behavior fosters, you can look up anything from Cambodia to China, where they took people in the streets because they didn't have the same ideals. You go, well, that's kind of crazy. It's the same thinking. It's the same human psychology. If you listen to the Rwandan prisoners who were convicted and retrained, they said, we just looked at them as non-human, and they could hatchet people to death. I've seen the videos. That's how people kill, when you wonder how it gets done. 4.7 Ukrainian farmers were killed because they made money being a farmer. Russia almost starved itself because of those ideals. People are sovereign individuals. They are not groups. Each one of us has a responsibility to ourselves, our community, to our Constitution. Marx's ideals didn't work. They don't work now. Even people who say, well, they're new ideals that are refreshed. No, they don't work because you put people in groups. Look at BLM and Antifa. Look at the videos where I was at some of these riots, where I saw people beat up. I expect better. Politics takes a mature individual. Debate the ideas. Let's work on the issues of the city, because you mentioned it before that that's why we're here. So I don't expect us to see people name-called on Twitter and Facebook and so forth because they don't agree. Because people don't want their children to be groomed, you don't get permission to put them down for that. Explain the issue. If that other person or other side has a cogent point, listen. Thomas Sowell opined that disparity does not mean discrimination, and the way we look at data is very important. We have to be very clear about that. Social harmony by chaos being brought into order by the logos, by dialogue. How do we do this? By listening to each other, talk about the ideas, and get in alignment. So I hope that my points are heard today, because I want to support Burbank and our community and you folks to do the best job possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rijo. Jose Pimienta, followed by Maybe a Girl.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. What are they going to talk about? So much to respond, but I am merely here today to comment on how fantastic the Pride event on Saturday was. The staff was amazing. Everything went without a hitch. It was a fantastic time. I was personally there both with the Burbank Tenant Union and out of my own personal time. And I just walked around, shook a lot of hands, collected a lot of stickers, talked to a lot of folks, gathered a lot of signatures, because as part of the Burbank Tenant Union, we're also talking to tenants, hearing about their concerns. We were placed between the public library and the Marine recruitment. That was fun. We made friends. So I just wanted to come in and just say, it's amazing what happens when the city puts together an event that is open for all family members. The Sanderson sisters were there, and they sang almost all my favorite songs. It was really great to be part of that event. It was really great to participate, both as part of the Burbank Tenant Union, but also just as a resident of Burbank. And I just wanted to come in and just kind of put it on public comments. That's just that the organizers did an amazing job. Some of us showed up early to set up, and they operated without a hitch. Everyone was very communicative. They organized everything ready, and by the stroke of noon, everyone was ready to go. And that's when people started coming around, and it was just a wonderful Saturday. So more of that, please. Because that is what happens when there is acceptance, when there is joy, when there is open dialogue to listen to where people come from. And I just want to thank them and thank all of you who participated. So without further ado, I'll give the rest of my time, and very happy to be here. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Silver Lake Neighborhood Councilmember Maybe a Girl, followed by Christy Maloof.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maybe a Girl. I'm an elected member of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council and a candidate for U.S. Congress here in CA 30, speaking as an individual today. There's an item on the agenda for discussion on Mayor Constantine Anthony's recent conduct. So I'm here today to praise Mayor Anthony's conduct in support of LGBTQIA+ constituents in Burbank and beyond. Despite what libs of TikTok is using for propaganda, the mayor was not spanked in front of children. This is a lie that has been perpetuated widely. I would caution the Burbank City Council from aligning with the claims of libs of TikTok, which itself is aligned with far right-wing ideology. That is not representative of Burbank or the greater LA area. As a trans person and drag queen myself, I am sick and tired of these fringe, alt-right groups coming after the very mention of LGBTQIA people or anyone who presents themselves as an ally. Over 600 anti-LGBTQIA bills have been introduced in 2023 alone, in part because of the hateful political rhetoric surrounding LGBTQIA people. Associating the mayor with grooming and pedophilia because he interacted with a drag queen is false, dangerous, and negates the seriousness from actual cases of grooming and pedophilia. LGBTQIA people are constituents deserving of fair representation and inclusion in all elements of society, from neighborhood to workplace to schools and our local governments. Burbank is lucky to have a mayor who recognizes and dignifies LGBTQIA plus people and all marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Malouf, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening. To the Office of the Mayor, honorable City Council members, City Attorney, City Manager, City Clerk, and staff. I respectfully request all of you to remove Burbank Mayor, Mr. Anthony, as Mayor of Burbank and off the City Council. Any elected official who thinks that defunding the police is a good idea is, in my opinion, not fit to hold any office, especially the City Council or Mayor. When you are a city official or a city employee, you are held to a higher standard. The video of him being slapped at Drag Queen Bingo is an embarrassment. In today's society, there will always be a camera nearby. But his comment about defunding and abolishing the police department and supporting a policeless state he made on September 12th to Fox Digital News is a disgrace. Coming from a proud family of law enforcement, including myself, retired civilian employee of 40 years of service to the Los Angeles Police Department. I am proud of our Burbank police, and I thank them for their service. When someone is a victim or needs help in an emergency, the first call is 911. We need more police, not less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Scroggs, followed by Sarah G.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, everybody in the room. My name is Mark Scroggs. I spoke a couple weeks ago at the meeting regarding the Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA strikes. I know I just received the information on the Writers Guild deal. Hopefully it all works out, who knows. But I wanted to just get people more involved in the situation because I can tell that in the next coming weeks, months, and years, it's going to affect the community. Everybody's on a sugar high right now. They think all the shows are going to come back next week. I can tell you as a town agent, it's going to take several months. And a lot of people are losing their jobs. A lot more people are going to lose their jobs. You can go to any restaurant. You know, I went to the Talleyrand a week ago Sunday. We got in. We found parking. It's rare. Even Raising Cane had parking. So, nail salons, different businesses, my dentist, our apartment complex, they're all hurting. And it's a little more, and a little more, and a little more. A lot of people are moving. They're moving out of the state. They're leaving the business. I can tell you also, because I deal with a lot with colleges, there's talent everywhere. And a lot of these people are moving there, and they don't have to film here or shoot anything here. The mayor especially has been really helpful with us. The vice mayor has given us some great advice. State Senator Portofino, Adam Schiff's office, we've been reaching out to other people about how to keep all the business here because everybody spends so much time doing incentives and all that, and it's all going to go to waste. I hear people in their cars. You see the article in the paper Saturday with a woman who was a painter for shows who ended up now she's selling candles at flea markets and borrowing from her family. There's one guy who's like 49 working for Disney, in design, is selling his Star Wars memorabilia just to pay his rent. It's tough. You know, I think we should be talking about that sort of stuff instead of repeals and everything. A group of us representatives have started thinking about this, reaching out to people. We don't know what the answer is. We just know that we have to stop this now, because you're going to see more people with terrible situations, and I can give you 5 I heard today. So just want to reach out. People have ideas on what they could do. Email me at mark@lbtalent.com. You know, we can reach out. We were talking like every couple days about what we can do. I just know when you see more and more businesses closing, more and more people, like, you know, I was at the Pride thing, which was great the other day. You know, people were talking about how, you know, they can't, you know, live. There was the art director, people at my church, you know, people, everybody's affected. People in my apartment complex, it's affecting us. You know, as a talent agent, our money comes from the talent. We're not getting anything. We need to start thinking about how to deal with the people who are the damage, the collateral damage to all this. That's my time, but I do support the mayor, and I appreciate everything he's done.
Thank you. Sarah G., followed by David Donahue.
Good afternoon. Mayor Anthony must remain mayor of Burbank for the entire term for which he was democratically elected by the people of Burbank. To suggest otherwise is anti-democratic and a ridiculous witch hunt. This maneuver smacks of agenda, retribution, and fascism. As a member of SAG-AFTRA, he's been an integral part of union support for WGA and SAG members on the picket line. When the WB tried to silence their efforts, Mayor Constantine Anthony was there to redefine Burbank as hunk city in support of striking workers. He has also called Burbank a union town. The feelings of the Leave Our Kids Alone group as a whole need to be summarily dismissed. Anyone who argues for the annihilation of entire organizations must be written off, must be written off as the bigot they are, not used as a tool to drive a wedge in the democratic process of the city of Burbank. Any less is fascism. Entertaining their whims is fascism. Anyone who aligns themselves with such factions as an elected official should reconsider. They do not have a lock on decorum. They don't get to dictate decorum to anyone else. No one is preying on children but the people who have aligned themselves with the right-wing agenda at work here. Thank you.
Thank you. David Donahue, followed by Jim Lane.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I am a homeowner and business owner in the wonderful city of Burbank. My comments this evening are to address the issues of the housing providers and the Burbank's tenants union, which I know that there are several representatives, at least one here. We're looking to have a dialogue. We're looking to have a conversation where we can kind of share the perspectives of housing providers so that people like the very knowledgeable Mr. Ron Bax has more than 3 minutes to talk. Can tell you why 14 feet tall stacks of paper, what they actually mean, and it takes a little bit more than 3 minutes. But he does his very best, and he's been doing it since the very end of January at 3 minutes at a time. We're looking for that opportunity, and we welcome the opportunity to sit down with Councilmember Takahashi so we can have maybe a little brief orientation with members of our group. I would offer the same to Councilmember Perez if we wanted to have a one-on-one before we would ever be afforded or considered the opportunity to be in a room, closed room, so you can kind of understand how I think the housing providers could conduct themselves in a professional manner and be able to address the issues in a very meaningful way. It's because it's my position, and I hold it very tightly, is that the BTU's arguments and demands would bankrupt housing providers. It will not take us that long. We'll be respectful of your time, and we'll be by far the most professional people in the room. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Jim Lane, followed by Aram Arakelian.
Good evening. Since before Mr. Anthony became a member of the City Council, he's been the target of the right-wing hate squad here in Burbank. He's been accused of being a pedophile, a communist, a Trotskyite. I swear to God, nobody knows what that means when they use that phrase. In general, a kind of amoral deviant. So the latest thing was a photo posted, widely and on Jess Talamonte's City of Burbank page as well, a photo which is a lie. There were no children there, but that lie persists, doesn't it? And it's being used even tonight, and you're a witness to it. So 2 weeks ago, the City Council met, and I listened to City Council members voice concerns over the extra work that they and staff had to do because people were calling in and sending emails. This is what the QAnon crowd does, right? They descend upon city councils and school committees all across the country now and pressure you, right? Another member voiced concern that Fox News had picked up on the story. The same network that just had to pay $750 million, right, for lying to the American public. So somehow their Fox News is now the barometer of So, also, another city council member said snarkiness and sarcasm shouldn't do what mayors shouldn't do that, and we don't do that in Burbank specifically. Starting in 2004, let's go, one mayor had to resign for cocaine possession and child endangerment with a weapon, right? The next mayor had his domestic violence issues in his background in Burbank. Another mayor who was a restaurant owner, who I believe is still here tonight, threatened Jim Carlisle, local blogger, on his blog for everyone to see, and was quite sarcastic and snarky. And then a former journalist who was also mayor, he couldn't help but be snarky and sarcastic to speakers who came up here, including me. He referred to us one night as a bunch of Trumpians, all right? I stayed till 1:45 in the morning to rebut that, back when you could do that. And then recently, Jess Talamonte's Facebook page posted that photo, which is a lie. Okay? And on that same Facebook page, I want to point out, he still has the borough's racist logo. It's been called to his attention, he keeps that in mind. That's a summary of some of our mayors, okay, from the last 19 years. So, I would say, city council members, don't cower the right-wing mob here. Mr. Anthony was elected by us. Do not apologize for anything, okay? And finally, for all you people out there who want to accuse him of being a communist and a socialist, look at that mural. It's inspired by a speech by FDR in 1941. It's called the For Freedom speech. FDR was accused of being a communist and a socialist by his political opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aram Arakelian, followed by April Faugio. Can we keep it down? Thank you.
Hello everyone, council members, police department, and city attorney. I'm here to discuss the item number 13, removing the mayor. I support this idea, and it's nothing personal. I don't know him. The reason I'm here to request that you remove him is because of the insane ideology that he has subscribed to. That is completely 100% faith-based with 0% reason. There's no fact or anything to kind of support that people can be anything besides the gender that they are, or that they can even change their gender. This is a completely, I would say, new idea to our society. Even though it's been around for a long time, the idea, it's completely unfounded, it's unfactual, and it's even immoral. And the funny thing is, every time somebody steps up here to speak about it, all I hear is nitpicking on the irrelevant details. And then I go speak at the school boards a lot, which I'm sure you'll remember. And every time I come up to make these arguments and present points as to why this is an insane ideology, all I get is claims that we need to accept our children and love them, when that is the most ironic statement this ideology can even present. Because this ideology basically rejects the child's gender, that says you cannot be accepted unless you change your gender. Does not accept them the way they are. It doesn't love them the way they are. It doesn't give them acceptance the way they are unless they go through chemical castration or actual physical castration. And this is not sane or moral and needs to be removed from our society. And then so it comes down to, it is a problem. It is a problem, this mental illness that children and some older adults have. And the question is, how do we treat it? Do we chemically castrate them, put them on drugs that the FDA hasn't approved for, or send them to the butchers at the hospitals to cut their everything off? Or do we send them to therapy, give them coaching, do things the way we used to do them that used to work, before we had all these problems? And then my question also, besides the city council, where you do need to step up and do something about this, not only within the city, but within the school district as well. But where is the police department as well? Where is the city attorney? These are unapproved drugs being given to children. These are physical castration being done for a mental illness. Why do you expect some sort of physical intervention to treat a mental illness? Mental illnesses need to be treated through therapy, coaching, these types of things. I'm sure there's plenty of professionals who can speak on that. You guys, the police department, the city attorney, you're our last line of defense. If this ideology gets out of hand to where it starts, or it already has started, affecting our families and our children, there's nothing that I think people won't do to stop it.
Thank you.
Thank you. My last speaker, I have April Fangio, and then that's my last yellow card.
Hey guys. Okay, I thought I was going to talk about something, and now I'm going to shift gears a little bit. So buckle up. Okay, I was sitting there back there, and I'm hearing a lot of these trigger words. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of alt-right and these chemicals and this and that, and I guess what I want to say is, for the normal people, these trigger words are all hate triggering. Okay, these are all sowing discord. We can't have a real conversation about concerns about our community, about conduct, about what our standards are for our elected officials when we're spouting this at each other. And it is extremely concerning. And so I just wanted to comment to that we can all do better. And I expect that we all do better with that and hate words and hate speech from both sides. All right? Okay. So that furthermore, I wanted to say, many of you know I am the president of a political action committee here in Burbank that deals with one thing, and that is getting out the vote. We are a Get Out the Vote PAC. It is about, we are a democracy PAC. And so I loved that I got to be here on a night that we got to honor September 19th. And so here's what I want to say about that. If, there's 500 signatures that say yes, that is democracy in work right there, of the people of Burbank saying we want code of conduct and we want action taken to remove a mayor. He still gets to be on council. He just doesn't get the seat. It's it's business. It's not personal. However, so if you don't like it, don't call those people hate trigger words. Come back with 1,000 signatures saying they shouldn't. That's how it works. So that's what I want to say about that. And so, yes, everyone please vote. With the last 40 seconds I want to say that people are not voting in Burbank. Do you guys know that? The voter outcome is very, very, very low in Burbank. And so what I want everyone to know is how much they need to start knocking on their neighbors' doors and making sure that they're registered to vote. If you have moved, you have to re-register. And how important it is to vote, because elections are different now. Elections are run differently. How people run their campaigns are different, and it is a high liability to get a mail-in ballot and not to fill it out and turn it in. It should be sacred to have that golden ticket in your hand and turn it in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the phone lines. Okay.
Our first caller is Michelle Fowle.
Michelle, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm getting feedback on your end. I can hear myself. That's weird. Okay.
You're okay. Go ahead.
It's throwing me off a little bit. Okay, anyway, I'm calling to support Mayor Constantine Anthony wholeheartedly. As Americans, we all value our freedoms. And, you know, unfortunately, there are some nefarious actors out there who are trying to divide us so we fight each other rather than work to solve solutions. A drag queen bingo is very popular. It's very popular, you know, with veterans and even religious organizations. This is completely taken out of context and is being used as a tool to try to remove somebody who puts people over profits, and that's sad. As far as defunding the police, I just want to be clear about what that means. Police are really important. They protect our communities. But the other thing is they, you know, they're not qualified to be social care workers. We need to use some of that money to invest in services that actually help people. That's one. Mayor Constantine Anthony has been on the ground with all the people at the strikes. He's worked with homelessness. He's achieved quite a bit for the city of Burbank. We may be, you know, all of us may have different ideologies on where we stand on things, but when we come together, no matter who we love, what we look like, what sex we are or are not, we can really solve anything. And I think that needs to be the focus and not this pettiness of trying to remove somebody who really has a people-first interest. That's the bottom line. I think that we have more together, more in common than we don't. And the people that are putting, you know, trying to divide us is because they want power and money. And we're, you know, they're just trying to turn us against each other, and I refuse to do it. I don't care if you're MAGA. My whole family's MAGA. I'm not. They are. I've had to work through that and have some real hard-good conversations, and we're closer than ever. So we can solve problems if we really want to. If you want to be petty about this because you're buying into something that isn't real, please rethink your position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Dusty Wanamaker.
Dusty, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you're okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling to vocalize my strong support for Constantine Anthony to remain mayor of Burbank. I firmly believe that his mayorship has greatly benefited our community at large, and I'm imploring the city council to vote in support of him remaining in office. And one more thing, didn't the city of Burbank have a Pride Festival just a couple of days ago? That's a rhetorical question because, yes, they did, and it was wonderful. It was enjoyable, it was wonderful, and as an earlier speaker pointed out, there was so much support for the LGBT community. And Mayor Anthony has also been a longtime supporter of the LGBT community as well. So why this is an issue for discussion here is just confusing and puzzling to me. And for those who have lived here since the 50s and maybe almost that long, that's wonderful. But things have changed. Burbank has changed. Look around and see the world today. There's so much more we have in common than not. And I just don't see any reason at all to remove the mayor from his post. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Catherine Tattersfield.
Catherine, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for having this meeting. It's really hard to thank people, though, who are coming at Mayor Anthony with this clearly, one-sided agenda. They never liked the mayor, and they're just looking for a reason to, betray the will of the voters who elected him. And, I've sat here, I've listened to, many comments about why he should be removed, and I still haven't heard a tangible reason that actually involves like a dereliction of duty, lying to the public. Mayor Anthony has been very transparent about everything in terms of what he believes, and he can't be removed for beliefs that people don't like. That's why we have elections. And if folks don't like him, then they can vote him out at the appropriate time, and that's not now. I do know that Mayor Anthony is, very supported in the community. There's a lot of folks who think there was no problem with what he did. I'm one of them. I don't understand why, participating in an event where there was a drag queen involved is any kind of problem. Everybody there was a grown adult. I actually know people who are in leadership of the group that hosted that event, and there were no children there. That is a lie. So the folks who are upset about that are upset about something that isn't true. That's pretty silly. That's not a reason to remove somebody from public office. I applaud Mayor Constantine for always being an ally of the LGBTQ community. As other folks have mentioned, our LGBTQ family is under attack, and this is the latest example of it. They're using a heterosexual person as a proxy for their war against the LGBTQ community, and it's just frankly disgusting. So I stand with Mayor Anthony. There is no reason to remove him from office. He's a great person. He's a great dad. And he's very committed to serving the people of Burbank, and he does a great job. So thank you so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Kimberly Strauss.
Kimberly, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. Hello, City Council members. I'm here to speak in support of Mayor Anthony. I'm a talent manager in the community. My experience with Mayor Anthony has been very actionary and positive. It's a true gift when somebody has genuine compassion for the people that he governs. All I've seen from Mayor Anthony is him getting out there into the community and surveying what work needs to be done. And currently, he is working with a group of agents and managers. Mark Scroggs is there tonight, one of the agents, so that we can work together to get emergency money in the hands of local businesses that are on the verge of closing down due to the financial impact of coming out of COVID and these multiple strikes that are going on and labor disputes. I think that the video that showcases Mayor Anthony, it was a simple fundraiser. I think people are reading too much into it, and we need to get back to focusing on the work that needs to be done in the community with Burbank and LA County. And, I think that it's really silly that you guys would think that, the mayor is just disposable because you just didn't like something that you saw a video of. As far as accepting people for the way they are, people are who they are. I just don't think that you should force people into thinking laterally of themselves. That's unfortunately the way people surrender their lives because they feel that they're not going to be accepted and nurtured. And so I think we all need to work together and shift our focus point to building out the community and working on healing and not being so judgmental on Mayor Anthony. I think it would be a great injustice to remove him when he's only starting to do great things for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Julianne Crump.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I had made plans based on my recent appearances at Parks and Rec and Sustainable Commissions to come and talk about trees tonight, and I noticed this afternoon that it was not on the agenda, so I thought I'd call in and remind everyone that trees are still an issue because we are facing a climate emergency, and so we need to be taking care of our canopy now rather than later. So I'm going to just plant a seed tonight. I'm a parent in Burbank Unified. We started a school sustainability committee a couple years ago. I'm a Burbank Recycle Center waste warrior, and I have a relationship with tree people that developed as I took their community forester and supervisor trainings. When I was a community forester, the tree people model says you learn best practices, you grab a group of volunteers, you do fundraising, and then you go plant in parkways. In Burbank, we can't plant in parkways. We came to this knowledge as we were finishing out our training, and so we went to park plantings that had some challenges. But it brought me in touch with the department, the forestry department and parks, and it's come to my attention that the department is understaffed, but we have really big greenhouse gas reduction plan goals involving trees. So trees have become a big issue around town in the last couple of weeks because of the tree removals, the Aleppo pine removals on Niagara Street and Tass Street and some other things. And it's kind of clear that it's going to take a big effort to keep our current canopy maintained and also do what we need to do to provide for our canopy in the future as it gets hotter. I'm doing my part. We wrote a CAL FIRE grant for Burbank Unified. Now I want to suggest that perhaps the city of Burbank create a master plan as soon as possible for its canopy. The last master plan is from 2008. And also get in contact with some kind of nonprofit planting partner. Could be tree people, could be city trees, could be Northeast trees. There are lots of possibilities. But if we're understaffed, we can't keep just kicking this can down the road because we don't have enough staff. We need to figure out ways to take a hold of this situation and do what our community needs. Trees are good for everyone on the streets of Burbank. They reduce the temperature. They allow us to walk our dogs and stroll with our kids and be safe getting from place to place. They lower
Thank you. That is your time.
Let's move our barriers.
Thank you.
The next caller is Jean Kang.
Jean, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I am a resident of Burbank, an employee at a Burbank-based company, and a member of a Burbank-based union. And as such, I feel like it is very important to have a mayor who I feel represents my values, and I feel that Mayor Constantine definitely does that. I'm proud to have a mayor who walks with everyone on the picket line, who supports workers, who comes to our rallies, and who stands up for minorities like the LGBTQIA community who live in our city. As there has been an increase in hate crimes and violent action that happens even in the city next to us in Glendale, this agenda has clearly targeted our mayor, our representative of our views, our point of view, and our support for people who can live authentically as themselves without fear. And they have seen us and seen our mayor as an obstacle. And this isn't something that we should stand for. This is a person that we have voted for because we chose him, because he represents us. And he supports some people who need the support, who need the companionship, and who need our allyship overall. This act is an opposition of civil rights. And I see this recent action as an immature tactic to take down a powerful ally of the LGBTQIA who live in this city. And that is all I have to say. I support Mayor Constantine, and this whole thing is very ridiculous and very silly.
Yeah.
The next caller is Elaine Stevens.
Elaine, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elaine Stevens. I'm a 33-year resident of Burbank. I'm calling in to express my extreme displeasure regarding the manner in which Mayor Constantine Anthony conducted himself at a recent fundraising event. It's important to understand my concern has nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with the fact that the event would benefit the LGBTQIA plus community, or that a drag queen was presiding, or have anything to do with the ages of the attendees. Those details are not salient. What is my concern is that our appointed mayor participated in being publicly subjugated by willingly allowing a person to spank his rear end as he stood at the ready, submissively bent over a table. Instead of declining the spanking, our mayor chose to debase himself. His actions were out of line and inappropriate. Mr. Anthony has said he attended the out-of-town event as a private citizen. It doesn't matter how Mayor Anthony sees himself. What matters is how the public sees him, and that is as our elected city council member and our appointed mayor. Soon after the fundraiser, Mayor Anthony made yet another ridiculously poor decision when he changed his official political X Twitter account name to, quote, Mayor Spanky. How is that dignified and politically correct for our mayor to do? How is that in the best interest of Burbank? It's not. Mayor Anthony's overall lack of self-awareness and his lack of knowledge of how he should and should not comport himself professionally is staggering. It's clear Mayor Anthony does not appreciate nor respect the gravitas of Burbank's mayoral position. Mayor Anthony's actions have cost our city precious time and money. On a national level, self-named Mayor Spanky has brought disgrace and shame to the mayoral position and to our town. It's now time for the 4 remaining city council members to take the appropriate and decisive action tonight by immediately relieving Mr. Anthony of his appointed mayoral title and responsibilities. Send the long overdue edict that the 4 of you are here to restore the dignity and respect back to our city's mayoral position. Demonstrate in clear and in no uncertain terms that the 4 of you want to work on the backlog of Burbank issues and not to continue wasting time and money doing damage control for Mayor Anthony's blunders. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Ann Zabore.
Hi, Ann. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. I've been a resident of Burbank for 20 years. I work in Burbank, and I have children in the Burbank School District. And I am not embarrassed or ashamed or disgraced by Mayor Anthony's behavior. In fact, I support Mayor Anthony 100%. I believe that he has done amazingly good things for the city of Burbank and represents 100% of the citizens of Burbank, whether they agree with his politics or not. Like another caller said this evening, I have not seen any behavior that actually rises to removal from office. There's no corruption. There's no illegal acts. People may not have liked his behavior or disagreed with it, but that's a personal opinion. That is not a reason to disenfranchise the citizens of Burbank who elected Mayor Anthony to his post. And while I see that people have made signatures, that's only part of the people of Burbank. That does not represent all of the people of Burbank. So I don't want to be disenfranchised by a petition. And I also have firsthand seen Mayor Anthony at several events where he is always open to talking and listening to people who disagree with him on issues, which not every politician does that. They are not always open and open-minded enough to engage with people who disagree with them, which Mayor Anthony is. He cares about all of the people and citizens of Burbank, our well-being, and the city's progress in the future. So I am asking the city council to not remove Mayor Anthony from his elected position on the City Council and not to remove him as mayor. Thank you very much for your time. And then in response to someone who was commenting on transgender children, healthcare should be between a parent, a child, and their healthcare provider. There's no place for it to be an open debate in the public setting. That's just not necessary. I would never try to tell you how to have your health care conducted. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Luna J.
Hi, Luna. You have
Hi,
3 minutes.
I'm calling.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Hi, I'm calling tonight in support of Mayor Constantine Anthony and to stand up against a very dangerous and despicable hate and smear campaign against the mayor. I'm not going to mince my words. This is nothing less than an extreme right fascist attempt to expand the ongoing genocide of trans and LGBT people into our city. The mayor has done nothing wrong, and anyone railing against him because of this drag event is complicit in this is about the bigger picture, what is happening around our country right now. None of this is innocent, and it's being fomented by domestic terrorists like the Proud Boys and accounts of extremists like Libs of TikTok. As a Jewish descendant of a Holocaust survivor and a trans person, this is very alarming to me and reminds me of the type of actions done by the Nazis in Weimar Germany. Constantine is one of the most brave, visionary, and impressive people in politics today. He's a modern abolitionist who does nothing more than stand up against a disgraceful racist system with the excesses of police brutality, for-profit prisons, and rampant exploitation of poor and working people. He stands with our youth, with the climate, against dinosaurs who would push our city, Burbank, into a fascist dystopia that would exterminate the poor and LGBT people. He stands up for small businesses, our children, our tenants, with our unions. The people of Burbank must stand up against this fascist push that is threatening our city. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members and all. I am still having the same issues at my residence due to the fact that I still feel that I am eavesdropped upon in my own home, is why I am once more letting you know all of this has never stopped these issues, and I feel it's because I'm an elderly person who is totally blind, and because of my disability is why I feel I have been taken advantage of in the city, not just at home, but also when I do go shopping in certain stores. Here are some of the issues. There is a yellow bright light. I have light perception. That means I could only see light and dark. That comes into my apartment. This especially starts at midnight about 2 to 3 times per week and remains pretty much on my bed and throughout the night so that I cannot sleep. I don't know what goes on. I am off the alley, and this is where the light is coming in from. There is also ongoing hater comments that bounce in and out of my apartment over and over, especially starting about 5:30 a.m., and goes all the way into the noontime. It stops for a while, and then it starts up around 6 p.m., all through into the rest of the night. These comments are not acceptable in my mind, and I feel that, again, I don't know if we have a group of haters in the city, but I really, really wish whoever is in charge of doing this needs to stop. Many times, while on my phone even, some of my conversations have been reiterated. I hear coughing in the background or possibly outside as I try to finish up my calls, and have had to hear awful comments of the conversations and names of the people that I have just been on the phone with. I have called the phone company. When the phone company comes out, unfortunately, they claim they cannot
find anything wrong. But however, they have done their best to make some changes to the equipment I have. I am also hearing clicks and high-pitched sounds many, many times throughout the day and night coming into my unit. Yes, I have let management know, and nothing, again, seems to be resolved. All I want is to live peacefully like every other citizen in this town without all of these terrible issues that I have had to put up with. Please, if you can help me out, contact the council office, and there someone can assist you and be able to put you in contact with myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next caller is Julie Owens.
Julie, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm here tonight, or on the phone tonight, because I was too scared to come in person, because a person there has been in a lot of violent protests surrounding my school district, which is, I'm sorry, let me start over. I'm a GUSD parent. I work in Burbank, and I'm a part of a guild in Burbank that Mayor Anthony has been a constant ally to us. Not only that, as a GUSD parent, my school district is one of the ones being targeted by the alt-right. So whenever I see someone who was one of the instigators, who does not live in Burbank or Glendale, who is in charge of collecting signatures to recall Mayor Anthony, he does not live here. Why is that? Why are they doing that? Why are we even letting these people have a say here when they can? I'm just so frustrated right now because I'm so sick of watching outsiders come in, saying they belong here, saying they have kids here, saying they live here, and trying to speak for me. And we are not going to put up with it anymore at GUSD. We're not going to put up with it in Burbank. Thank you so much for your time. I'm a staunch supporter of Mayor Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Jillian Burgos.
Jillian, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council members, Mayor Constantine Anthony, and City of Burbank. I am speaking in support of the Mayor of Burbank, Constantine Anthony. Constantine is a good person, a family man, and a champion of equity, and a person who would literally give you the shirt off of his back. I find it very disheartening that people want to spend precious city time trying to remove Mayor Anthony simply because they do not agree with his values. Because if we're being honest, his actions are a futile scapegoat, especially when it comes to the actions that were completely harmless. The drag queen bingo event at Santa Clarita Dens has in no way caused any harm, has not broken any law, no children were present, and unless your children live in a bubble, I'm sure they've seen much worse watching a blockbuster movie. Simply put, his actions do not merit removal. Constantine has been a champion for LGBTQ rights. He was one of the few elected officials that showed up at Satakoy Elementary on June 2nd to support the LGBTQ community. And when the local crowd showed up, they spat in our faces, screamed that trans people should off themselves, and eventually assaulted an unhoused person. Is that the values that we have here in Burbank? I think not. A great leader shows up when things are hard, not just for a photo op. Mayor Anthony has shown up time and time again on the strike lines to support SAG and WGA unions in their time of need. He knows the importance of strong unions and has been the defender of the working class. I think many people are hyper-focused on the words defund the police. But I don't think people who harp on these words actually understand what it means. If you check out the last crime stats on the Burbank PD website, total offenses are down 3.64%. Arrests are down 23%. To make this more palatable for you, this movement is to focus on allocation of more services to the community, renter protection, beautification, unarmed crisis response. The police themselves will tell you that they do not want to give tickets, respond to minor accidents, and answer mental health crises. They are not equipped for that. Mayor Constantine understands that unarmed crisis response has worked in cities like Denver and Oregon and has advocated to bring a security detail that treats our unhoused members with compassion. When a community is well-loved, has services that take care of the most disenfranchised, you will see a reduction in crime, as we have seen, and less neighbors falling into homelessness, and a more prosperous community.
Instead of focusing on an overblown scandal that Fox News is misleading viewers and lying for ratings, let's talk about the good things our mayor has done. Increased Burbank grocery store worker pay $5 an hour during the COVID-19 pandemic. Limited food delivery app fees to 20% for Burbank restaurants. Removed unconstitutional homophobic ordinance and gendered language from Burbank City Code. Adopted Burbank's first ever gun control ordinance. Streamlined the constitution of affordable housing in Burbank through the adoption of several ordinances. For the first time in Burbank history, voted to move forward on rent stabilization. I wholeheartedly support Mayor Constantine Anthony, and I think you all should too.
Thank you,
He has
Jillian.
represented the city of Burbank and has not done anything illegal.
That's your time. Thank you.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. We've lived in Burbank for years and years and years. You know, one of the things that pulled us in here was also because of the educational system and also for all the services, police department, et cetera, et cetera. I got an interesting survey phone call last night from somebody doing a survey of Burbank Unified, wanted to find out what our thoughts were in regards to, are the principals good, are the facilities good, you know, and all these other things. And they were so general, they really wouldn't even, all they wanted was a one-word answer. And basically, I think the Burbank Unified system has kind of dropped tremendously since we came in here. And again, whoever's doing this survey, I think they should really revisit it and maybe reformat it a little bit, because if you ask about the facilities, quote unquote, are the Burbank facilities good, and the school system, you know, you talk about boroughs, man, they had a beautiful remodel, but I know some of the elementary schools don't even have air conditioning, or the floors are falling apart. You can't give that type of survey. I think you have to, you know, I love the idea of it, but I think you have to do a little bit of a deeper dive and more options, because you can't say, are all the principals good? I personally know that there's one school that all the teachers can't wait to get out because the principal is so bad, but they're all going into another school because the principal is awesome. You know, so I think that there's a lot of things that need to be addressed on that, and that's just whoever's doing the survey, please revisit this whole thing. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
The next caller is Charlie Castell.
Charlie, you have 3 minutes.
Hey everybody, how are you doing tonight? I apologize if I may say but I'm looking after my kids. I couldn't come down there because I have a life and I don't have time to get angry about things that mean nothing at all. I just wanted to call in and express my overwhelming support for Mayor Anthony. Mayor Anthony really walks the walk. He gets out in the community. He's a wonderful mayor. He really puts Burbank first. He was voted in overwhelmingly. If we take him off being mayor, then we're disenfranchising our voice, as the lady before me said. As I'm listening to these calls, I'm sort of half laughing, half crying, because I just don't get it. I don't get why people are sitting around being so angry about things that don't mean anything. And I just want to, I kind of want to go through each comment, if I can do, from the other side, I guess, or whatever you call it, the other people that talked. There's a guy that talked about being partisan. I think he was the ex-mayor. I don't understand how being tolerant is partisan. I don't understand how love is partisan. Love is love, so I'm not quite sure. I don't understand that one. Somebody talked about socialism. I think they're confusing socialism with communism. We live in a socialist country. We pay taxes for municipal services. Socialism is here. The Western world is socialist, so I don't understand why socialism is bad. The dude in the black shirt talked about people calling him names. My understanding is that the entire council has been subjected to angry emails and hate speech, and in fact threats. So you talk about data, that's your data. So the people that are representing your point of view are actually being hateful and angry, and that's really sad, and I couldn't be as contained as Mayor Anthony is in that circumstance. There's an Armenian dude. He was saying that there's an ideology that people are castrating children, that they're forcing people to change gender. If that was true, my friend, that would be terrifying, and I would agree with you 100%, but nobody's doing that. Like, you're either being totally lied to or you're lying about this. And I think you need therapy because it's completely bogus. So please present the information, present the data that's happening. You know, we live by data. So just kind of, those are the things I picked up on. I agree with so many points. There's a lady who's so frustrated because we're wasting time on this, and we are wasting time by people who don't live in the district. The 500 signatures, who knows where they come from. But please, look, guys, the only way we survive as a species is through love and through tolerance. That's what progress is. Progress is now a dirty word, but it just means progredior. In Latin, I progress, I go forward, I walk forward. We just have to be tolerant and love each other. So please, like, for the people who are really angry, take a breath, live in appreciation, and just please, like, look at data and look at what's actually happening. Nobody's grooming children. That's not happening at all. Look at the Pride event, you know? This is where culture is now. Okay, I really support Mayor Anthony, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Andrea Hall Stagnievich.
Andrea, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Andrea Hall Stagnievich. I am a current resident of the greater Los Angeles County area. I am a former New York State Democratic Party elected official. Mayor Anthony was one of the first people that I met when I relocated to Los Angeles. He was very welcoming and made me feel very safe and secure in my decision to relocate to the state of California, the city of Los Angeles, in knowing that this was a safe place where progressive values would be upheld, where I can start a family, buy a home, run my business with the knowledge that there will be progressive values that are prioritized, and that having children who might be transgender, who might be LGBTQ, will be safe in the city of Burbank, and a place where I'm considering buying a home and continuing my life. I emphatically support Mayor Anthony remaining in the position. I denounce any transphobia that is, associated with this call to remove him, that is dangerous rhetoric that results in people being killed, people being harmed, people who are brothers, sisters, siblings, parents, children. These are people. I'm also a licensed mental health clinician, and I can emphatically attest that being transgender is not a mental illness. It is not listed in the DSM, so that is false information. That is dangerous rhetoric to peddle. What actually is an illness is transphobia, is homophobia that's being peddled. That's what harms people. That is what kills people that we love and care about. So, again, I am emphatically stating my support for Mayor Anthony to remain the mayor of Burbank. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next caller is Gina Viola.
Gina, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am a public school mother of 2 children that go just across the line from you in North Hollywood, so Burbank adjacent. And I'm calling tonight because it's deeply concerning that a right-wing fascist group, Leave Our Kids Alone, has the connections to agendize an item to address Mayor Anthony's conduct. Mayor Anthony's conduct has been about inclusivity. This is retribution for the mayor's fierce allyship with the LGBTQIA community at Sataquoy Elementary last month. Where do these folks live? Leave Our Kids Alone. Where do their children go to school? I can tell you I have seen plenty of these folks since 2020 at the J6 rally, in the Beverly Hills rallies, at the Santa Monica rallies. These are professional fascists, and they have made connections to be able to present to you a petition to remove your mayor tonight. This is not a waste of time. This should be getting more time. This is very troubling, and this is what this group is doing in every single city and in every single town it can get its hands on, and somehow it's gotten its hands on Burbank. Burbank has, wait, I want to go back. Did you hear the fear in that one Glendale parent? Anything tonight. She was so frightened because that's who these people are. They are not concerned parents who want you to leave their kids alone. They are frightening fascists who are looking to eradicate groups of people. And Mayor Anthony stands in support, not just support, he's the fiercest ally I've seen. Burbank has a choice to make about where it stands tonight. Will you stand for equity and love, or will you stand with a well-funded arm of the fascist militia here in the United States? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next caller is Lalo Caldera.
Lalo, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Lalo. I've lived in Burbank for 8 years. I still have family that's living there. I am also a transgender adult, and I'm calling in strong support of Mayor Constantine. I also work in local politics in Los Angeles County. I've met Constantine a number of times. He is a warm, kind, respectful, intelligent person, and when I saw that he was elected as mayor, when that happened, I was exceptionally proud to see it, because the first time I met him, I was just walking to the gas station, had heard of his candidacy, said hello. He was so exceptionally friendly to a stranger. And the accusations being made against him that he's engaged in some kind of misconduct couldn't be more false. He engaged in a silly moment at a fun fundraiser benefiting the Democratic Party. It's a non-issue. The issue I have is the people who are pushing this fear-mongering agenda. My parents still live in Burbank, and they are incredibly supportive of me as a transgender person. They are regular working-class folks who are active participants in Burbank city culture, and I've been afraid for them lately. My mother mentioned wanting to get a bumper sticker to show her support for the trans community, and I told her not to, that I was worried that she might get her tires slashed. Given the current climate scare, given all the threats Constantine got just for being at a drag show. And I don't see how that can't be embarrassing to anyone who has any earnest intention, who's talking about relationships between parents and children, a mother who loves her son and wants to support her, and we're afraid to show that support because this, violent agitation coming from people who may or may not even be from our city. And watching the way that Constantine is so unwavering in his commitment to making Burbank an accepting place for everyone has made me feel a little bit braver, a little bit safer, and I'm so, so proud to have him as the mayor of Burbank. All I want for myself and for my family is to be able to walk the streets as who we are and feel safe, the same as anyone else. There was an earlier speaker who talked about name-calling, and this is how people get killed, and while we didn't agree on a lot, I agree with him on that. But let's talk about the names that are being called. The accusation of grooming, of pedophilia, the slurs that are being flung at people, that's what's getting people killed. And I support Mayor Constantine's efforts to continue to make Burbank an actually safe place for any person to live in. I think it's ridiculous to even entertain the notion of removing him for something as minuscule as what happened, and it's an obvious ploy to continue to make queer people feel afraid. I want to take some time to thank Constantine for being so committed to being such a strong ally, and I really hope the Burbank City Council will do the right thing here and not remove him as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Anthony Mercado.
Anthony, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just calling to say I am in support of the Mayor Constantine. I've only known him for a relatively short period of time, but from what I've seen of him and what I've heard say and speak about, he seems like he's the right person to be in the mayor's office, and I don't think he's done anything wrong. So I think those that are calling for his removal, no, not at all. I don't agree. I think that he just You need to not worry about your children or your family or anything. That's just not. No. So I highly disagree with that. So I agree. Let's keep. I want Mayor Constantine to stay in office. Doing a great job. And please, those of you who are hating, saying hateful things, stop it. We need to stop all hate to all groups. All groups. So that is all I'm calling for. Support Mayor Constantine. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Howard Friedman.
Howard, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First off, I am not a supporter of Mayor Anthony. I don't believe what he did should have been done at all, due to the fact that he's mayor not 9 to 5, but mayor 24/7. And also, there are people out there, including myself, who don't approve of such actions. So he does represent us all, and not just half the group of people that live in Burbank. So I lived in Burbank for 35 years. It doesn't make a difference whether that means my point of view is correct or not correct. But I believe the mayor should conduct himself in a professional manner. This story about him getting spanked by a drag queen, you know what? It's to each his own. You know, if that's what you like, more power to you. But it embarrasses a lot of people in the community. Some people aren't as up to the current standards of what's considered right or wrong. Some people think it's very wrong. And I also like to note that some of the callers are calling people right-wing extremists and stuff like that. And just because I disagree with what Mayor did, I am not a right-wing extremist. I'm a retired person who lives in Burbank who just doesn't believe everything that Mayor does or everything that other people do. I have my own point of view. So I would also like to, say that I would like Mayor Anthony to lose his mayorship and just be on the city council, and because of the fact that he represents all of us. He doesn't represent a select few. And I believe that would be best for everybody here in our Burbank community. It's just a shame that you don't realize that there are people who are extremists or just have different point of views. And one caller didn't want anybody to have a different perspective. Why do you let these people talk? They have a different perspective. Well, it's called freedom of speech. Just because I believe in something else doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to talk. That's what I want to say, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Chris Carlson.
Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. And my name is Chris, and I moved to Burbank for the school district, as well as it just seemed like a good place to live. And I have to say, one of the things that I try to live by is to stay a student, stay teachable, continue to learn things, don't be closed-minded. And, my original thought about what might happen at this meeting if once this was an agendized item was that we would get sort of a grotesque clown show of an open mic, and there'd be a lot of hate speech and a lot of pearl clutching and a lot of podiums, and a harsh language like we had 2 weeks ago. And I mentioned that in a letter, and I would like to just thank Councilmember Takahashi for spending some time with me and reminding me that what we do here is democracy. And what the important part of democracy is that everyone gets to speak, and everyone gets to speak even if they don't agree. And so I've learned, I really was closed-minded, and I'm very open-minded today about this procedure that we've just sat through. However, we've now sat through it, I don't want to call out anyone by name, but I feel the audacity of a former mayor posting something on his website that just draws more attention to this, or a different former mayor who's never mind. I don't like this notion that there's not decorum, but yet it ends up being so one way. I want to be in support of the mayor. He's an advocate for the citizenry. He's an advocate for minorities and the unions. And I just want to state again that if we're here about democracy, then if you don't like him, vote him out. But don't try to impeach or overturn an election. It's voter nullification brought on by organized groups of TikTok and a particular news channel that's turned this into this national spotlight that I don't agree with. But, to each their own. We all get to say something, but let's stop with the trying to extract a pound of flesh here and get on to the business that you guys are elected to do. We spent an hour and a half on this today. We spent 2 hours on it 2 weeks ago. I love you guys for your patience in sitting through this. I appreciate the fact that this is how democracy works, and it's sometimes ugly. I appreciate you guys all very much, but can we get to work and turn off the spotlight so that this stops being a national issue? He was elected, let him serve, and if people don't like it, vote for someone else next time. But just let it be. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
The next caller is Julie D'Angelo.
Julie, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Julie D'Angelo, longtime resident of Burbank. Julie's out in force tonight. As far as I can tell, the mayor serves at the pleasure of the council. And I've been hearing a lot of people tonight asking the council to remove the mayor for his positions, which I believe were known before he was elected by the citizens of Burbank. And I feel like that's just a very slippery slope. Removing somebody from the mayorship due to their position on different topics could easily be turned around to other members of the council for any sort of agenda. And I just really hope that the council thinks through this, maybe 3 moves ahead, and what people are asking for them to do. No one person, if we're talking about dignity or conduct, no one person can take away the dignity of an entire city, nor can they confer dignity to an entire city. I would like the council to think that through as well. I also wanted to say something about the police oversight report. It's a very important meeting tonight, and it's a very important topic, and there were several recommendations made for areas of improvement. And these are areas that have come up more than a few times over the years in terms of areas where a police department can improve. And I'm hoping that the council tonight will give some discussion and insight into not just what the report says for the past year and what it would like to see moving forward, but how that compares in other contexts to previous years, especially if there is an area of improvement that has come up repeatedly. So looking forward to that agenda item later on tonight. And I just want to say I think this is the best council we've had in like the 20 years I've been here. I really appreciate all you do, and I appreciate the ability to speak with you all tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next caller is Aram Avakian.
Aram, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. You hear me?
So you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. Good evening. My English not that good, but I say few words. Mayor Spanky. Yes, you like name Mayor Spanky. You put name Mayor Spanky. Yes, no problem. Man, I think you have no money. You have no job. How you get everybody? How much you pay everybody to call in support you? I resident Burbank 30 years. I don't see support. How much you pay everybody? Mr. Schultz, you listen. You get 500 people. They sign paperwork saying no more this man mayor, but you don't get 500 people and you want rent control. I do not understand your mind here. Mr. Schultz, you are smart man. You are better. Abi love wants in us. Never do son, it's abi loveness. They are better than this man. You are educate. This man no educate nothing. This man on one day that you say he have to be Burbank, sign paper, he go to Glendale and he lie to you. He lie everybody. He don't do mayor job. He no real mayor. He nothing. He Spanky. Listen, I do not care you Spanky. You like Spanky? No problem. Come, I spank you. No problem, my friend. No problem. But Kamala say perfect the other day. Perfect. Nick, I like you, Nick, but this is your support? You support this guy? You support this guy? This is man you support? You are family man. This man, he take his own child to Boy Scout. His wife, ex-wife, write letter saying, my husband, ex-husband, crap husband, bring child sick, put mask on. I do not understand, council. This is not LGBT. I do not understand. I do not care. Nobody cares. Okay? You want fascism? My family fascism. They went through fascism. Soviet Russia fascism. They feel on skin. You call police, Mayor Spanky, to help you with the Armenian, to put you police cars because you fear that Armenians are going to come and beat you up. So what you do, you call 911. You call 911 and you don't like the police. You call 911 and you don't like police. Mr. Schultz, this is you. You remove this man.
Thank you. That's
your time. Thank you. Thank you.
The next caller is Daniel Lee.
Daniel, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ben, former mayor of Culver City. I just called in because I heard what was happening with a friend and colleague, Mayor Constantine Anthony. I'm happy to say that I was able to preside over the first 2 Pride celebrations in Culver City, something I felt that it was a shame that we had not had earlier, or maybe 10 or 20 years earlier, but it was incredibly necessary. In my 4 years and 8 months on the council, we had multiple kids in the Culver City Unified School District commit suicide. Some of those were directly attributable to teasing and shame that they had over their own personal identities. While I understand that some people think it's inappropriate for the mayor to attend a drag event and get playfully spanked, maybe they've just never been to an event, but, it's completely fine for them to think that. What is not right is for them to call for the removal of the mayor for that action. And when people say, yes, me here, I'm from Burbank, trust me, I've heard the same thing. In Culver City, on the night that I was sworn in, a number of activists who don't know me at all made the trek from Orange County, some from Riverside County, to tell me that I was only elected because I was black, and that they hoped that I had the intelligence to fulfill the role. This is meant to stir up chaos. This is meant to further discontent so that the real issues that Mayor Anthony has done a fantastic job in moving Burbank forward with are not adequately addressed. He has been a stalwart ally to BIPOC people, to the unhoused, to people who want police reform, and yes, to LGBTQIA plus people. Lastly, I'd like to say, I know Constantine is running for supervisor right now, and though I disagree with the actions of the people who called for this item to be agendized, I want to thank you because you've given him a hell of a lot of press and a hell of a lot of push and greater name recognition for his race, which I sincerely hope he wins. I hope the Burbank City Council is able to move on from this issue quickly and get back to the work for which the people of Burbank elected them to do.
Thank you.
The next caller is Heather.
Heather, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I want to address the council today. One of the things that I think the whole entire Burbank community needs to consider is that the mayor was elected to represent the community of Burbank. I have lived here for 20 years, and I love the community of Burbank. I'm a minority. I'm brown. I've never felt discriminated against. I never felt unsafe. I never felt anything like that. What I don't like, and the reason why I think the mayor and everybody's missing this point, he can do and attend whatever events he wants, but he went publicly to discuss sex being introduced to 10-year-olds in a podcast. Not okay. I'm a mother, and it is my choice based on my child's development and maturity to make those decisions. I have family in the LGBTQ community. I support it, but we don't support shoving it down their throats. Every child will develop in their own way because we're all unique, we're all different, and we should all respect each other for our differences. He went on national TV or wherever he was and said he supports Karl Marx. He's a Marxist. If you think Marxism is okay and you're talking about abolishing the police for Burbank while we see crime rising around us, no, that is not okay. He brought this upon himself by his poor choices. And everybody can call because we all have different values and views. But we also, and I actually support the gentleman that called in and said he's Armenian, his English was not good, but he represents all of the people of Burbank. We're a melting pot. We have Armenians, we have Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, South Americans, or just Latino Americans from all over, Asians. We're a blended pot. Actually, Burbank is one of the most blended cities I have ever lived in, and I've been here for 20 years. We have blended couples. When you go to our schools, you can't tell who's the dad and who's the mom sometimes because one might be black and the mom might be white, or one is one ethnicity and the other. That's the beauty of Burbank, and we've never had issues. I never felt like my child or my family or my elderly mother was in the streets and was discriminated against, ever. We've been living here in a cohesive manner, in a safe manner, but he brought this upon himself. He does not represent all of the people of Burbank. He is using this as for political attention that he wants. He's selecting this. But no, we don't want Marxism and communism. No, we don't want 10-year-olds being exposed to sex. Those are our choices. Yes, we have religious people. This is America. The freedom of religion exists.
Hello, that's your time. Your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you.
The next caller is John Fisher.
John, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Assembled City Council. Thank you for taking my call, and I would speak in support of the mayor. I think you have done a fantastic job as mayor. From the time I have known you, the council has also done very well, particularly with the issues of housing that are near and dear to me. And that I hope that when this stuff settles, as I hope it settles soon, that the folks who have called in today who consider themselves high moral authorities would be happy to lend their voices to issues in the city that are actually hurting people, such as housing availability, mental health services, accessibility, and any other issues that are genuinely standing in the way of people being able to live their best lives. it's a shame that people in this city, people who were born in this city, some of whom can't afford to live here anymore, while at the same time we have apartments that have sat vacant for more than 6 months, some more than a year. And I think it's tragic that those two things can occur at the same time, and I look forward to working with those people who have high morals and want us to be the best city that we can be in working to solve those issues and get on with helping this council to help people. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a very good evening.
Thank you.
The next caller is Joel Schlossman.
Joel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Schultz and Ms. Perez, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. I watched a video last week of Anthony standing in front of the Tesla dealership here in Burbank. He introduced himself in his official capacity, and then he urged people not to patronize that business for his own reasons, which were it was a non-union store. And, what kind of mayor fat-mouths one of our businesses because of his own personal agenda? And I talked with the manager of that store, and he employs 60 people, many who work over 60 people, many who work in Burbank, pays a decent salary, and is certainly not deserving of that treatment. We had a 22-year anniversary of 9/11, where over 3,000 people died, and the mayor showed up at the police department ceremony, and, you heard what he said. He told all of us that 9/11 was our fault. And that alone should be disqualifying from not only being a councilman, but from being mayor. He's called openly to disband the police department. He's recently called openly to close our prisons. And that's not the society we should be living in, where we have dangerous people among us. And, I don't know what to tell you. Everything I've said, about him, I've been critical the past 3 years or more. It's all true, and I've supported it with documents, public documents, even a letter from his own child that was begging to be removed from him and get away from him. And I don't know all the details, but he was having his kids sleep in a closet as punishment. And that is not a good family man. I disagree with that. And I've got kids, and I don't punish my kids that way. So use your head tonight. He's got to go. He's not qualified. He's an embarrassment. And for all these reasons, I'll finish it up and just say, we can't get rid of him. He's elected, obviously. But it took 3 votes to put him in. It only takes 3 votes to remove him as mayor. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Julie Rodriguez.
Julie, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I have a cold tonight, so bear with me if I have to cough. That's why I wasn't there. Anyway, I am calling because I do think it would be appropriate and prudent to remove the mayor from his seat, because he did embarrass Burbank and embarrassed the people of Burbank because of the global news that he got, and he loved every minute of it. And here's what I think. Excuse me. I think that if he simply would have just wholeheartedly apologized for the conduct, really cared about the concerns of people that didn't like their city, the bad press that their city got, I don't think we would be here. It's because we saw the mayor say something to the effect of that it's not me, it's all of you, and you all are, it'd say something about hate speech last meeting. That was despicable, to blame the people for your actions. This is not a hate against trans people, or I cannot get over the people who called in for that. and think that this is an attack on trans people. No, it is the people of Burbank holding accountable their mayor. It has nothing to. No one's calling to remove a drag queen. Come on, people. Also, this is people of Burbank. I know the woman who started and she is a member of Burbank. She does not have anything to do with any other outside group. That's a lie that all these people are calling in because they want to spread lies to confuse people. No, this was a 100% grassroots Burbank voter initiative. It has nothing to do with any other group. I don't even know some of the groups that you were talking about. I will not mention her name, but the council knows her name because they met with her. And also, lastly, excuse me, I am a Democrat in Burbank, but I have moral standards, and I think that they should remove the mayor. Remember, this is important. The mayor was not elected by the people. We do not have an elected mayor. It is not disenfranchising voters to remove him from the seat. He still remains on council. This was not a recall effort. This was simply petitions to remove him from the seat. Council, the people elect the council elects the mayor.
Thank you.
The next caller is Caroline O'Riordan.
Caroline, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I live in Hollywood, California, in Los Angeles. I'm the founder of a group called Hollywood for CalCare. I'm a group of Hollywood workers organizing our industry to pass single-payer health care in California, and I'm calling to support Mayor Anthony. Someone a few times ago said they called in and they resented basically being called that this is some sort of just right-wing effort. But I have to say this is the reality. This is a right-wing effort, that this is born of transphobia and homophobia. If people do these harmless acts all the time, and people in power do far worse in public, and they remain in office. This is, and it's a sorry indictment of the state of the Republican Party today. It has become a party incapable of organizing in support of a single issue that would actually improve people's lives. This effort is not just meant to sow chaos and make LGBT people feel like they are not equal. It's a lethal distraction. Mayor Anthony is fighting for policies that would improve people's lives. It's as simple as that. And the hate being directed at him is simply meant to distract from the fact that the Republican Party has nothing to offer Californians besides drama, hate, fear, and anger. An endless feedback loop of anonymous Twitter bots. Yes, they are. You go on his Twitter and you see people just saying he's a pedophile. Those are not real people. And if they are, they should not be online spending all of their time spewing hate anonymously. And they are designed to make sane people feel like we are outnumbered by the insane, as well as intimidate LGBT people as they gain more rights and more acceptance into our society. The right wing of this country has completely spiraled out of control, and I agree with Gina earlier. This is fascism, and you need to spend your time focusing on things that actually improve people's lives, and move on with this drama and this hate and this fear mongering. It must be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members and staff. I just wanted to call in today. I was led to believe that this meeting was going to be including many things that had not been in the media, that there was a lot more to be said, and I'm finding this to be quite far from the facts. A previous caller had said how the mayor's job is a 24/7 job. Absolutely. That he speaks for Burbank, that he stands for Burbank. Absolutely. But when he speaks and when he stands for Burbank, does all of Burbank agree? Of course they don't. Nobody's ever going to agree with anyone 100% of the time. What the mayor did at a Democratic fundraiser was nothing. You have a nothing burger going on here. It was about drag queen bingo. If you've never been, I highly recommend it. It's a whole lot of fun, and that's exactly what it is. It's fun. For those of you who do not have a familiarity with fun, I suggest you revisit that and maybe get your life back in order. The mayor has been doing good work for the city and the council, and I agree with the one caller who did say it is absolutely extraordinary how you stand up there as stoically as you do without taking aim back at anyone. I surely could not do that. Thank you very much for your time, and I ask that you continue to support the mayor, and that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Jane Smith.
Jane, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks for your time in advance. A little frustrated we're taking calls from people who aren't in the 17 square miles of Burbank. Perhaps look at that policy we're hearing and spending our time listening to people from Hollywood and Culver City. When we're addressing the matters that pertain to us, residents of Burbank, I've been here for 27 years, and I want to encourage everyone to use their discernment. People are going to try and paint this as transphobic, as anti-LGBTQ, and the majority of people who've called have openly said this isn't an issue. What's the issue is multiple offenses from our mayor in exhibiting poor judgment. I've heard somebody tonight call in and say, where is the facts? What has he actually done? Well, having been a resident here, I can tell you one of the first things the mayor did that I was aware of was separate the Burbank Animal Shelter from the police department, which made the poor people who have to go and investigate abused animals, beaten dogs, have to go without law enforcement. So if you were abusing an animal, who are you going to fear the most, a police officer or Parks and Rec? So we have Mayor Anthony to thank for now disabling our animal shelter from proper police protection. The second thing, we had on Magnolia Park Night Out. That has had to disband after 12 years because of crime. So we have Mayor Anthony to thank for that. He wants to defund the police. So our local businesses have suffered. I'm sure many of you are on Nextdoor. You've seen the tirade of businesses being broken into. These are the things that we care about. I'm not concerned about, I want people to be included here. That's not the issue. The thing I don't want included in Burbank is crime. I don't want a crime-friendly city. Anyone who has lived here for a period of time sees that what has happened to Toluca Lake, Studio City, North Hollywood, and it is creeping in. I was accosted by a homeless person. I called the police, and they say they're not allowed. The city council has told them they're not allowed to interfere with homeless people. So it's on the residents of Burbank to be afraid. We have Mayor Anthony to thank for that. Lastly, I just want to point out, Mayor Anthony, you may not know, has made a joke publicly on Twitter about statutory rape. He joked that it was cute that a female musical artist was raped or claimed to have been raped because the other person shared the same name. Mayor Anthony thought it was proof.
Thank you.
The next caller is Andrew Pacina.
Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Anthony. Sorry. I'm calling tonight because I am the owner of Epic Pro Wrestling, a Burbank-based business, and I am a resident of Burbank. I'm calling because I've contacted several members of the council before about reclassifying professional wrestling out of the same category as boxing and professional mixed martial arts, sports that are regulated by the California State Athletic Commission, something that professional wrestling is not. And I'm not just doing this for my business. I'm doing this for the local economy and about the 40 or 50 or so other promotions that run here in Southern California that would like to find places to do business. But personally, Burbank is my home, and I want to bring professional wrestling shows here, and I want to make it. I want to do it in the easiest way possible. But the current guidelines and laws make it hard for me to be able to run here in Burbank. So once again, I'm calling the council tonight to please ask to reach out to me. I've contacted you guys many times before. I know Vice Mayor Schultz has put this, or has at least asked for this to be put on a future agenda. So that's really mostly what I want to say. Also, I support the mayor. I think this whole thing is a waste of time. Council Member Mullins, I think you have specifically wasted the city's time. You're wasting my time specifically as a business owner. You know, we could be getting business done, but instead you're just bowing to an angry, rage-fueled, I'm trying to find the right words to say this, but a manufactured outrage mob. That's what you're doing, and it's hurting businesses like mine. Your discourse is just not doing anything good. And Mayor Anthony, I fully support you, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next caller is Cecilia Dow.
Cecilia, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I am speaking on behalf of Constantine Anthony to remain in his position as Mayor of Burbank. I'm an Army veteran. I find Mayor Anthony to be open and forward-thinking as a human being. He's well-informed on all issues, which is what we're looking for as mayor. He stood with the union and all things good for Burbank. He does not want to defund the police. He has defended what most of us find to be American values. I have been honored to have met him and his son. His son is lovely, as is his father. They're both wonderfully bonded, and any comments to the contrary are ill-informed. The global news the mayor received was actually positive for Burbank. It shows us as a country of tolerance. Right now, we're being gaslit by the folks who are on the right. If all it takes for us as a country is for a news channel to put us on the TV to cause all of this uproar, we're lost as a nation. This is America. Constantine Anthony has done nothing except perhaps offend those who are different from him. I also agree this is fascism, as the lady said a couple of speakers ago. All those who are offended should be calling for people like Lauren Boebert to resign after being fondled and fondling her boyfriend in public. You know, this is honestly kind of ridiculous, and I personally will vote for him for county supervisor. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next caller is Gail Romero.
Gail, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to confirm with most of the people who have asked for the removal of Mayor from his seat. I don't know the man personally. I can't attest to any of his personal values with his home or his life. All I can say is what he has done to the city, and that is to make us look like morons and idiots. And frankly, I agree with Jane on most of her points. Why are we letting people from outside of Burbank call in and take time away from residents? I've been on the phone for quite some time now waiting to speak. Mr. Constantine Anthony is a communist socialist. He is a man who wants to defund the police. He is a man who is using anything he can to replace the one sane supervisor we have, Catherine Barker. And I hope that all of his antics only get him not elected and not reelected. And I hope you please remove him from the mayor's position. He will still remain on the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is Sangita Ryasam.
Sangito, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sangita, and I'm an active constituent here in Los Angeles. I'm calling in support of Constantine Anthony to remain mayor of Burbank. Constantine's run as the mayor has so far been pretty excellent for the community at large. He intrinsically understands how a city and area can serve its most vulnerable residents. He's an ardent supporter of union power, which is so important at this time that we need to ensure that we remain union strong. And he's also an ardent supporter of the actual implementation of 2020's Measure J, which is one of the most groundbreaking and important pieces of county legislation, which in 2020 the people of LA County overwhelmingly voted to ensure care first alternatives to policing and incarceration that does something about LA's bloated police budget. That he knows that you can prevent the causes of the housing and homelessness crisis through excellent policy. He has great track record so far that is extremely important to me as a trans resident, and that especially when you removed like a lot of the homophobic, weird, ancient ordinances and gendered terminology and languages from city code. I think that that's groundbreaking. I think that his current run as a mayor is groundbreaking in many ways, and I think his participation in a drag bingo event just makes complete sense given his background in theater and comedic performance art. This is Burbank. We're in the entertainment capital of the world. It just, I really believe that the way that he handled the manufactured far-right outrage is that was clearly an obvious moral panic from some of the worst-faced fascists. It was attention-seeking, but that is a good thing. For a mayor and someone who really actually cares about about SoCal's most vulnerable constituents. That's what you would want in someone who knows exactly how to use their power and their platform. So I support him remaining as mayor. I also support his run to overthrow Catherine Barger, who is one of the 5 kings of LA County that and is supporting the sports council expansion and ensuring that that our current government can increasingly reflect what an actual democracy could possibly look like. So yeah, I just want to really throw my full support for Constantine remaining mayor. I am always excited about what kind of things he does, and I hope that this is just a weird hiccup and weird moment in Burbank City Council history. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I've been a Burbank resident since 1995. I believe Mr. Anthony should be removed as mayor for the following reasons. Number one, getting spanked by that drag queen was totally unacceptable and immoral. Number two, he's the mayor by default. He's not qualified to be mayor of Burbank. The man has never completed a college course in his life. He's uneducated. He's a lowlife that goes and stands in front of Whole Foods all day just to get votes, to gather prospects, to vote for him, to become board of supervisor next spring. This man went on a podcast and said there is more than 2 genders. This man thinks that a man can give birth to a baby. This man has no morals. This man is a lowlife who's uneducated and needs to get out immediately and has embarrassed the city of Burbank.
Thank you.
The next caller is Janet Deal.
Janet, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me? I hope so.
Yes, we can absolutely hear you.
Okay. We are in a situation that is absolutely ridiculous. The idea of removing this man from the position of mayor is absolutely insane. Constantine, I have known through Transportation Commission, PFLAG, Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities, all around this community, working hard to make sure that everyone is represented, that everyone is respected, and that everyone is heard. And to hear this kind of nonsense from people who won't even identify themselves because they're so embarrassed, excuse me, if you have something to say who you are. I'm Janet Deal. I've been a 40-year resident here, and I believe that Constantine should remain as mayor, and I will support him in his run for county supervisor. He is a man who hears what we have to say and wants to make our community and our county better place for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
That was our last caller.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can applaud for that. That's fine. All right. Any response from city manager or city attorney?
Yes, I just had one quick one. Way back a couple hours ago, there was a comment, one of the first callers, regarding the city's tree master plan and whether we're updating it. Yes, we are. We're going to start embarking on that in the coming months. It will be a process. I mean, it won't be overnight because of the community outreach, but that is something on our list, and we're going to be doing that soon.
Okay. I have two questions real quick. When we moved the animal shelter over to the Parks Department, did it lose any of the police protection?
For instances where they kept, Park and Rec did keep the animal control officer, so no.
Okay. And then the Magnolia Park Night Out, that was closed because the local merchants, do we know? Yeah, I can hear from my colleague here.
Yeah, I was on the board of Magnolia Park when they discontinued the Magnolia Park Night Out, and it was due to funding, that the organization through the pandemic did not have enough funding to be able to continue on it. But it started back up, so it's now functioning again.
Yeah,
so.
that's what I hear. Okay, we're coming back. Okay, good. All right, sorry, those are my questions. Response to public comment? Any brief response from council? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone again for coming out and speaking. Thank you for sitting through all the public comment for your patience. I always appreciate folks coming and taking the time to speak with us, sending your emails, texting, and phone calls. So thank you. Just a few, some of the comments, most of the comments were about items that were later tonight, so we'll address those when we get there. I wanted to just point out a couple things. Mr. Pimiento, thank you so much for sharing your experience with the Burbank Family Pride event. I too attended that event, and it was a great venue, and I'm glad to hear our community enjoyed it as well. And I don't think she's still here, but Miss A Girl, thank you for coming out tonight. It's good to see other representatives from other community members come and speak and share your experiences. And I've seen your picture around, and I appreciate seeing you in person. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Scroggs, about the writers. Is Mr. Scroggs still here? Yes. About the writers' strike and being involved. I wanted to apologize to you personally about the last meeting. I know you emailed us about speaking, and we didn't get a chance to address your concerns, and I apologize. I was a bit distracted. But I would love to sit and meet with your group or talk to you about how we can move forward and support our community as we're recovering from the strike. Or I guess we're still in some of the strikes and recovering from, yeah, exactly. Okay. Right. Let's see. Miss Crump about the trees. Great, thank you. Sorry, there were a lot of a lot of notes. Let me just go through them quick. And then one last thing was with one of the later callers, Mr. Patina, calling about professional wrestling. I know he's emailed us a couple times. I'm wondering if we could get just an update about that.
It's on the list. We have things like rent protections, gun control, firearms. Tonight we got the drive-through, so that one just hasn't made its way. So, yeah.
Right. But it's on the list.
Absolutely on the list.
Great, thank you.
We'll get to wrestling.
Thank you, everyone, again, for coming tonight, for calling in and sharing with us your thoughts, your feelings, and we will address a lot of the concerns and issues that were talked about when we look at it later on the agenda. I do want to, in memory of previous City Clerk Lauren, I do want to acknowledge that her work and all the good things that she did for the city as a former city clerk. So I do want to acknowledge that, and her granddaughter Mary being here today. Also, congratulations to the city clerk for the voter registration and for the staff, also for the proclamation for Filipino American History Month. Thank you for being here and representing the Filipino community. And also, I was going to ask regarding the trees, which was addressed, also regarding the wrestling report that's going to be coming, and addressing also, I'd like to meet with Mark. I know you're down there. We did exchange some emails, so thank you for that. I too would like to find out what we can do to help. We're here to listen and see if there's any ideas. I'm happy to pick your brain and find out what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came out and offered in-person public comment and those who called as well. Most of you were calling about agenda item 13, so I'll save my remarks until we get there. There was an anonymous caller relatively early on referring to a Burbank Unified School District survey that was conducted. The City Council has no jurisdiction over that survey. If you're listening, I would encourage you to go to burbankusd.org/BOE for Board of Education and contact any of your school board members to address that concern. The other thing I just wanted to mention was we had Mr. Scroggs still here. Mr. Scroggs really appreciated the conversation that we had after the last meeting. And I just wanted to let you know that as a follow-up to our conversation, just the other day when we got word that the writers had reached an agreement with the studios, I had a chance to talk to the political director of the Writers Guild and the studio representatives that are headquartered here, congratulate them on reaching a deal and encouraging them to do the same thing with the actors. As we've talked about, we have real issues facing this city. We have folks that are out of a job, folks that are facing displacement from their homes, an out-of-this-world home price that is beyond reach for working people. So my final comment is this. We have a serious item to talk about tonight in agenda item 13. My hope is that once we are done with that, we can really go back to the business of this city and real issues that are affecting working people every single day. That is what we were elected to do. Thank you.
All right. Happy National Voter Registration Day. Thank you to our amazing City Clerk, Kimberly. And happy Filipino American Month. Those were wonderful presentations. Thank you to everyone who shared your public comment. I hear you, and most folks called about this, so we'll address it later during the appropriate agenda item. Mr. Bax, I know you're no longer here, but thank you for the paper, and I'm glad we can find something to agree on. I really appreciate that. And I have some questions. I made some notes, so I'll reach out to you personally soon, and we can have a conversation. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for coming up. Also, apologies, I have not gotten to you under the buried 400 plus emails, but believe me, I have been watching the strike. My family is personally affected. My dad is a Teamster, so we are watching, and we know that it is a reality for a lot of our families here in Burbank. I would almost say almost everybody is affected in one way, shape, or form by strikes that happen in the entertainment industry, and we were, as a council, sent 2 letters looking for a good and speedy resolution. And let's get coffee. Let's talk. To Julianne Crump, thank you for your comments surrounding the trees. I know this is coming up as a future agenda item, and I look forward to discussing it and finding more creative solutions while we still stay understaffed. And finally, to Jose Pimento, I agree. Pride was wonderful. I had a great time. And as a member of the LGBTQ community that sits on this council, I'm proud to have been a part of the event. And I also have to say, if you're a member of the LGBTQ community, if you are trans and you are listening, I am so sorry that you had to hear untrue and anti-trans language shared earlier today. Please know that there is more love than hate in our community. I have seen it my whole life, and I am a product of it in this community. Please know that that is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I just wanted to say I too was contacted by this BUSD survey that is going around. I could not determine if it was real or not, and a Google search did not purport anything. So I don't know. I wasn't watching BUSD recently. I don't know if they've put out a survey. So I'm going to look into it too. I told them call me back tomorrow because I don't know who you are. So we'll see what happens. All right. Moving on. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 10 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of September 12, 2023, and the dark meeting of September 19th, 2023. Item 2 is adoption of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank amending Section 2-1-202 of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to the compensation of council members. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution approving CEQA exemption for existing facilities and replacement or reconstruction and execution of a progressive design-build contract with W.A. Rasick Construction for 2.25 miles of water pipelines on Magnolia Boulevard, Hollywood Way, and Upper Country Club Drive, and the replacement of 10 valves at various locations, and delegate authority for approving plans and specifications. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the California Office of Traffic Safety 2024 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant for $190,000 and amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget by appropriating funds. Item 5 is approval of a professional services agreement with Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated for professional engineering design and construction support services for the Olive Avenue and Magnolia Boulevard bridges, pedestrian safety railing, and deck improvements project. Item 6 is approval of funding agreements with the County of Los Angeles for implementation of the city's 5-year homelessness plan and amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item 7 is approval of the request for the use of business cards for the Police Commission. Item 8 is adoption of a resolution authorizing an agreement with Stendhal Enterprises Incorporated in the amount of $900,000 to provide as-needed roadway signing and striping services for motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrian safety, and consideration of CEQA exemption. Item 9 is approval of an amendment to a parking lease with Creative International Investment Incorporated for 190 parking spaces at the courthouse parking structure located at 301 East Angelino Avenue. And item 10 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the Community Development Director to waive Burbank bus fares on environmental, active transportation, and public transit promotional days. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I am not pulling these items. I have one brief question on items 9 and 10. If we could take 9 first. That is the amendment to the parking lease agreement, I believe.
All right. I see Mr. Krisky approaching.
Mr. Krisky, thank you. I just had one very specific question. Under the terms of the amended lease agreement, we will be forgiving a portion of the outstanding balance that's owed by the third party. As for the remaining balance that I take that they are agreeing to repay the city, is there a repayment plan in place, and what does that structure look like?
Can you introduce yourself too?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Krisky with the Community Development Department. The good news is if you were to approve this tonight, the amount of money in arrears that this agreement would account for would be deposited immediately. So it's a one-time payment to bring them up to current situation.
So they're prepared to make that payment pretty immediately?
They've
then?
actually already paid it. We're waiting to deposit it depending upon this evening's decision.
You just have like a check in your pocket that you're waiting to cash?
I actually have a check in my office and I'm waiting to deposit it.
Don't say that too loud now. Thank you.
Okay. You had a second question?
Did anyone else have a question on item 9 before I go on? Okay, thank you, Mr. Krisky.
Thank you.
You're 10 as well. That's right. Stick around.
Yes.
How many more checks you got?
All right. Thank you. Can I see the agenda really quick? I seem to have.
Number 10 right here.
Thank you. Yes. So, Mr. Krisky, we were talking about Clean Air Day, and so I just wanted to make sure if this passes tonight, will we be able to participate in Clean Air Day as a city this year? And more importantly, what does that mean to Burbank residents next month?
Yes, so if the council were to decide this item favorably today, we would be allowed the community development director would be allowed to waive fares for promotional events to encourage transit and active transportation. So we would be able to waive fares on Clean Air Day next month, which means that anyone wishing to take transit during that day would be able to ride Burbank bus at no charge. Metrolink is the other prominent agency that's offering promotional fares, free fares during that event. We will also be participating with some other nonprofit transit groups to provide information at our Metrolink station to further get the word out for people to try transit.
Okay, and that's Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Not a question, not pulling. Just want to highlight item 4. I know we read over it very quickly. This is an item about the wonderful work our police department has done for the California Office of Traffic Safety grant in $190K. And I just think it's really important to highlight it because maybe not in the recent council meetings, but we have talked a lot on this council about traffic safety. We've had a lot of recent issues with safety. We've had tragic losses in our community surrounding this. So I definitely want to give it up to our department for snagging some good funds to help us handle all of that. And it'll be great equipment. I don't know if any of you want to share a little more because I'm butchering it, but I know that, kudos are due to the chief and to Lieutenant John Frommer for making sure that we have that.
Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Lieutenant John Frommer with the Burbank Police Department Traffic Bureau. Very proud of the opportunity to apply for that application this year. As you know, that's probably one of the largest amounts that we have received in the recent years. And what we're looking to do specifically with that, you'll see a larger amount in there for equipment. So we're getting equipment to get real-time information from speed display trailers on actual speed. So we'll have a dashboard that'll, we're going to digitize all this. The real-time information is what's important because now we can actually see where people are speeding at the actual time that it's occurring. And we're going to try to create more of a network of these devices so that we actually integrate this throughout the city. So it's a big push, but this is we're very proud of getting this, and the partnership with the California Office of Traffic Safety has been tremendous. They have been big supporters of traffic safety and big supporters of law enforcement, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. This is the kind of neat thing we need for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right. Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, I move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
All right. Moved by Schultz, seconded by Perez.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony?
Abstain on 4, yes on everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Tonight, we have a joint meeting of the City Council and our Burbank Police Commission. And I want to introduce our police commissioners, and I want to welcome them to this meeting. So, actually, Chief, do you want to introduce our commission? Would that be appropriate, or? You can do it. You're doing a fine job. Okay, all right. All right. We have our chair, James Coombs. Thank you. Our vice chair, Romy Kokobian. Commission members, Mike Chapman. Is Mike here? Oh, Mike could not make it. All right. Michael Ellman. Ms. Leela Farazan. Hello. Mr. Paul McKenna Jr. And Miss Ann Wenzel. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And noting the absence of Mr. Mike Chapman. The first item for report is from the Office of Independent Review. This is monitoring the Burbank Police Department. I want to welcome our Burbank Police Chief, Michael Albanese, to commence the presentation. Hello, Chief. How are you today?
I am well, thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Perez, Takahashi, and Zazette Mullins. How are you this evening? So tonight is our annual joint session, City Council, Police Commission. So typically at this meeting is when OIR, the Office of Independent Review, provides their report of the year prior. OIR, the city established a contractual agreement with them in 2012. So we have a rich history with OIR. And essentially what OIR does, it does a critical evaluation of our policies, processes, and practices. They do the proverbial, I knew I was going to screw that word up. They do a deep dive. So they do a deep dive, and then they also will make recommendations as far as where we can be better. I look at it as a report card, so I'm pretty confident about this report and the outcome of the report. In the report that's going to be posted on the city website tomorrow and the police department's website tomorrow, and our responses, there's 23 recommendations. Most of the recommendations we've already implemented. So I'm going to introduce Michael Giannacco, Steve Conley, and Teresa Begula. Did I screw that up? Close enough, I know it. Yeah, so I'm going to hand off to Steve Conley. He's got a PowerPoint, and then if there's questions regarding the recommendations, practices, policies, procedures, whatever, I have the entire command staff here to include our MET team, and our clinician is here to answer any of your questions.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Connolly, Mr. Janako, take it away.
Thanks. Okay.
And just real quick, I know you two. I'm sorry, I didn't get her name.
Teresa Magula.
Magula, Teresa Magula. All right, thank you. Okay, great.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I think you met Teresa Magula in Pasadena when we were presenting to them.
Yes.
It's great to see you this evening, as well as council, police commission. Good to see you all. City leadership, city manager, Mr. City Attorney, and your community, Burbank. It's great to be here. As the chief indicated, we come once a year to present the findings of the work we have done over the past year. Actually, it's the findings of the work the police department has done over the past year and our assessment of how they are doing with regard to things that we think are critical for a well-functioning, high-functioning police department. I think it is important, as the chief indicated, to emphasize that we've been at this for some time now. And the City of Burbank's police department that we are looking at these days is significantly different than the police department that we saw when we first got started. When we first got started, it was crisis time. It was precipice time. I can't underestimate the pressures and the interest that outside entities were looking at with regard to some missteps that were made by members of the police department back 10, 12 years ago. So what I would say that in reference to this report, I think it is critical to recognize that there has been progress. And I don't know that we take much credit for that progress because we are the evaluators and the reporters of that progress. We do at times make recommendations. We have had a very robust and collegial relationship with the department. We're not lapdogs, we're independent police auditor, and we take that role seriously. But in order for us to do our work and in order for us to be effective and for the recommendations to take hold, we have to develop a relationship that is positive and collaborative with the department. And we also have to call the balls when there are balls and the strikes when there are strikes. With regard to this report, my colleagues will dive into a little deeper detail. It's a lengthy report, so we're not going to go over in our introductory remarks every jot and tittle, but we are going to provide sort of a high-level overview of that report and then certainly be available to answer any questions about specific recommendations, specific findings that anyone on council or the commission may have. With regard to the recommendations, though, and there are 20-some recommendations, the recommendations we are making, one way I like to put it in coming to Burbank is that we don't have any low-hanging fruit anymore with regard to recommendations. By that I mean there are not issues that are so obvious almost anyone could figure it out. We're now talking about improving a department that is working at a different level, sort of, if you think about it as a college sort of audit, we're talking about graduate level kind of stuff, as opposed to Police Reform 101. The police department has moved well beyond that in its arc. The other thing is, I think it's important to talk about our impressions of the Burbank Police Department relative to the other work we've done. Since the murder of George Floyd, we have been very busy. Police oversight has exploded throughout the state of California. Our contracts have gone from half a dozen to over 20 as a result of that interest in police oversight and auditing. And I can say that in reference or in contrast or in comparison to those other agencies, Burbank is well along with regard to adopting progressive principles of policing, doing its best to inculcate those principles among its membership, and moving forward in a positive way. So our recommendations are at a graduate level, really, these days. That's not to say that we don't think they're important, and it's not to say that there are always going to be new challenges as police issues progress, and as communities throughout the state of California, including this community, increase their demands and expectations of police departments throughout the country. To the degree that the George Floyd murder prompted discussion, reevaluation, reassessment, and reconsideration in the way in which public safety is performed, I think Burbank was on its way, and so didn't have to start from scratch. Again, if you look at the San Gabriel Valley in particular, Pasadena finally got started with some kind of police oversight last year. But still, other than Pasadena, Burbank is the only independent city that has this level of oversight in this area. Pasadena is about 10 years behind you all. And I think that's important to recognize as well. Can we put up the slide, Steve? In any event, a little bit about us, but not a lot about us, because this is really about your city's police department, not about the OIR group. But we have been working at this for over 20 years. We started as the monitors for the LA County Sheriff's Department, back in the better times of the LA County Sheriff's Department, and we're full-time monitors of that department for about a dozen years. Since that time, as I indicated, we have been able to branch out and doing a broader array of work with various departments inside and outside of California. We're primarily based in California. With regard to, as the chief indicated, with regard to the city of Burbank, we have been doing active monitoring of Burbank for about 13 years now, and that's where we are. Our work is essentially, we are looking at what we think are, for accountability purposes, for risk management purposes, for issues that the public most cares about with regard to performing public safety. We look at those areas of responsibility and expectations that the community expects police departments to do well, and if those areas are not done well, it is a potential problem for any city. And there really are issues of accountability. So we look at, for example, we look at police complaints. What are people complaining about in the city of Burbank about the level of service they're getting? Is it force? Is it quality of service? Is it discourtesy? Is it rudeness? Bias-based policing allegations? What have you? We'll be looking at those complaints, not only to get an idea for what people are complaining about in your city with regard to your department, but how the department handles those complaints when they come in. Are they performing consistent with best practices? Is that intake interview effective? Is the investigation complete, thorough, unbiased, and objective? Is the result evidence-based rather than whether you like the cop or you don't like the cop who's the subject officer? And then is the remedial part, that is the intervention, does it make sense based on the level of violations for the founded violations? So those are the prisms we are looking at with regard to complaints. With regard to use of force, again, police officers are the only public officials in this country that are authorized to use force under appropriate circumstances. That's an awesome responsibility, and it has to be done without abuse. It has to be done only when necessary and under the right circumstances. So we are looking at those force incidents to determine, one, is the force that's occurring consistent with policy, consistent with expectations, consistent with the Constitution, or not. And in cases, and more significantly, is the department going to school when there's a use of force event? By that I mean, most departments, unfortunately still, when there's a force incident, the analysis is, is this force within our policy and expectations? And if the answer is yes, most police departments stop there. What we like to see is more. Every time there is a force event, we expect or would like to see progressive police agencies do more and evaluate that force, not only with regard to whether that force was appropriate under the circumstances, but whether there are other things can be done that will lessen the likelihood that in the future for other events can be handled without going hands-on, without applying force to individuals, and a more robust review process. And I believe Steve will be talking more about that. About half a dozen years ago, we picked up vehicle pursuits at the request of the police department, which is interesting. The police department's leadership actually came to us and said, we want you to do more, which is not always the kind of response we get for some agencies we work with. But we have done more, and we have taken a look at vehicle pursuits, which are high risk management issues, high potential areas where individuals, including officers, civilians, uninvolved individuals, may get hurt. So we look at that. We look at how well those are controlled, regulated, and assessed by the department. And I believe Ms. Magula will be talking about that. And then finally, a new feature we've had over the past 2 or 3 years is an auditing function. And this was something that was done at the request of city leadership. Whereas instead of just looking at the same things that we look at over and over again, force, complaints, pursuits, we also take a look at something else in the city. This year, we decided to take a look at mental health calls, which is really something that is gained prominence and interest and concern by many communities. And so we pulled apart the way in which the Burbank Police Department and its partnership with mental health clinicians respond to mental health calls. So we looked at the reports, body camera footage, and came up with some findings and opinions that, again, Teresa will be talking about in a minute. So go to the next slide, please, Steve. I'm going to, excuse me, because I got a frog in my throat, but also because it's time. I'm going to turn it over to Steve Connolly for further explication of our opening remarks. Steve?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Stephen Conley, and I am very pleased to be returning to the Burbank City Council, but there are definitely some new faces for us this year, so very happy to meet all of you. I want to talk a little bit about some of the process issues and just give you a quick sense of the mechanics of how our evaluation process works every year. So when the year is completed, we reach out to the police departments, usually sometime in February after the dust has settled a little bit, and we start to wrap our arms around the total number of cases in some of the different categories. The automatic cases that we review as part of our contractual scope of work, there are certain categories of case that we're always going to take a look at because of their inherent significance, and we'll talk a little bit about those. And then we work with the department to choose a random sampling of some of the other cases in each category, just so that, as Mike was saying, it's really not about relitigating any particular individual case. It's really about trying to get a sense of the system in general and how it works, and to where we see things that we are happy to affirm, we're definitely willing and able to do that. And then when it comes to particular things that we notice that might lend themselves to recommendations for change and just adjustments going forward that might make the processes better and more effective, then we do that. And as the chief said in his remarks, we had 23 recommendations that came out of this year's process. One of the key concepts from this particular slide is the whole idea of access. The department provides us with online, basically an online database where we have access to all of the relevant materials for the cases that we have chosen for review. And that means body-worn camera recordings, all the police reports, any other relevant documentation and evidence, and certainly the investigation reports themselves. So that access is really a critical piece in terms of the transparency of the department and of the process, which I think is one of the things that when people call for oversight of the police, one of the elements that they're looking for is a greater amount of transparency over these processes that are often secretive and sort of walled off from the public. And we are able to attest to the transparency of our review as outside independent reviewers. And as I said, we're looking not at to go thumbs up or thumbs down on each individual outcome, although we generally are in agreement with the way that cases have been resolved, but more about stepping back and evaluating the systems itself for their legitimacy, thoroughness, and effectiveness. And then a big part of our process every year is a public report, and that actually goes through a few different phases. We put a draft together and then talk about it with the police department just to make sure that we haven't made any mistakes, factual mistakes, or misunderstood anything from the process. And then we talk to some city officials about our draft report, and then we actually show a copy of our draft report to the association leadership as well, because they have provided us with some valuable insight from the perspective of the rank and file and the association members, and that's very helpful for us, perspective for us to have. So that's kind of the nature of our annual process. Just to give you an overview of our findings, and certainly we encourage everybody, and I'm excited that the report is going to be available online for the public, and we certainly hope that people will delve into it and get into the details. It's 75 pages in length, and obviously going to provide a more specific discussion of some of these topics than our overview tonight. But as Mike said, we have had a collaborative relationship with the department, and I'm happy to say that that has continued this year. They are certainly very, very responsive and cooperative in terms of getting us the materials that we need to do our job. And just as importantly, or more importantly in some ways, they've always been very receptive and responsive to our suggestions. They are not defensive or resistant. That's not to say they always agree with us, and I have had some strenuous conversations with the chief of police over the years over different issues, and tried to hold my own, but he drives a hard bargain sometimes. But so we don't always agree, but we certainly have an open dialogue, and I think they have a genuine belief that our goal is not to nitpick the department, but to find ways to make it better. And as I think you can see, and as the public will be able to see from the department's responses to this year's recommendations as well as in the past, they generally are very, very accepting of the recommendations and have made concrete adjustments as a result of our contributions. So it's very gratifying to us from that perspective. So I'm going to talk to or address a couple of the categories that Mike mentioned, and then I'll leave it to Teresa to bat clean up and talk about the vehicle pursuits and the mental health audit that we did that in some ways is the centerpiece of this year's report. Certainly one of the major categories in terms of the oversight and the public's expectation about oversight have to do with a review of how complaints and allegations of misconduct are handled by the agency. That is a kind of a fundamental source of concern for people who are skeptical about the ability of police departments to address their own issues, to respond, take complaints seriously, respond to them appropriately, and hold their folks accountable when that is appropriate. So one thing, I just want to mention a couple things about the misconduct category of cases. One thing that I would absolutely want to emphasize is the importance of body-worn camera, and we've been doing, Mike and I have been doing this work for more than 20 years now in some different places. And there's no question that probably the single biggest substantive change we've seen in how these investigations unfold is with the usefulness of body-worn camera evidence in terms of being sort of dispositive in some of these complaints and giving some insight. And I will tell you, I think the Burbank Police Department does an excellent job of maximizing the value of that. They are very, very thoughtful about their analysis of it, and the case memos that are put together by the investigators, they will take still shots of body-worn camera and explain the significance of them, and obviously that's not a substitute for looking at the recording ourselves, which we do, but it's a really, really thoughtful embracing of the technology and looking in for ways to make sure that the evidence is assessed as thoroughly as possible. We've oftentimes cited the notification letters that the department provides to members of the public when complaints are completed. Every police agency is required by law to provide a notification letter. But traditionally what we get and what a lot of agencies still do is kind of a very bare bones response in terms of saying, hey, thank you for your complaint. Our officers didn't do anything wrong, but we appreciate your getting in touch with us. And that's not necessarily very satisfying to the complainant. The police department has certainly been an outlier in terms of the thoroughness and thoughtfulness and the detail with which they let complainants know. I know exactly what complaint you're talking about. These were the issues that you had. These were the steps that we took to address them, and here's why we reached the conclusion that we did. So that level of thoroughness has made an impression on us, and it's only increased over the years. And then lastly, certainly bias-based policing is a major category of concern in Burbank and also in a number of other jurisdictions. We look at all of the complaints every year that have a bias orientation, and sometimes I would say as often as not, the allegation of bias, whether it's racial profiling or some other discriminatory behavior on the part of officers, that's actually a part of a larger complaint and other dissatisfactions that the complainant has expressed. But every time somebody makes a reference to that, the department focuses in on that and addresses that separately and independently and comes to a conclusion. And I will also say I think the department responds to those allegations, which are very difficult to prove. They're sort of notoriously difficult to prove because so much of it depends on the mindset of the individual officers. But they really make an effort to provide corroborating evidence and careful analysis to explain how and why they reached the conclusions that they did. In terms of the use of force process, we have, one of the things that the chief says to me periodically is don't forget to mention how often we cite the Burbank Police Department as a model for some of the other agencies that we work with. Mike and I were just teaching yesterday and today to a group of officers from Southern California, and we were talking about civil liability issues and internal review systems, and we must have mentioned a half dozen specific examples of programs or protocols or systemic approaches that the department takes that we have found have worked very well in Burbank and that we think other agencies would do well to emulate. The use of force process, I would say, in many ways is the centerpiece of that. I would say it is the department's approach is by far the most thorough and comprehensive of any agency that we work with in terms of the way they assess every single use of force from multiple directions. And one of the key words that I'm surprised that I haven't mentioned yet is the whole idea of the holistic review that the department does. And that's true of the misconduct cases, but also the use of force cases and the other categories that we're talking about. And by that we mean the department doesn't just stop at the bottom line question of whether policy was violated, but instead they're going to get very thorough into looking at the whole incident as maybe a learning opportunity, and even if the allegation of misconduct doesn't end up being sustained, even if the use of force is found to be in policy, there will oftentimes be little side notes or improvements that the department recognizes through its review process, and that it not only recognizes and identifies but takes the time to follow up on, which I think is certainly beneficial in maximizing the potential usefulness of the review process itself. So I'm going to turn it over to Teresa. As Mike said, vehicle pursuits have been a centerpiece of our work here for several years now because it was a city priority for risk management, and she has become our expert in this kind of complicated field, so I'll turn it over to her. No, that's okay. You can just aim it at that. You're good to go.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Teresa Magula, and thanks, Steve, for that intro. So as both of my colleagues have mentioned, vehicle pursuits, low frequency oftentimes, but really high liability, high risk. It's something that cities are very acutely aware of, and that councils are usually very acutely aware of, especially as those claims come across. And in this, there we go, in the course of the time that we've worked with the department reviewing vehicle pursuits, there have been a number of different permutations to their policies, to the number of vehicle pursuits that have happened in the city. Those numbers have gone up and down over time. In this last year, we saw that there was a decrease in the number of vehicle pursuits. There were 11. Of those, the department, again, does an extraordinarily rigorous review of the pursuit from start to finish, evaluating the actions of every involved officer, including the rationale for engaging in the pursuit in the first place, so ensuring that these pursuits were necessary and reasonable. They found that 6 of them did not comply with department policy, and to their credit, because there's a relatively new policy in place, the department realized that these were not necessarily egregious or reckless intentions to violate the policy. We agree with that. These were more indicators that there's a sense of perhaps still learning about how to implement the newer features of the policy that went into place in February of 2021. So we're still talking about a relatively new set of guidelines for engaging in vehicle pursuits. We recommended in our report that there is perhaps, as we like to task the department with, there's space for perhaps even more scrutiny and more documentation of these events. We noted that the new policy permits what we're calling pursuit-like activities, an assessment period, some time to determine whether the officer has what's necessary to engage in a formal pursuit, and we've requested that the department evaluate and review and track those types of events as well, so that we're ensuring that officers are engaging in appropriate decision-making in real time in the field. We also noted that a number of the pursuits exceeded the city's jurisdictional limits, and we've asked the department to take a closer look at those and the necessity of engaging in those versus transferring those to some of the neighboring jurisdiction and the partnerships that they have. And finally, I'll talk about what, to me and to our team this year, was one of the more exciting features of our audit, although certainly we enjoy each of the components. Looking at a specific new topic is exciting for us. And this year, as my colleagues mentioned, it was the response to individuals who are experiencing a mental health crisis. We picked this topic, as Mike mentioned, because this is of paramount importance now. There is this dynamic where mental health and law enforcement are essentially colliding, for lack of a better term. There is that intersection that might not always be very clear, it might not always be very clean. And Burbank, to its credit, way back in 2012, saw that this was an area of need. They established their mental health evaluation team, their MET team. It's a co-responder model for members of the public. A co-responder means that this is a sworn police officer who is partnered full-time with a full-time mental health clinician, and that clinician for City of Burbank comes from LA County. That partnership team is tasked with a number of different things in the City of Burbank. One of them is to conduct ongoing outreach, intervention, engage in more case management type work of individuals who might be making contact with the department frequently and who might need that assistance in real time interventions and services provided to them. That also extends to the families of those individuals who might be experiencing crisis. The other feature that the mental health evaluation team is tasked with is training department personnel. And so they are actively engaged in roll call briefings, one-on-one counseling and training, and really engaging with the personnel of the department to ensure that officers understand how to deal with these calls. And finally, in some cases, they're able to, if they are on that particular time frame, they are able to also respond to the calls for service in real time. So if there is a situation where the individual is experiencing acute crisis, they can respond to those calls for service alongside the patrol officers who are called to those times. We decided to review kind of two types of cases. All of them were calls for service that involved a Welfare Institutions Code hold under the 5150 code. And we looked at two different sides. One was calls where the MET team was responding and calls where only patrol officers were responding. And to be really straight with you, when we first decided that this would be our audit model, we thought we're really going to identify some differences here. We're going to see that, you know, these MET calls are handled much differently than patrol is handling the calls. To the department's credit and to the MET team's credit, the training that they have engaged in has resulted in us finding that the calls were very equal in nature in the way that the department was responding. We reviewed all of the body-worn camera footage. We saw an extraordinary amount of compassion and empathy, patience, de-escalation, while also understanding that these calls might have an inherent risk to officer safety, to the families that might be threatened by the behavior of the individual experiencing the crisis. And it was a striking view for us of the way that these calls are being handled. We did, of course, we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't understand and address some of the recommendations, challenges that the department is facing. We have recommended things that are forward-thinking with respect to responding to these calls. One of those is the manner in which the individual is transported. That patient, when they are being transported for their assessment to the appropriate hospital, at times in the city of Burbank is transported in handcuffs in the rear of a police vehicle. And at times that may be appropriate, and at others that might not be warranted. And so we've asked and recommended that the department look into that. The other item is that we noted at times that the officers did not necessarily provide the advisements that are required when taking these individuals into their custodial care in a timely fashion. And so some individuals were being handcuffed and were saying, why, what's happening? And to advise those individuals early on, you're not under arrest, we're taking you for your health and safety, et cetera. The department, we've recommended look into those advisements as well and make it very clear in policy when and how those should happen. And that is our presentation. We'll take any questions from the council as well as from the commission. We do appreciate your kind attention after 9 o'clock in the evening, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Janako, and I'm sorry, but
Magula.
Magula. Okay, I was going to say it right. All right, Ms. Magula, thank you. Do we have any yellow speaker cards for public comment?
No, we do not.
Oh, okay. Going once. If anyone wants to do a public comment on this, we're taking, no? All right, okay. All right, great. We had plenty of public comment. So our Office of Independent Review is presented us with a number of different reports on different policies. This is a joint meeting, so we have our police commission with us, and so I'd like to give them an opportunity to weigh in on this, and then we can ask some questions as well. So, Mr. Coombs, Chair of the Commission, please come up and take it away. Give us your thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, as Chairman Coombs comes up, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Connolly had said that the report will be made available to the public, and in fact has been available since the posting of the agenda at the end of last week. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, yes. Anyone, if you're at home watching, you can go to burbankca.gov, look up the agendas, and it's on today's agenda item. Thank you.
As well as the police department's response.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Coombs.
Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor and Police Commission Liaison Schultz, Council Member and Police Commission Liaison Mullins, and Council Members Perez and Takahashi. Thank you for having the Police Commission join you this evening. It's amazing to think about what we've covered, how much ground is covered in this room, and yet it seems like we were just here a year ago. It is my honor to represent the Police Commission this evening, and I'm happy to report that we seem to be a pretty functional and collaborative group. We too have covered a lot of ground this year. Topics identified and brought to the Police Commission this past year include discussion of the role and decision-making process of the Police Commission, communication systems, the Burbank Police Department's Wellness and Peer Support Program, 2022 and 2023 NACOL Conference and Workshop participation, the 2022 Office of Independent Review Report, use of the city's social media platforms, continued training under the Brown Act, exploration of traffic enforcement statistics, Assembly Bill 41 and the 2023 Military Equipment Report, use of tasers, homelessness count ride-along, followed by a discussion on homeless engagement, pedestrian safety and Vision Zero, the 2023 Racial Identity and Profile Act RIPA Advisory Board Report, the School Resource Officer Program, AB 742 and the use of K-9 units, equity, hiring, and the department's recruitment strategic plan, the department's annual budget, Senate Bill 357, known as the Safer Streets Act for All Act, bicycle and e-bike registrations, catalytic converter thefts in the city, election of new commission officers, a new commission annual dashboard calendar, and an annual self-review to ensure that we remain focused on our collective mission. With the support and guidance of Ms. Gina O, we have successfully implemented ad hoc committees to address pedestrian safety, as well as data and statistics. With the support of the Burbank Police Department and the Burbank Community Services Department, we held a special meeting for the public to review and discuss the 2023 Military Equipment Report. Commissioners have participated in a ride-along as part of the homeless count, as well as numerous other one-on-one ride-alongs, attended and observed DUI checkpoints, attended a police academy graduation, and developed a protocol for uniform requests of data from the Burbank Police Department. We said goodbye to Commissioner Eva Liu, welcomed Commissioner Ann Wenzel, and welcomed back Commissioners Mike Chapman, affectionately known as Big Mike. He is ill this evening and couldn't be here, and Michael Ellman, and we are still working on a nickname for him. We also listened. We have demonstrated active involvement in a wide range of civic groups throughout the city, serving as ambassadors and listening ears to bring feedback to the Police Commission meetings. Occasionally, we got out over our skis. In comparison to the prior year, we made a few specific recommendations to your body, and we got a strong sense of what overreach might look like as we came close to advocating for legislative issues at the state level. We didn't do that, but we almost did. We also have been honored by both community members and entities from other parts of the state for how we have both carried and structured ourselves and have actually offered input to other communities considering the establishment of advisory police commissions. We have appreciated the official support from our council liaisons, as well as the ongoing support of our staff liaison, Ms. Sherry Nakamura. We look forward to providing some of our, actually, let me repeat that, because if I can get a copy of my report, because my tablet has an older report on it. Is there an extra there? Thank you. Technology. All right. So we have appreciated the support from our council liaisons, as well as the ongoing support of our staff liaison, Ms. Sherry Nakamura. We look forward to providing we are providing some initial thoughts on tonight's Office of Independent Review report, and having a further discussion amongst commissioners will take place at a future meeting. So, based on the commission as a whole has not had the opportunity to review and discuss the OIR report together, the comments I'm providing represent the feedback of individual commissioners and not necessarily the body as a whole. First, we appreciate and acknowledge the recommendations for Mr. Giannacco and company. We very much do. We also spent some time looking at a review of policy around traffic stops for minor equipment violations and are very interested in that recommendation to pursue that this coming year. The commission has been intentional around ensuring the department considers issues of race, diversity, and inclusion wherever possible. We have made sure that that's part of the discussion we've been having in a lot of the topics that I'd already addressed. And while there are no egregious findings in the OIR report, and while the police department's responses are in agreement with the report, I want to lift up that in large part, the report and the responses demonstrate how our police department is functioning as a learning organization. Over the past 3 years, departments across the country have taken defensive stances with good cause for the behavior of their officers, either unconditionally backing or strongly condemning the behaviors of various officers. And the tone in this report and the department's responses are very different in that the department is open to suggestions and willing to explore. We hope to see this dynamic continue. And with that, I wanted to open it up to see if we had any commissioners that had any other additional comments you wanted to make on the report. Good? Okay.
Wasn't there a recent report that the Burbank PD's come up with a vehicle specifically for transporting?
I could address that. There is a vehicle, I believe, actually, Chief, do you want to have the department address that first?
Sorry, can we give a microphone to Commissioner McKenna? You can stay there. You can stay there.
No, in something that we recently read, Chief, I thought that a vehicle specifically for these people or was being so that we could improve on that situation. I just thought that should be noted.
You mean the mental health response, or no? What? Yeah.
Yes, the mental health. They were talking about transporting.
Yeah.
And there is a vehicle in the works for that.
I have some familiarity with this, but we should probably let the department respond to the presence of the vehicle, or?
Go ahead and set the table.
All right.
And then
Sure.
I'll see how you do. I'll give you a
That's good.
All right. So another hat that I wear is I work for the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, and I work in the Antelope Valley, and the work that I do is adjacent to the Emergency Outreach and Triage Bureau. This bureau is, there's a lot of different projects that are going on there, and one of the things that they've done is they've established a transport program. They're doing this primarily with, I believe it's LA County Fire, and actually, take it back, it's LA City Fire. And there, I believe, are 5 vehicles across the county that they're using. They are equipped, it's not an ambulance, it's a van that's got a comfortable, like, 5-point racing harness kind of seatbelt in it for the passenger who may be experiencing a mental health crisis. And the vehicles are staffed with 2 or 3 mental health staff. One is a driver, and then the others are clinicians or case managers. So that's a trial model that's being used right now because it's a little bit expensive to roll that out. The challenge is with having access to ambulances. Ambulances are prohibitively expensive. I mentioned that I live in Burbank, but I work in the Antelope Valley. We can wait 6, 7, 8 hours for an ambulance to arrive, and then it doesn't show up. So that's part of the reason we're looking at other strategies. And I believe the department has been pursuing this as well. If I recall correctly, I believe the department is actually, you're in receipt of a vehicle that's equipped to do this. The problem will be who's doing the transporting.
Let's do a handoff.
There we go. Good. I'll start making stuff up.
Okay, yeah, you did a really good job. So, and this is more for our community members who need kind of a storyboard. So when you look at the historical journey of the onboarding of the mental evaluation team, goes back to 2012. And there was a covenant, a handshake, and the understanding was we would pay for a dedicated mental health clinician to be assigned to the Burbank Police Department, and we'd also get services for transportation. That happened twice, and that was in 2012, and it never happened again. And the reality is that the county could not accommodate transporting folks that are being placed on involuntary hold. So there was a lot of pivoting and adjusting. Most of the transports are done in a police vehicle. So let's go back 2+ years ago, City Council approved a standalone vehicle for our Met team that would have a compartment. So it's really a partition, so it's not anchored down, and that vehicle got mired in COVID and got delayed, and 2.5 years later we finally got the vehicle, and now the vehicle is being outfitted. So our goal is for when the Met team does a hold, is that they will transport the subject in that vehicle to a hospital. Does that help?
Yeah.
Don't ask me the ETA of this, because it has just been an exhausting journey, so we are hopeful by, I'm going to say Thanksgiving, and I'm being optimistic.
Once that's in place, how, like percentage-wise, how many of these trips would be replaced from a police cruiser to this van?
So let me share some numbers with you. So when you look at the height of involuntary holds going back to 17, 18, 19, we were averaging 2 a day, and the majority involved patrol officers. The last couple of years, we are averaging less than 1 a day. So I give high marks to our mental health evaluation team, and really their case management and the strategy as far as managing folks that are in crisis, follow up with them, their family members for sustained care. That's the operative goal, is sustained care. Moreover, we have what we call high utilizers, folks that have been in and out of the system. We have a rolling top 3, top 5, so that we can get them sustained care. So once our MET team is expanded from MET 1 to 2, MET 1 and MET 2, we should have 7-day deployment, absent 2 Sundays a month, and I am going to believe that 25 to 30% of those mental health related calls will be handled by MET. So now probably 10, 12%, and hopefully when we're completely onboarded, everybody's trained up, vehicles in place, no issues, best case scenario 30%. So perhaps next year we come back, we look at the numbers to see where we're at, year-to-date numbers, and all of the metrics associated with that. We put out a monthly report of age demographics, and also what is it patrol, is it MET, is it follow-up with MET, so we can make sure that you all get that.
So real quick, when you say 30%, that's a projected of all of these calls would be done with the van that we're getting.
Where there's a hold, yes.
Where there's a hold,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's a very best case scenario, but I want to.
Under current projections, we can
right.
look at it
I want to
later
set the bar very high. I know I have some eye rules back there with our MET team, but that's my expectation.
Okay. And then the other 70% were, I know we got a statement earlier about how we handcuff and how we transport people. If we, at a future time, were to increase that number 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, we're cutting down eventually on the number of people who would be transported in the back of a cruiser.
So can I follow up on the handcuffing issue? Because
Yeah.
we had a really robust discussion about that. And I'm going to ask my MET team, they're back there, if I misstep, will you come up and rescue me? So, and initially we were absolutely opposed to the handcuffing and transportation. And I actually got a little tutorial, is that I'm actually conceptually in agreement with it, but I also know that it is just not feasible at this point in time. So we agreed to do some research. We're going to look at what resources are out there. Is there, like the county uses a contract ambulance service, and how effective is that? What is the turnaround time? So from the time we make the request to the time we get an ambulance there to transport to a hospital, what does that time look like? Referring to Mr. Coombs's reference as far as a request where they wait 7 hours for an ambulance. Now keep in mind, someone's in crisis. Someone is having some type of mental health episode, and we're going to wait 7 hours. That's just not sensible. So I live in 24-hour periods, and so we move it along. If someone's in crisis, let's make the move and get them to a facility. So we're going to put some pretty defined thresholds that we're going to want as far as an ambulance service, and what does that look like as far as a price point? And it's probably going to be really, really expensive. The other thing with an ambulance is it's a 4-point restraint, and with handcuffs, and I know the optics just don't look good because it's someone who is having a medical episode and we're handcuffing them, but in the interest of their safety in the officer's safety, in the community safety. It is just a prudent way to go. So I can provide case studies, our Met folks can, and any police officer as far as who an individual, a subject that's in crisis that is calmed down, and then they have an episode, and you don't know what's going to happen, and when it does happen, it can be pretty explosive. Thrashing, head banging, breaking out windows in a police car, getting out of a moving police car, getting out of a moving ambulance. So today, right now, it's the most prudent to handcuff, seatbelt, in a compartment, dialoguing the whole time for transporting. I believe in 10 years from now is that it will look much differently. I think that folks will start cutting out money to have a very quick and efficient transportation to the hospital. And just one other footnote there. There's no guarantee once you get to a hospital that it's going to be seamless. And we've had folks that have had episodes at the hospital because of the anxiousness, waiting for a medical doctor and delays there. So it's a very fragile process to manage. Our Met team, our outside training does a good job of training our folks to exercise patience, to recognize symptomology, so we do it effectively. Hold on.
If I could, while the chief turns around, I'd like to clarify that 5150 specifically is with regard to people who are a danger to themselves or a danger to others. And those are exacting decisions, as exacting as we can, and it represents risk. So while the chief is using great diplomatic vocabulary, we're concerned about safety for everybody involved, including the person who's in crisis, danger to themselves, and danger to others.
And just to clarify, the handcuffing only happens during transport.
Well, they're going to be restrained until we do a handoff.
Sure.
So a handoff, I'm using police problems. When we do the intake process, and the hospital is going to accept the patient,
right.
and typically they may put them in a restraint device.
Right.
I'm going to introduce.
Real quick, I only ask that because I don't want people at home thinking we're going out and restraining people on the street. This is only specifically for transporting to hospital to get the care and in the, for our protocols in the back of a police cruiser. Okay, sorry.
This is our mental health clinician supervisor. So she oversees not only our department, but Pomona to Burbank. In addition to that, on the weekend, she works the county's mobile response team. So anecdotally, because I'm prattling on here, I want her to share in part of this discussion. So I'll let you introduce yourself, okay?
Sure. I think I've met most of you before, but my name is Audrey Casabella. I work for the Department of Mental Health as a mental health clinical supervisor. Like I said, I do 17 cities from Pomona to Burbank, but I also do PMRT every Sunday. So I do have experience with both the transport with our police units, our Met units within all those cities, and then I have also the experience with utilizing ambulances with our PMRT teams. If you guys have any questions related.
Okay. Well, no, great. Thank you. I appreciate you coming down here.
Of course.
Sorry, I wanted to ask the chief real quick. Burbank 17 square miles, are we,
Go ahead,
when we
sir.
say hospital transport, are we always going to Providence, or where do we send people?
Actually, we don't. So depending on what the circumstances are, the behavior, the history, if there's insurance, if I didn't say age, is that our Met folks are going to look to see what is going to be the best fit for that patient. And also the availability of beds. So it could be all of you, it could be down in the harbor, it could be at a private hospital. If it's a juvenile, it could be somewhere else. So it just depends. And that's where the sophistication of this program has really grown, is that even if our Met team is doing something else, they'll get a consultation, and they'll start helping the patrol folks as far as a bed to get the best fit. Did I say that right? Here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I went through this with the chief yesterday, so I just wanted to get all of that out. Do we have questions? We have our police commission here. You can ask questions if you like. Council, you can ask questions. We've got OIR here. We've got our chief and the Department of Mental Health available. So there were a number of recommendations. There were a number of exemplary remarks. Do appreciate that. Yes, Ms. Farris.
Here you go.
You can, yeah, from there if you want.
Thank you. So just related to what we're talking about right now, you had mentioned the possibility of looking into private ambulances for these for transportation. And so I was just wondering, and then of course the cost associated with that. And so I understand also that when officers transport someone, oftentimes they do have to wait at the hospital too, right, for admission. So just to clarify, would the officers hand off the person to the ambulance, staff, and they would then go to the hospital, just trying to figure out, the trade-offs of the cost of the ambulance, the cost of, the literal cost of paying an officer for X hours, and also just of them not being available for calls here because they're transporting and they're at the hospital. So just trying to understand that.
Right. So that's a really good question. So the hold is going to be a transfer of care. So even though it's being transported, the subject's being transported, the transfer of care, the care is the hold that the officer clinician would actually transfer that care at the hospital. So does that mean one or both of the clinician and officer? I think initially it's going to be a yes, so that there is a seamless handoff. And there is time at the hospital. Whatever medical facility that we end up using, there's time associated with that. It can go from 15 minutes to an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours. It's typically called wall time because you're standing by a wall waiting for service. Okay, that answer it? Okay.
Any other commissioners? Yes, Mr. Ellman?
Thank you. A 5150 hold is for 72 hours. A lot of people in crisis, I would think, need more than 72 hours of care. What happens after the 72 hours?
Go ahead and grab the mic and answer.
So it's just an application for detention. It doesn't mean that it is going to be 72 hours. In the event that the doctor does their own assessment, they'll decide, okay, is it 24 hours? Is it 72? Or is it going to be longer? Then it can turn into a 14-day hold. It can turn into a 30-day hold. Just depends on what the client is presenting with. But they'll keep them as long as they feel like they need to keep the individual safe, as long as they continue to meet the criteria of being either a danger to themselves, a danger to other, or not being able to care for themselves.
Just to follow up on that, 72-hour hold can be made there on site. Anything past 72 hours, a clinician or a physician has to make that determination. And then anything past 14 days has to be seen by a judge or a legal advocate. Is that correct? Okay.
He would know better than me.
I'm switching hats a little bit to the day job piece. So there's another way to look at this as well. When a 5150 hold, it's actually an application for a 5150 hold. Mm-hmm. And then what ends up happening is whoever wrote that hold, whether it's an officer or whether it's the clinician, they are responsible for the well-being of that individual until they transport them to what's called an LPS designated facility that has the ability to receive them. So let's say I wrote a hold, or let's say our clinician or officer wrote a hold. They can't, if they're waiting 7-8 hours for transportation, for example, they can't then just decide that they're going to cancel the hold. They are legally obligated to get them to the LPS designated facility, and then from there it flips a little bit. The hold, a licensed professional is allowed to maintain the hold until the individual no longer meets criteria. So it's the responsibility of who's writing the application to get them to a designated facility. It's the responsibility of the professional providing the service at the facility to release as soon as they no longer meet criteria. So it's an application, it is correct, it's an application for up to 72 hours, and then they can do another 14 days, and then they can do it up to 30 days, and there's processes in there. But we have to use this concept of the least restrictive environment, and that's when we would release from a hold. So it's not just an automatic 3-day trip to the hospital.
Yeah. And anyway, it is very complicated. My great uncle was Nick Petrus. He wrote the Landryman-Petrus Short Act. It's very complicated. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for these lines of questions. It's very interesting and important to know how this process works. So I have a question about the transfer from the vehicle to the LPS center, the facility. Does the kind of vehicle that the individual is being transported in, does that affect the transfer? So for example, if an individual is in a police car with handcuffs versus being in a ambulance on a 4-point restraint, would that be a different kind of transfer to the facility?
Go ahead. I don't think so.
No?
I don't think it is, but
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry. There's obviously more space in an ambulance, more room to stretch out, but in regards to being in restraints, I believe it's pretty similar. It's 4-point restraints, the two ankles and the wrists, but there are times where they're able to put a sheet over the restraints when they're rolling them into the hospital. But other than that.
Okay, so but either way, though, they remain in restraints until they've been admitted?
Until they do the transfer to the hospital.
Transfer?
Correct.
Okay. But so the handcuffs, and it's a leg restraint too in the police
In the
vehicle?
ambulance. No.
In the police car, it's just the... Okay.
Handcuffs.
Then they are more, they're able to get up and walk around and versus in an ambulance where they wouldn't be able to because they would be restrained
They're
on a
transported
gurney.
on a gurney.
Right, okay, so they'd be forced to lay down. I'm assuming that the individuals that are being transferred are lucid, if they're not combative and they're not like in a state of crisis, that they're lucid, they're not, for the most part, they can talk to you, they can have conversation, and so it's not like they are comatose or that they are so sick that they can't move. I mean, they can, sit up and talk and have conversation and that kind of thing, right? Okay.
So talk about the distinction between someone who needs a medical, that has a medical issue. A medical issue is going to trump the 5150 hold. So if there is some medical distress, then there's going to be that medical triage first, then they'll address the mental health disorder or the episode that they're having. So so the scenario that you're talking about, if they're comatose, or they go directly to the ER, and there's a physician that's going to look at them.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is because I'm thinking that if someone's waiting there for like an hour or two to be admitted, I'm sure it'd be much more comfortable to sit up and move around and have some ability to move versus being, 4-point restrained on a gurney for hours, so.
I agree, but it's going to be situation driven.
That's true, okay.
Yeah.
And then with the new vehicle that's coming, it was mentioned that it's a 5-point harness versus a handcuff, so that would be a more comfortable position or more?
It depends. It's by agency, by type of vehicle that they're using, it may be slightly different. If we're transporting an ambulance, it's not uncommon to use 4 or 5-point restraint, the wrists, the ankles, and possibly a waist belt. But in a seated position, you can think of kind of like like a racing harness of sorts.
Right. Yeah, I can see the challenge of definitely balancing comfort and making sure that it's low distress, at the same time, though, making sure everybody's safe and that the individual is restrained enough so that if they have an episode that they aren't going to be a danger to themselves or others, so it makes sense.
We're in absolute agreement. We are in absolute agreement, and that's why I kind of reversed myself with the OIR. We're in agreement with that. It's just that what are the resources that are out there that are available, and just based on my experience and our experience as a department, it's not out there.
Right.
So that's why we modified it.
Right. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, if I can just jump in and comment on that, having ground floor experience myself, a lot of times I think the issue doesn't so much lie in how you're restraining somebody, it is that time differential between getting to care versus waiting hours and hours. That can really change a situation.
Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to address also, we talked about it earlier, having a conversation with the individual to let them know that they will be handcuffed, if that would de-escalate the situation. But I am sure at times you're dealing with some individuals that may not even understand what it means if they're really in distress and they're having an episode. So I don't know at what point do you believe they understood what they were about to be taken to or getting handcuffed, if that would de-escalate their anxiety.
So Officer Kyles is our sworn, is is the partner in the co-response model. So this is what she does every day. So I'm going to defer, I mean, I can answer it, but I want the subject matter expert to answer it. And she loves presenting in front of City Council. She just loves it.
That makes me feel like she doesn't. All right. Come up here, Officer Kyles.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This is a case-by-case situation. So a lot of times we try to prevent telling them that they're going to be handcuffed because sometimes it can trigger the situation. But depending on who we're working with, if we feel that if we explain to them why we're handcuffing them, it's only going to be for transportation, it's part of a policy, it does seem to calm down certain situations, but it really just depends on who we're working with and how we feel like they'll respond. A lot of times if we're just able to put the handcuffs on them and then explain after why we put the handcuffs, that also has been a reason why we've been able to de-escalate situations as well.
If I could follow up on that. So Ms. Magula came up here and mentioned that OIR was interested in looking at the policy on informing. What, in your mind, what do you think could be addressed? Where do you think the Office of Independent Review is nitpicking on this?
So I know one of the things that they brought up was we weren't able to explain to them why they were going to the hospital. We waited a little bit, but that's also the same situation why if we told them too soon, sometimes it triggers them and then we're ending up tussling with them to try to get them restraint. So it's really just a case-by-case scenario. We can't treat everything the same because how we worked with somebody on the first case, it will be a lot different with the next person. It's really hard to say that we do the same thing with everybody. It's, like I said, it's really just case-by-case.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to weigh in. So I found in reading the report, which is a very nice light, evening read before bed, all 75 pages. I found the Easter egg on page 15, footnote 9, and I was hoping that Mr. Giannacco and team could address that. Just for the benefit of the public, footnote 9 says that some jurisdictions in California and legislators in Sacramento are discussing ways to consciously move away from traffic stops that are predicated on minor equipment violations only, with a goal of minimizing contacts that have been found to be historically discriminatory. You wrote in the report, the Police Commission may wish to consider initiating that discussion in Burbank. So could you, Mr. Giannacco or team, provide a little context to what the discussion, what the environment's been like in the state capitol, and what do you mean by that last sentence of your recommendation? What sorts of things might the Police Commission want to be looking at in the months ahead?
Vice Mayor Schultz, thank you for the question, and appreciate you actually read a footnote.
I read everything, Mr. Giannacco.
The discussion has already begun in many halls, in many communities, about the notion of pretext stops, the notion of whether stops for equipment violations are appropriate. there are a number of reasons for that. I think the primary reason, though, is the RIPA data that has come out that shows that with regard to stops, searches, and other aspects involving discretionary actions by police, that there is disproportionality with regard to that. By that I mean people of color tend to be stopped more frequently, tend to be searched more frequently, tend to be arrested more frequently than others. And one of the solutions, or one of the ways to ameliorate that disparity that people are talking about, is removing some of that discretion, and then also considering the value of stopping an individual whose license plate is awry, or stopping an individual whose air freshener is blocking the rearview mirror, or stopping an individual even who may have a tail light that's out, and instead identifying the car and then sending the motorist or the owner of the car a letter, rather than stopping intrusion on freedom, and then eventually potential arrests. The other reason that there's a discussion is that many agencies admitted that this stopping for equipment violations is actually a technique in the effort to try and use that stop to get a further violation, finding a gun in the car, et cetera, and then it all spirals. And so,
Is that why they call it pretext?
that's why they call it a pretext. And the U.S. Supreme Court has said over and over again, the California Supreme Court has said it as well, that this is a legitimate police activity, that it can be done. But then the question is, should it be done? Is it wise policing practice? Is it effective? Is it worth the risk versus the disparity issues, the trust issues, and all that, and potential use of force issues and all those things? And Senator Bradford introduced a bill into the legislature this past term that would have eliminated the ability of officers to conduct pretext stops or any stops for simply minor equipment violations. Not for speeding, not for traffic violations, not for active motorists behaving badly and not following the rules of the law, but for the minor equipment violations that perhaps can better and more efficiently be handled other ways. So that's the reason for the footnote. We thought that since you have a police commission particularly who is focused on police issues, that this may be a vehicle in which this discussion could be had. This may all be trumped if that bill ends up getting passed someday and signed by the governor, because then it'll be moot. But if it's not, that doesn't mean that any city could impact the way in which the police in its community decides to enforce or not enforce these types of violations. It's already happening in some jurisdictions. LAPD, through its police commission, has placed controls on what officers now can do with regard to equipment violations. And that could be done despite what the legislature may or may not do in Sacramento. So I think that sort of sums up in more detail the reason for that one paragraph footnote.
Thank you, Mr. Giannakko. That's exactly what I was looking for. To the Police Commission, I would just add that that was Senator Bradford's Senate Bill 50, which was introduced and polled this year. I anticipate it'll probably be reintroduced early next year, so happy to chat with any of you with my liaison colleague offline about that.
Real quick,
yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, just my own footnote. SB 50 is the reason why I abstained from item number 4 about an hour ago. So there you go.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to page 35 of the report, my last question. So I wanted to talk about the issue of vehicular pursuits, and I think Mr. Giannakko and team, this is again back to you. So I was reading the last couple paragraphs on page 35 and that footnote. I did it again. So if I'm piecing it all together, it sounds like despite the fact that we have revised and have a new policy in place, and I think this year's set of data, there's a very good explanation. The officers are still learning how to comply with the policy. But am I reading correctly, it looks like in the last, maybe 5 to 7 years, we have historically had, from my perspective, a layperson's perspective, a relatively high, maybe 30, 40, 50% of reviewed cases being out of compliance. Could you, as I'm asking you to have a little bit of a historical lens here, what kind of things have you seen in your review that are demonstrating, although minor in nature, why do we continue to have so many that are out of compliance with departmental policy?
And Mr. Vice Mayor, that's an excellent question. Part of what the department was trying to do between 2013 and 2019 was revise a extremely restrictive vehicle pursuit policy. The initial course correction when the department saw that pursuits were kind of exponentially growing in the city was to create a policy that was very prescriptive. It had a whole series of very complicated guidelines that officers had to follow. And it was, quite frankly, not very user-friendly. It went so far in our review to almost take the concept of vehicle pursuit off the table altogether, even when a vehicle pursuit might have been necessary or reasonable from a public safety perspective. And so what we saw then, Mr. Vice Mayor, was that even when officers were engaging in vehicle pursuits, they were being deemed out of policy because they didn't follow exactly the stringent guidelines that the policy outlined. So it was almost a technicality in some of these cases that they were being found out of policy. A for example would be an officer thought that he or she had the appropriate rationale to engage in a formal vehicle pursuit, began the pursuit, realized within seconds at times, that the pursuit was not actually justified, terminated the pursuit, and then that pursuit was found to be out of policy. So it was happening in seconds because of the nature of the policy. The course correction that happened more recently in 2021 really allowed for a little more discretion in the field by the officers. And we felt that despite some of the recommendations that we made that provide some more guidelines and more documentation, that the policy now is more appropriate than it was in 2013.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
Yeah, sure.
Chief, anything that you wanted to add?
So I'm going to actually quit dropping stuff here. Hand it off to Captain Cornelius. So the policy has been kind of the great debate for our organization. We had working groups, we've made policy changes, and we were going to make it more user-friendly, and we did a horrible job. So I think now we're in a better place. I'll let Captain Cornelius, who oversees the Patrol Bureau, kind of walk you through where we finally landed on, because to Teresa's point, of the out of policy pursuits, a lot of them the officers self-terminated, and it's still a pursuit, and we still have to decide whether in or out of policy. So the number looks unsettling, but it's not. So Adam, you think there?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Police Commissioners. I'm Adam Cornelius, Captain of the Patrol Division. So yes, we did have an issue with the number of pursuits that were being deemed out of policy. One of our primary sticking points in previous years, especially were DUIs, where the policy was very conflicting. It would tell officers that you can't pursue a DUI unless the driving is so egregious that it's unsafe, because we need to apprehend this person. But then at the same time, now we're telling them you can't pursue a vehicle that is driving so unsafe that it presents a danger to the public, based against the offense. So there was a lot of conflict, a lot of misunderstanding, and a lot of in-the-moment decisions that at 3 o'clock in the morning, going 70 miles an hour, the officers are making a decision, and then some months later, when I'm sitting in an office with a cup of coffee, reading reports and looking at video for hours on end, we're making decisions saying, well, okay, we're second-guessing them and saying that that's out of policy. So there were changes made in the policy there. What we've seen mostly in the last year, some instances with speed, particularly on the freeway in the middle of the night, where the reason for the pursuit was completely valid. But when we're looking at speeds that are starting to tip up over 100 miles an hour and doing a balance test of saying, is the risk to everybody involved with this worth apprehending this person, or is it better to let it go? And as the chief alluded to, in a lot of those cases, officers were self-terminating, saying after a period of time, this isn't worth it, we're letting this go. But we still have a period of time where essentially we're deeming it out of policy. But a lot of this is self-correcting, and this is a very nitpicky assessment of it. And we're finding in this large picture of what this pursuit was that involves multiple officers, multiple vehicles, we're finding one thing, one pillar of that is out of policy, then we're deeming it out of policy. And the vast majority of these cases, these are training issues, where it's something we do a big debrief with everybody involved. We discuss the points of what we have seen, what our assessment was, where we could do better. We make sure everybody understands what the expectation is in the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Captain. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Captain, for the people watching at home, when an officer terminates a pursuit, are we letting the bad guy go? What happens after that point?
No, it's not just being let go. Based on, of course, every situation is different, but based on the circumstances, there are a number of different investigative tools that can be leveraged. It's not going to be the immediate apprehension, but there's going to be some delay in working on it. There are many other ways to apprehend people, even if we have to let them go in the time.
All right. I mean, we've got the license plate, we've got the make and model of the car, sometimes we've even got images of the driver. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff we can do.
There's always investigative leads to pursue.
Okay.
Sometimes they don't go where we would like them to go, but there are things that we can do.
Okay. All right. I appreciate
even when we
that.
terminate them in the moment pursuit.
Okay. I just don't want people thinking at home that we're just giving up and letting people go because they're driving too fast. That's not how we deal with.
No.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, you took two of them because I had the footnotes circled right here.
I got another footnote, but I'll save that.
Well, I'll take one that's not on the footnotes. So I really appreciate an attachment to the responses to the recommendations. I think they helped answer a lot of my questions about what we're doing to address it, and I really appreciate that. Again, the attention to detail. One question I did have, though, is for recommendation 2 about promoting strategies for empathy. I know that in the response we talked about the importance, and I feel you, I know it's there, but and I know that the work is being done, so I'd love to hear about the tangible, meetings that's been talked about, the trainings. I think sometimes, we sprinkle these in throughout the year. I'd love to hear a short and comprehensive summary.
So I don't have the recommendation in front of me. Can you read it so that we can give the public context, because there's a couple components to it.
So recommendation 2 is BPD should continue to promote strategies for empathy, dispassionate explanations, and de-escalation in situations that may have a racial subtext in the perception of subjects.
So that recommendation was also addressed in the July and September management team meetings, and I did footnote it in the responses. But it's really how officers manage themselves when they're managing other individuals, is to recognize that the use of de-escalations or an expanded explanation really goes a long way. For some folks who have had an unpleasant experience with law enforcement in the past, just hitting the pause button for a second, explaining to them the reason why they are being stopped, absent any provocative behavior on their part, goes a long way. And I think with the officers, especially the younger officers that have different life experiences, kind of recognize that it's you're going to have greater success with the expanded explanation. And if someone is having a tough time and they're maybe recognizing their personal plight or whatever. So that's what we're talking about, and I believe that that was the intent of the recommendation, is that if you just slow down a little bit when you're engaging folks, you're going to have a better successful outcome, especially for people of color that may be anxious by being stopped or engaging law enforcement. Does that help?
And can you talk a little bit to the trainings? Because I know you're doing them.
What's that?
Can you talk a little bit to the trainings that are happening in the department?
So there's, in fact, in the corner pocket over there, stand up. This is our new training coordinator, Sergeant Jonathan Dugas. So he's taking notes as far as all the follow-up that is going to be required. And so he's responsible for making sure that the training happens department-wide. So you have policy training, you have daily roll call training, and I call anecdotal training. So if had a contact with an individual the day before that may have been odd, provocative, is that share it in roll call and as far as how it was managed. And my mantra is you manage yourself first before you manage the incident. You manage yourself. Well, I'm going to hand off to Captain Puglisi. Go ahead.
So with respect to training, we've been at this for actually a couple years now. There's a company out there called Why'd You Stop Me? And their whole focus is on engaging different segments of the community, whether it be communities of color, whether it be dealing with people that have mental illness, whether it's dealing with our former something that we would enforce before with prostitution, and taking a look at it through a new lens of human trafficking and how so many of these individuals are actually victims that are forced into this type of behavior. So that group has come in. We put on training at the supervisor level. That's also been pushed down into other areas of the organization. And then we've also had focus groups that we've facilitated through that training so that we can try to increase our awareness, like I said, of just different folks in the community that we represent and try to build our ability to empathize with them in those situations.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I know we're doing the trainings, and I love hearing about it for our benefit and for the benefit of the public.
So just to give you the backstory on what happened here, I met with the command staff and I told them when I start babbling, that because just come up, stand next to me, touch me, and I'll sit down. So that was a big time pick-me-up because I completely forgot about that program. And actually, Courtney Paget found the funding for that to underwrite that training. So you have the formalized training, you have the anecdotal training, you have all of that. So that help you out? Yeah.
Could I ask the sergeant who's working on this training here about?
Come on up.
Yeah, come on up. I'm gonna grill you a little bit. I got a very specific question. Very specific question. Talk to me about autism, neurodiversity, people who are a little bit different mentally, not necessarily going through a mental health crisis, but what kind of training are we looking at? Have we broached that? Have we hit a little bit of this in there? Oh,
I'm going to do a quick handoff.
okay. Hey, that's all right.
We've put on use of force trainings, and a lot of the training has a mental health consideration component to it. So each segment, one of them was with autism, and so we specifically go over how to approach them, how to, things that we can do to lessen the situation, turning off our sirens, how to approach things like if an individual is flapping, that is their coping mechanism. That I know a lot of times for us may seem like a safety issue, but for them that's how they cope. And so if we allow them to continue to do their coping mechanism, it can make the situation a lot better. So that was one of the things that we did focus on, mental health considerations, and uses of force, and just working with individuals on a daily basis.
Okay, thanks. Good handoff.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Coombs.
Yeah, I've just got one thing. I neglected to, in looking at my copy, I neglected to include this. I was mentioning how the commissioners are involved actively in the community, and I wanted to just note, there's a flyer that was handed out when the materials came around, that Commissioner McKenna, in his role with the Pedestrian Safety Subcommittee, along with his involvement with the Kiwanis Club, is offering a bike and pedestrian rodeo. That's going to be on Sunday, October 15th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. The event will take place at Burbank High School, and flyers have been distributed.
Yes, Ms. Furzan.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I just have a question relating to the review of any kind of public complaints or public comments that come in, and whether that's misconduct or bias policing and all those things. So I'm just wondering, are there other departments? I understand the challenges of this too. So is there a way to also, of course, if they are in agreement, to sort of survey those that have submitted the comments and kind of their thoughts after the process has been completed and they've received the letter and the investigation is complete, whichever way, whatever the finding is. So I understand the challenge of, folks may not want to participate in that, or if they may not feel comfortable sharing their thoughts with the department directly, if it's not anonymous or even if it is, and all those kinds of things. But just wondering if there's a way to go beyond just evaluating, which the department successfully does, a holistic, very thorough review, right, of hitting all these points, but just wondering how the person, who initiated that process feels at the end. And again, knowing that some people may just, they're never going to be happy, right, if it doesn't go the way that they feel it should. But is there any way to, look at the process from that side?
It's a good suggestion. It's counterbalanced, the suggestion's counterbalanced by the outreach and whether or not a person would be wanting to participate in that kind of information. But I do think that there could be a way to evaluate how that system is being looked at from the perspective of the complainant. There's no question.
Has OIR ever tried to follow up with the complainant after the fact, or?
We do follow up with a complainant after the fact. Sometimes complainants will come directly to us because they don't feel comfortable going to the department. And so in that case, we will talk to the complainant at the beginning of the process about the options that are available.
Wait, how does that happen? Do we have a policy where we tell, if someone's complaining of the department and they said, I want to talk to somebody else, do we refer them to you?
No, it's the other way around, Mayor. So because there are some people that recognize we are the IPA, they will reach out to us either through email or for telephone call or et cetera. And then we will have sometimes we'll have a conversation with them to talk to them about what the complaint process is. We'll explain it to them, and we'll explain the role of the IPA to them, which oftentimes emboldens them or makes them feel sufficiently comfortable to then actually file a complaint.
So I guess my question is, how are they finding you? Are you listed on our website or like, okay. So if someone does some digging and says who's,
Yes,
okay.
we are.
Okay.
We are. Yes, sir.
I have a quick question. Do you ever refer them back to the chief or ask the chief to respond in regard to their complaint or questions to get verification or clarification to what the merit of the complaint?
Sure. I mean, we will eventually, as we tell the potential complainant, we're eventually going to take a look at your complaint, and we're going to evaluate how well or not the Burbank Police Department responded to your complaint, whether we thought the investigation was thorough, unbiased, and then whether we thought the outcome made sense. And so sometimes we will get a repeat outreach at the end of the process as well, where we'll have a discussion with the complainant and give them our view of what we thought of that whole process. Sometimes the complainant only wants what they want, but I think that it does help because a number of complainants want to be taken seriously. And if there's more process, if they realize there's an independent monitor that's looking at it, they will feel like the process isn't what I wanted. I wanted that officer fired. That didn't happen. But at least I now understand that it was taken seriously. I also think the notification letters that my colleague Steve was talking about helps with regard to that. Instead of a form letter saying, thank you very much for your participation in this process, our officers never do anything wrong and never did in this case. That's never satisfying to a complainant. Sometimes it's got even the wrong name. They don't even change the name of the complainant. And so that boilerplate response is not helpful. And I think that does go a long way to ensure at least that the complainant realizes it was taken seriously. There was a legitimate investigation into the incident. Sure.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, thank you for the clarification. I wonder if there might be a way to, in that letter, include a link to an anonymous survey or something like that, which folks may or may not take advantage of, something like that, just to, see what happens.
Something worth thinking.
You want to add someone to your team right here? You got
We do need to preserve some separation between the functions.
Sure.
So
Fair enough.
OIR is hired under contract with our office to do oversight. Police Commission has a more regular role, so
Fair
we
enough.
don't want to mix the teams.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We can compare notes though, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Okay.
I have a quick general question. So you mentioned that recent years you've been doing more of these oversight projects. Approximately how many cities did you do oversight projects for this year?
Thank you for that question. In the past calendar year, we had 15 agencies under contract, and that has expanded and contracted over time. But certainly, we're looking, expanded.
Okay. And then, just out of curiosity, how does Burbank measure up with the compared to the other cities?
That's the favorite question. I think we've expressed over the course of this presentation that Burbank really is years ahead of some other jurisdictions. When we have the privilege of being engaged with a department and a city, certainly we are bringing the Burbank model to those engagements. We cite them and what the department is doing often. So we've had, of course, the benefit of working with this city and with the department for many years, much longer than other jurisdictions. And the city has embraced the concept of oversight much earlier. And so to their credit, they're really one of the, I hesitate to use the term gold standard, but certainly we hold them in high regard in that respect.
Great. Thank you so much.
I wanted to shift gears just a little bit. There's a couple of policies I wanted to discuss with our police commission here at present. Firstly, in 2018, when we did the body-worn camera, I stood at this podium and I requested that our policy include taking a statement from an officer after a use of force incident before they were permitted to review the footage of the body-worn camera, and then subsequently allow them to watch the camera and revise their statement, and only allow the revised statement to be released publicly. I feel as though it's important to capture that point in time clarity of the officer before watching the footage. I believe OIR had made a recommendation at that time. Can you refresh my memory?
I remember you making the comment when you were not mayor. And I also, you've absolutely articulated exactly OIR Group's position on this. It's a minority position, but we think it's the appropriate position. Better to get that pure statement with regard to a force incident or an internal affairs investigation, and then allowing the officer to see the video or any other information, and then allowing the officer an opportunity to see whether or not that video refreshed the recollection and modify the statement anyway. That is our position.
But City Council did get a briefing memo on this subject recently that addressed the department's position, and Mr. Giannacco did say it is their comment was a minority position, and the police department's memo identified the prevailing position, which was also necessary for Burbank to become a leader in deploying the Axon. We needed the cooperation and agreement of the people who wear those cameras. And so it's a delicate balance to get that participation.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a memo, the weekly manager's report, September 8th, outlines that. And we did, we moved forward with the support of the department to do the it started as a pilot program, and it was very successful, and we moved forward on that. I would like to talk about it today to see if we're at the point now where we can review this policy and possibly, implement something like this. And I think it harkens back to what we were hearing at the beginning of the report, where we have a very advanced police department with very advanced policies. We're nitpicking here. We're finding not the low-hanging fruit. This is like top of the tree kind of things that we're trying to just fine-tune here. And so I wanted to ask my police commissioners first if they have any thoughts on this, if they have any opinions on that policy, and then I'll ask my council members here.
So I don't know the exact date offhand, but I know that sometime in the last 2 years, we did review the policy around body-worn cameras. And our primary focus has been around reviewing policies, requesting a presentation from the department, and then having a discussion and making recommendations based on that. We can absolutely go back. If in our next meeting, if we agendize that for a future meeting, we could absolutely do that.
I would want to make sure to point out that the council does not review and approve the policies themselves. This is a police department operational consideration that certainly involves meet and confer with the union. Right. I don't want you to give the public the impression that the council separately agendizes and modifies individual policies. That's not the appropriate role.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
For me, it's talking to, what I'd like to see happen is a discussion. If it doesn't happen here, at least to discuss it at the police commission and go through it.
Mr. Mayor, we did discuss this, as Chairman pointed out, and at the time I asked the chief about it, and he basically explained to us that it's a 50-50 thing across the nation, and the people who feel the way, both either side of it. I kind of feel like the only reason not to let them watch the cam is if you're playing gotcha. You're trying to catch somebody at it. I also, for the first time, heard them describing that first recollection. That's something I never would have thought of. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I thought it was the presentation the chief gave us, which couldn't have been more honest in saying that everybody in the industry is split. We're not going to come up with a consensus that is nationwide. Everybody has the same concern.
I'll open it up to my council members.
I'm glad the city attorney reminded us that this is a meet and confer item, and it has to be blessed by the police association along with the chief, and it's a policy decision. So giving that reminder, I appreciate your comment about looking into it, but I would want to leave that to the chief and to discuss it with the commissioner to the appropriate way or the right way to just have a topic and discussion without violating the policy rules, and also the meet and confer with the police association.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll jump in.
Oh, yeah.
I guess my question is to the city attorney and the city manager by extension, but if that really is the route that we would have to go, and I'll just put my position on the record, I think that our department complies with the industry standard, absolutely. I do think this is the future of policing, and I think 20 years from now, departments are going to have changes in policies. That's just from my vantage point and what I'm seeing. I don't think the police commission really has a role in that conversation. I guess if there were any direction, it would be to have staff meet and confer with the union and see if there's a point of agreement and perhaps report back to council. But that's really a council determination. Am I missing anything procedurally, city attorney?
I'm sorry, which is the council determination?
Well, I guess it would be, again, you're right, we can't really change the policy. The only thing that we could really do is direct staff to meet and confer with the union and see if there's a point of agreement on changing policy.
You can certainly ask the city manager and the police chief who reports to the city manager to look further into it.
Right.
But the council doesn't get involved in the daily supervision and the implementation of those. The council really sits at a larger policy. So certainly you can request further oversight and further inroads into that. But the missing party in the room for this whole discussion are the officers that policy would affect.
Right.
And the details of that relationship and the oversight and the supervision and the implementation is something that is intimate to the internal operations of the department. So I think your concern has been heard again, because that memo is only about a month old. It's actually a recent consideration. So I'm sure it's on the police department's forefront, but we're well beyond the scope of an OIR review report.
Fair enough.
When we're talking about changing a very detailed policy that affects such an important issue that does receive a lot of scrutiny.
Okay, I think we can move on. All right. Mr. Coombs, last word.
Yeah, I was
on
just
this?
going to, what we could possibly do in a situation like this is the police commission is an advisory body. We don't make policy. We can request to review policy. We can have a discussion about policy. Using, for example, the pursuit policy is an example. What we heard tonight is that the policy can be very complicated, and we have officers kind of second guessing when they're in the moment of a situation. The police commission could have a role in something like that to review the policy to see if it's clear to us, and we can ask for clarification in that situation. We can then make recommendations on that, which is the best we can do. So coming back to the body cam piece, if we do review the body cam policy again, we can make recommendations. Again, we are only advisory in nature, but at the very least, we can take a deep dive to discuss it and explore it in partnership with the department.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would certainly point out that, as noted in the report, many of these incidents on a going forward basis, we have 12 angles of video. So there's no question about what happened. To Commissioner McKenna's point, you have to kind of evaluate what's the purpose. It doesn't change the fact that's really memorialized. In any event, I would defer to the police department, the city manager, and the police commission to listen to what the council said and review it. But I would leave it at that for the present, because there are a whole group of individuals that aren't here to kind of have that scrutinized.
Yeah. All right. Moving on. There has been a change in our communication. We went to a full encryption method with the police department. Chief, could you just give us a quick overview on that, so I'm not talking to a public who doesn't know what's going on?
So for the public, is that for our radio system, we went to an encryption mode in July. But you have to look back, there's like a 2-year journey for us, and it was based on criminal behavior. What we were seeing is criminal crews that were optimizing on technology to defeat our efforts to prevent crime. So we have criminals that have scanners and jammers. The scanners to monitor our radioactivity, and then that gives them an edge as far as police activity in a certain area. And as recently as less than a month ago, a crew had jammers that jammed cell phones and other technology, where they would actually place cameras across the street from a residence to monitor the residents who committed burglary, and as they approached, they would light up the jammers so that it would defeat individuals' ability to phone the police on a cell phone. So it's not one incident, there's multiple incidents. And it's not unique to Burbank, it's in the region. So there was a discussion that started 2 years ago that if we went to encryption, that we would at least thwart criminals that were using the scanners and scanner applications to defeat our crime-fighting efforts. But it was a collaboration with not only our department, but the Glendale Police Department, because we're used the same frequencies, the Glendale Fire Department, and the Burbank Police Department. So it's impacted 4 agencies. So that was, began the process in July. There's another cutover for Glendale that's, they're going to finish up in October. So that is the rationale, and that is where we're at right now. We believe that we are going to be in a more successful position as far as thwarting crime.
And just to clarify, Chief, when you say we, you did mention Glendale Fire, but I believe that's Verdugo Dispatch.
Correct.
Which affects Burbank, Pasadena, and Glendale, and all of the allied agencies who take services from Verdugo Dispatch.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
I've been getting some requests from some prominent journalists locally and some other individuals that I've only met since this encryption has gone over, asking about, who is monitoring the police. Who's watching the watchers? Basically, is the statements I keep getting. I understand and I appreciate that going to encryption helps the department and keeps people from staying a step ahead. What I would like to entertain is an idea of creating a verified user, a possible press verification to allow individuals who are part of the general press, people who are entrusted with the fourth pillar of our democracy, to be able to apply for and get vetted to have access to this.
So if I could interject, the criteria for who is the press has expanded exponentially. Who has credentials, who's allowed to capture information and report information. And such a decision wouldn't just affect the police, it would affect fire, it would affect at least 12 different fire agencies, and it would affect at least 2 different police agencies. And because of, you can't create an exception for 1 or 2 people without basically opening up the newly encrypted channels to individuals that we really can't play favorites for. So it would seem to me that that would defeat the entire notion that communications are encrypted. And it was also a decision that because of Burbank's relationships, joint dispatch and joint air support, we couldn't make that decision in a vacuum for just ourselves without affecting those relationships. Those relationships may actually end. So there's contractual relationships and operational relationships.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to piggyback off that. Chief, if you disagree with anything I'm saying, please tell me. But my understanding is the information that's relayed over those channels can include personal identifying information, tactical information, and my concern is that opening that up to the public or to an unauthorized user could not only jeopardize officer safety, but impact outcomes. I mean, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that. And just understand that the folks that are impacted were impacted by this. I reached out to them months before to give them a heads up that this could be impactful. I also reached out to other media personalities, Pete Demetrio, Steve Gregory, and asked them for the agencies that have encryption features, how are you able to get informed? And they said it's all workarounds. So Pew has it, Beverly Hills, they started naming off agencies. And they have their own internal network, and they will ping up each other, or they'll just phone the watch commander. So I got 2 emails that opposed the cutover. One, we responded, Captain Kremens responded, and then the second email actually was from the mayor with that same person's email attached to it. So there hasn't been an outreach to us directly, other than one notable person in the community who I've had conversations with as far as being empathetic to his plight and livelihood, but I don't know how we can get around it.
No, I would agree, Chief. And officer safety and good outcomes, I think, has to take priority here. The other things I would just say, Mr. Mayor, because it's a good question, it's the California Department of Justice, I would argue, that provides a lot of oversight to local departments. Special Prosecutions Section, of which I am a part, prosecutes police officers for criminal conduct. We have a robust Civil Rights Enforcement Section. So I would say that there is plenty of oversight, and I'd be happy to talk to anybody about that offline.
No, and I appreciate that. I think for me, it's about that real time response, and I'd be interested to see what these workarounds are in these other jurisdictions, and if there's a way we could look at finding those solutions, because these questions aren't going to go away, and I would just if there's a way to facilitate that, I don't know how to put it, that keeping an eye out.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Could we use this opportunity to actually ask OIR
Hey,
to
they're
what
here.
extent they, particularly knowing our environment and how Axon and Evidence.com integrate the 360 of a call, if they have
Yeah.
any concerns?
We recognize the issue, Mr. Mayor, Council, particularly because we've been through this journey in the city of Palo Alto, which I think is a city that we've had as long a standing relationship with the city of Palo Alto, maybe even longer than Burbank. And when the California Department of Justice came out with suggestions, recommendations to encrypt certain information that's broadcast over radio, many members of the Palo Alto community were unhappy that the chief of police and the leadership in Palo Alto decided to encrypt. I believe there have been adjustments since that time. I haven't kept on the issue as much as I might, but I would recommend that the chief talk with the chief of Palo Alto, and we can make that happen to see where they are now, because there was a lot of concern among those who like to get on the police scanner and listen to the traffic and go to calls, and some of them are members of the traditional media, others are more just a lot of free time on their hands. Nevertheless, I think they have worked it out, and at least the community is more satisfied with that eventual resolution in Palo Alto than they were.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to see, what kind of solutions they came up with. Mr. Kobe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to address the council, the Police Commission was presented on this subject, and I believe we requested we agendized the report to come back in April to give it enough time for the police department to collect data on the success of making this transition. So this will be something that we will be discussing in April.
Awesome. Okay, great. I'm satisfied with that. Okay. Any other questions, concerns? We've got everybody here. Yes? No?
No, I don't have concerns. I just want to really applaud the chief and the staff for doing such an amazing job. I was the clerk in 2012 when you started coming in, and I can definitely attest to the story that we're telling today is much different from what we told in 2012 and 2013, and it went on. So I'm very, very pleased with the outcome of the report. Yes, we're not perfect. We have some adjustments, but nobody is. And I do attribute that to definitely the chief, his leadership, and the whole entire police department. I want to also acknowledge the commissioners. I do attend your meetings as with the vice mayor, your liaison. I hear a lot of serious discussions that take place during your meetings, and you're all doing a great job, and I do applaud you as well. So that's the only comments I have. I think we asked them a lot of questions. We have great feedback. So with that, I'll leave it to my colleagues.
To piggyback on that, I just want to reiterate and lift up the earlier discussion about how Burbank Police Department is a model for other police departments to look to as a progressive police department. I think that's something to be very proud of in our community. One of the many highlights of what Burbank has to offer. And I also, as Councilmember Mullins mentioned with the police commission, I know that there was a rough patch there of getting things kind of up and running, getting things figured out of how you're going to run the commission and what you're going to talk about. And I'm really impressed with the number of items that you were able to cover and discuss in your commission meetings, and how organized and forward-thinking that you are. So kudos to everyone involved. This was an incredibly impressive result from all of this work together, and continue the great work. And again, just highlighting our model police department in Burbank.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. So, Mr. Giannacco and team, thank you again. Every year, presentation's always fantastic. Excellent recommendations, too. Chief, I didn't forget about you. Footnote 12, page 20. I appreciate you. I know you're personally passionate about the profanity policy. Appreciate you following up on that. I'll expect to talk to you about that tomorrow. But lastly, to the commission, I really just wanted to thank you all for your service. I don't have a favorite commission, but boy, if I did, it'd probably be the police commission. You ask tough questions. And Mr. Chair, I want to really end with you. Your level of communication with the council, these quarterly reports that you send, in my view, this is not a criticism of chairs of other commissions. It's a credit to you. I think that's the gold standard. And I wish every one of our board and commissions took that level of energy working with your colleagues to send that update through the liaisons to council. It is so helpful. So thank you all for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Man, you just gave everybody homework. No, thank you all for what you do. It's incredibly wonderful to see, and I trust your judgment and everything that you put forward. Clearly, you all care and take time to do this. Thank you to our review team at YR. I appreciate the report, all 71 pages. It was a great read. And for that reason, I stand by what I said a few months ago. We have the best police and fire in the nation. Thank you.
As was very obvious at the beginning of the meeting, my public stance on police and policing is very well known in the community. Because of that, I get some very specific questions. People reach out to me with things about policing that they don't feel comfortable reaching out to my colleagues. I tell them they should, but for whatever reason, because I take these public positions, I get things like the encryption complaints that come to me from very conservative members of our city who don't agree with me on anything else, but know that they have someone that they can talk to about these things. I have said time and time again, I am very, very critical about these issues, but there is very little for me to complain about with the Burbank Police Department. I'm going to repeat that. There is very little for me to complain about the Burbank Police Department. When people around the world ask me, they say, what are you talking about? You can't do these things with the police department. You can't make police do X, Y, and Z. What kind of a police department are you imagining in the world? And I tell them, a Burbank Police Department. The work that we as a community have done, and that, Chief, you've been here for a number of years doing the hard work. We have a department that models the type of behavior that the rest of the country is clamoring for. that people marched in the streets in 2020 demanded for. I am grateful that we have come this far. I am grateful that we are so far ahead of where we need to be. I'll keep pushing because that's why I'm here. But people, young folks, I talk to kids in high school, and every so often one will ask me, hey, I want to grow up to be a police officer. What should I do? And I'll tell them, I say, look, if you want to go anywhere, you come to Burbank. They're doing it right. It's the gold standard of what we should be doing. So, Chief, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Please tell all of your department heads, all of the folks who are working on our streets that they're doing the right thing. We'll keep pushing them. OIR, you guys have been doing great work for many years. And our police commission, we've revamped this commission. It is so different than it used to be. And I am so happy with the work that you're doing. It is a collaborative effort, and I'm excited to see where we can go and the next steps that we can take. So this is a note and file.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Sorry to fact check you. Those about encryption came to me too. I think they just liked you better.
Oh, okay.
But to be fair.
Okay, good. I didn't know.
And they came to you
know.
too.
May I
And
jump
you got
in?
some? Okay.
They came to me
Good.
too.
I think
Good.
we all
Fair
got
enough.
them.
All right.
So, I'm sorry.
And you got them too? Okay. All
Them
right.
too.
Yeah.
All right.
But I will say, Mayor, and I hope we can all agree, as a body, collectively on the whole, I hope our men and women in the department know that we stand firmly behind you, and we're very proud of the work that you do.
Thank you.
And just a really quick follow-up. So I'm really glad that you said what you just said, Mr. Mayor, and I hope the next time that you are on Fox News that you'll say that as well.
Or don't go on Fox
Or
News.
don't do, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
and,
enough.
you know, you have to answer the question, do you want to abolish the Burbank Police?
No, I don't want to abolish
Okay.
the Burbank Police Department. No. No. That is a very strange...
Final answer?
That's a final answer. It's very strange.
You would never say it ever again?
Well, look,
Can we
I
get
think we're
them in
getting
writing?
close to item 13.
Did I hear a note and file?
note and file.
I think
note and
we're
file.
all tired. We need, yes.
Abolition is a long term. It's a future. You guys are all right. Let's note and file. Thank you. And it is almost 11 o'clock. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. 2-minute break. All right. We'll do 2-minute because it will be 2-minute break. Everyone, we're gonna take a break. I know. No, I know. Well, I didn't say that. No. They asked me, they said, what's the end goal? I said, in the future. Yes, at a certain point. I had a long conversation. Oh my God, I know. No, I know. They're nuts. They're nuts. I have the raw. They sent me the full raw thing, but yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I have a feeling they're doing more. Giving you the responsibility to do those things. Yeah, right? That's
there are.
Is every situation where someone is taken by the Burbank Police Department? Sorry, I get a little punchy when I'm tired. That's all right.
That's all right. Oh, we gotta. Do we have to vote to move? Okay. Yes, we gotta open with that. Okay.
We're good. We got a quorum.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's start it up. Yeah. Yeah. We're on? We're back? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Seeing that we have a quorum, I would move to extend the meeting past 11 p.m.
All right. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes? Yes. All right, we got 3 votes. Let's move it. Okay, that's all I need. Now, this is the time and place for the hearing for a project number 23001387, introducing an ordinance to amend the city's zoning regulations related to the regulations for the conversion of existing businesses with drive-through and new and existing drive-through restaurants. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No? Real quick,
No.
Mr. City Attorney, I'm within 500 feet of a drive-through. Does that matter to me at all? I don't need to, that doesn't matter, right?
An existing drive-through.
An existing drive-through.
It shouldn't be an issue. This ordinance primarily makes unlawful new drive-throughs
Okay.
in residentially adjacent areas.
Okay. That just occurred to me, so I wanted to ask. All right, Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
You do.
Okay, and has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes and yes.
All right. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, members of City Council. My name is Joe Swanibucci, Associate Planner with the Planning Division of the Community Development Department. Tonight, the council will be considering a zone text amendment to modify the City of Burbank zoning regulations for the conversion of existing businesses with drive-through and new and existing drive-through restaurants. Can I have the presentation, please? Here we go. Nice. For several decades leading up to the late 1990s, drive-through restaurants had been a permitted use in the City of Burbank's commercial zones. In 1998, drive-through restaurants were deemed conditionally permitted uses, and businesses with drive-throughs were allowed to adaptively reuse locations with established drive-throughs and continue using those drive-throughs subject to specific provisions of the city's zoning code, such as Burbank Municipal Code Sections 10-1-1608 and 1609. A shift in consumer behavior has recently become more apparent through an increase in restaurants with smaller building footprints, which offer limited or, in some cases, no on-site dining. Excuse me. This allows the industry to maximize the use of the drive-through, reducing the required space for walk-up counter and dine-in service. These new restaurant prototypes have longer vehicle queuing lanes, for which the city's current development standards have not been updated to address. During high-demand periods, customer vehicle traffic has been reported and observed encroaching into the public right-of-way. Known as vehicle spillover, many residents have expressed that this behavior has negatively affected their quality of life. Specifically, adjacent residential and commercial neighborhoods have reported increased vehicular traffic, blocked driveways, trash, and unruly or disrespectful patrons. The map shown on this slide indicates the existing drive-through sites located within the city. Residentially adjacent drive-through sites are highlighted in red and are concentrated along West Olive Avenue, Magnolia Boulevard, and Victory Boulevard. Drive-through sites that are more than 150 feet away from residentially zoned property are highlighted in green, with a concentration of those facilities located along San Fernando Boulevard. The demand for potential drive-through sites on commercial corridors has raised community concerns that existing commercial businesses with drive-throughs may be converted into new or replacement restaurants with drive-throughs. These effects may be particularly acute for drive-throughs located adjacent to single-family residential neighborhoods and along major commercial corridors already impacted by high commuter traffic during peak morning, noon, and afternoon hours. Of the 41 sites shown on this map, 12 sites could be potential conversion sites from general drive-through establishment to restaurant. These sites are marked by a star in either red or green. Staff reviewed best practices of surrounding jurisdictions as well as reviewed the development standards and design guidelines for drive-through sites, including the cities of Glendale, Pasadena, Long Beach, Santa Clarita, City of Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Jose, Laguna Hills, Placentia, and Marin County, to determine how drive-throughs are permitted and what development standards apply to the use in those jurisdictions. Staff reviewed how drive-through sites were defined, if at all, in each jurisdiction, whether their creation required a CUP, a buffer zone, and other design standards including queuing length. Of note, many other jurisdictions require discretionary approval through a CUP for new drive-through uses. Several jurisdictions also require a queuing analysis as part of the discretionary approval. Only Pasadena implemented a buffer zone for drive-through uses. Further, fast food restaurants and drive-throughs, as defined in their code, are required to be at least 500 feet from a park, rec facility, school, or another fast food restaurant with drive-through service. Generally, the research showed that most of the common cities define distinct drive-through uses, require discretionary approval before they are permitted to operate, and generally implement a minimum queuing length. The City Council previously directed staff to study the drive-through issue and address common concerns. On October 4th, 2022, the council adopted an interim urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium and a subsequent extension of said ordinance on new and replacement restaurants with drive-thrus and the conversion of businesses with drive-thrus into drive-thru restaurants. And that those moratorium regulations ended in December of 2022. Since then, staff continued to conduct research on the city's existing zoning regulations, as well as regulations governing drive-thrus in surrounding jurisdictions, and prepared a zone text amendment with potential solutions to address the negative impacts raised by the community. On April 10th, 2023, the Planning Commission heard staff's presentation concerning the proposed zone text amendment. The Planning Commission considered the proposed zone text amendment on April 10th, and during that hearing, the Planning Commission voiced concerns with the proposed zone text amendment, noting that the ZTA did not recognize the interests of affected businesses and that the ZTA might result in a negative fiscal impact to properties affected by that ZTA. The Commission voted to continue the hearing until May 22nd, 2023, to allow staff the necessary time to contact affected parties and gather additional public input. The Commission believed that any feedback received from the affected businesses would allow the Commissioners to make a more informed decision. As part of staff's follow-up, we consulted with the Economic Development Division of the Community Development Department and found that drive-thru businesses can be desirable development opportunities for property owners and that drive-thru business may have a positive impact on the local economy. On May 22nd, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the information gathered by staff and after deliberation voted 3-2 in favor of recommending the proposed ZTA to the City Council for adoption. 3 of the Planning Commissioners, Mr. Monaco, Ms. Wick, and Mr. Elrick, noted that the proposed ZTA would provide the city with the ability to address community concerns while creating more options when approving future development. It would create higher standards for Burbank to prevent negative impacts. Chair Rosati expressed concern over taking such a broad approach and using strict regulations to fix a specific problem, citing the changes to the queuing length requirements and questioning whether any existing sites would meet the new minimum length. Mr. Atakanian noted his belief that the city should focus on other creative solutions to address potential negative impacts instead of strict regulations that could potentially discourage these types of businesses from opening within the city. Staff held two public city council hearings in which council members and the public were informed of the negative impacts associated with drive-through establishments. As mentioned previously, that first council hearing was conducted on October 4th, 2022, and the council voted unanimously for adoption of an urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium on new and replacement restaurants with drive-throughs and the conversion of businesses with drive-throughs into drive-through restaurants citywide. Additionally, staff attended a meeting with members of the Property-Based Business Improvement District, or PBID, to update members on the status of the drive-through moratorium. The PBID expressed concern that requiring a traffic analysis or parking study could be a barrier for new businesses to locate in the city. The PBID suggested requiring an administrative use permit instead of a CUP as the review process to determine if a proposed drive-through would have any significant impacts. Several other possible solutions were offered by the PBID during the meeting, including only allowing mobile ordering in the R1 zones and further limiting drive-through service hours. Staff held a community meeting on May 3rd, 2023, and invited affected businesses and property owners and the public to attend. Staff provided an overview of the proposed ETA in detail, and though there were no questions regarding, staff receiving feedback answered 2 questions related to entitlement processing and the availability of draft ZTA materials. No changes to the ordinance were proposed in response to the feedback received at the meeting. On September 21st, 2023, staff met with members of the Chamber of Commerce to provide an overview on the proposed zone text amendment and obtain feedback regarding the proposed regulations. All public hearings included notifications to business and property owners. Tonight's City Council hearing was also publicly noticed in a newspaper of general circulation in the city on September 6, 2023, and letters notifying individual businesses who would be affected were sent out prior to this hearing as well. The Burbank Municipal Code identifies 2 drive-through uses: restaurants with drive-throughs and drive-through establishments. Restaurants with drive-through uses are expressly permitted in Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1502, also known as the city's non-residential land use table, by conditional use permit only in the zones shown within the table. However, the use table does not expressly permit drive-through establishments in any zone, but does require that these uses follow the development standards set in Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-1608 and 1609, currently titled Drive-Through Restaurants and Residentially Adjacent Drive-Through Establishments, respectively. Sections 1608 and 1609 contain separate development standards for restaurants with drive-throughs and residentially adjacent drive-through establishments. 1608, summarized here, addresses drive-through restaurants in general, specifying a minimum vehicle stacking distance or queuing length, as well as the design of the drive-through lane. Additionally, this section specifically requires discretionary approval for all new drive-through restaurants. However, subsection 6 of this section states that after December 26, 1998, new and existing residentially adjacent drive-throughs must comply with section 10-1-1609. 1609 addresses residentially adjacent drive-through establishments. Similar to section 1608, this section specifies a minimum vehicle queuing length and identifies design standards for the drive-through lane. These standards currently require an on-site vehicular waiting lane that is a minimum of 160 feet as measured from the point of entry to the furthest service window area. With an average car length of 14.7 feet, these standards would ensure a queuing length for a maximum of 10 cars between the order board and the point of entry. However, due to the more intense drive-through business model that the city is seeing proposals for, some restaurants with drive-throughs in the city have required a stacking distance far more than the 160-foot minimum, resulting in queuing lines that extend well beyond private property and into the public right-of-way. Furthermore, Section 10-1-1609D allows for the modification of any establishment with an existing drive-through to continue to operate and even convert into a drive-through restaurant without a conditional use permit if specific criteria is satisfied to the satisfaction of the city's building official. Therefore, under this section, an existing drive-through establishment can be converted into a restaurant with drive-through without the requisite CUP process that includes the development standards mentioned previously. Based on Council and Planning Commission feedback, community input, and concerns, as well as staff research, staff recommends making several modifications to the Burbank Municipal Code. The proposed changes to the existing ordinance are included as Attachment 1 to the staff report. Staff recommends modifying the land use table to indicate that residentially adjacent restaurants with drive-through uses are prohibited. Residentially adjacent is defined in Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-203 as any commercially or industrially zoned property located within 150 feet of any residentially zoned property. Additionally, staff recommends modifying the land use table to clarify that drive-through establishments are permitted only with approval of a CUP in designated zones. The inclusion of this modification will ensure that drive-through establishments exclusive of restaurants with drive-through, such as banks or pharmacies, are subject to discretionary approval as well. Sections 10-1-1608 and 1609 create a distinction between drive-through restaurants and residentially adjacent drive-through establishments, even though the development standards listed are very similar. Staff proposes a new heading entitled Drive-Through Establishments to address drive-through restaurants as well as other drive-through establishments such as drive-through retailers, pharmacies, or banks, and proposes replacement language, which I will display in the following slides and can be found in Attachment 1 to the staff report. Staff recommends the deletion of Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-1609 as currently written. Staff proposes the replacement text as seen on this and the following slides. We propose that residentially adjacent restaurants with drive-throughs are prohibited and that any legal non-conforming drive-through establishment that ceases operation for any reason for a period of 90 days is subject to Burbank Municipal Code Sections 10-1-1809, Section 3, and 1809, Section 4, which govern non-conforming land and uses. As mentioned earlier, staff proposes that a CUP is required to operate any drive-through establishment. As part of the CUP application, a queuing lane analysis will be required. Staff proposes a minimum 300-foot queuing lane that is separate from the circulation routes and aisles necessary to access and exit the site. The jurisdictions of Campbell and Buellton have a similar 300-foot queuing lane requirement. An applicant can request the director consider the reduction to the queuing lane with the submission of a queuing lane analysis. However, any request to reduce their queuing lane shall not result in an overall lane length that is less than 220 feet. Staff proposes that hours of operation are limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. unless otherwise approved as part of a CUP. And finally, staff proposes that every project is subject to the underlying development standards applicable to the proposed use contained in Articles 11 through 16 of the City Zoning Code. With the proposed amendments, staff believes this ZTA will support the vision of single-family and multiple-family residential zones, as well as commercial corridors throughout the city by ensuring their character is protected and maintained with the requirement of CUP approval. This ZTA will support the vision of quiet, pedestrian-friendly, single-family and multiple-family residential zones throughout the city by ensuring their character is protected and maintained by prohibiting residentially adjacent drive-through restaurants, the establishment of a minimum stacking distance of 300 feet, and limiting the hours of operations for establishments with a drive-through from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. unless approved as part of a conditional use permit. The ZTA was reviewed for consistency with Burbank 2035 general plan and was determined to support general plan land use element goals 1, 3, and 10, as well as general plan mobility element goals 6 and 9. The proposed ZTA is exempt from review under CEQA pursuant to California Code of Regulations section 15061, subsection B3. The activity is covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. The activity is covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing significant effect on the environment, where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment. The activity is not subject to CEQA. There are no pending applications for restaurants with drive-thrus that would be affected by the ZTA or that would otherwise be forced to relocate to other locations. The proposed ZTA and ordinance would establish development standards to address the negative effects of new drive-through restaurants and the conversion of businesses to drive-thrus, which include vehicle spillover, noise and light pollution, trash, and disrespectful and unruly patrons in the late night hours. The proposed changes, which include the prohibition of residentially adjacent drive-thrus, 300-foot queuing lengths, minimum 300-foot queuing length minimum requirements, and a requirement for CUP approval for any modification or expansion of drive-through facility uses, would ensure that the proposed use adequately addresses the on-site demand for queuing, noise and light impacts associated with late-night operations, and ensures that the community is informed of any proposed drive-through projects so that they have the opportunity to comment and ensure that any conditionally approved use does not adversely impact the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding neighborhood and residents. Furthermore, should the development of a specific location that is affected by this ordinance be reviewed, such a development project would have to undergo its own CEQA review to ensure that there is no adverse impact to the environment. And I just wanted to take a second here and mention that, as council is aware, staff has received several public comments prior to tonight's hearing. And I'd like to inform the council that staff has compiled responses to those comments that we can share after the public comment period.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Still have a little bit more to go.
Oh, sorry.
One more slide, I promise. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank, amending Title 10, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to amend the city's zoning regulations for the conversion of existing businesses with drive-throughs and new and existing drive-through restaurants. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Don't give me addendums before your ending. All right. Okay, well, we'll now, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. And for members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon public hearing card to the city clerk. And if you want to call in, 818-238-3600. 3335. First up, we have James Pugh from Shepherd Mullen, followed by David Donahue. Hello, Mr. Pugh.
Good evening. As the mayor mentioned, Jim Pugh from Shepherd Mullen. What a hearing, I'd have to say, that I chose to come to. I'm just here to talk about cheeseburgers. We represent In-N-Out and the location here next to the 5 freeway. And no one likes getting a letter at the 12th hour, and so I apologize for the letter we submitted yesterday. One of the attachments to that was the notice that the local representatives received. They kind of scrambled to see whether or not this ordinance would have an impact on them. I wish they would have been involved earlier, and they do too. So apologize for the 12th hour letter. Nonetheless, they are concerned about the ordinance for the reasons that I stated in the letter. I think ultimately the request that we had was to have a continuance, which has not been done here, but you could also bring it back for a second reading after considering the request in our letter. The main issues really are the ordinance, as you know, makes certain restaurants legal non-conforming uses. And from a legal perspective, that's kind of the start of the end. You know, your own code says that, right? Don't let these things exist forever. That's a slippery slope that In-N-Out didn't want to go down. We've offered a solution, potential exemption of the In-N-Out restaurant. If that's too absolute, you could do things like grandfathering certain restaurants that are freeway adjacent or not near residential and don't have the issues that I think the community is most concerned about. Other than that, I'll just mention a few other points in my letter. The cease operation is a concern. The language as it reads, both in the code and the ordinance that's proposed, doesn't necessarily clarify whether or not cease operations accounts for force majeure or other things like that. These kind of things happen. We just had a pandemic. Other things like that could happen where a restaurant shuts down, then it's subject to the ordinance, and it may not be feasible to redesign with the new development standards. So the things we put in our letter, like adding something of a force majeure clause, would be great. A little more granularly, we recommended some of the tweaks to the development standards. I don't know if you can entertain those at this point, unless you bring this matter back after further consideration. And I think really the point about having ministerial approvals is also important. You can imagine you're sitting on existing property rights like In-N-Out has been for the last 30 years here, and then you have to go through a discretionary project which could trigger CEQA and a lot of other things, and they'd like to avoid that. So the requests in our letter stand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Donahue, followed by Andre Dionysian.
Blue tape everywhere. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a business owner and resident in the wonderful city of Burbank. I'm echoing, and I did not expect to have somebody representative from In-N-Out to be speaking before me, because I did want to, and he said it very well. One of the things that I was concerned about, because I was at that meeting where this was deliberated at the commission level, the 90-day did kind of stand out as something being a trigger that could really kind of force a lot of restaurants to close. And I just want to let you know that I am definitely for some sort of regulation and control over these drive-throughs that are just kind of running rampant. And they do have a very adverse effect on the community. So I do applaud staff, council and staff to be able to look at this very interesting issue. That said, I do want to also echo what the gentleman just said, to maybe look at this again, see what kind of changes could be made to kind of give further definition to help protect the vested interests of business owners so that they don't lose, the value and the equity that they have in that. Also, I wanted to echo what Chair Rosati and Commissioner Adakanian mentioned during that meeting, that just to kind of give a little bit of a really good look at it, and because I did support their reasonings for voting against it. Thank you very much for your time, and I am yield back.
All right, thank you. Andre Dionysian, and that's my last card.
Well, I also didn't expect Big Cheeseburger to be in the building. I guess I'll speak on that first. In-N-Out is one of the more egregious violators of the public right-of-way, but as Big Cheeseburger smartly mentioned, it doesn't directly affect residential neighborhoods. I would like council to remember that we are eventually hoping to redevelop that entire area. Someday, it'll happen. So maybe grandfathering in a protection for one specific business is not a fantastic idea, especially when it might come back to bite us. I have one question for staff. I'm very curious. The time limitations or the downtime in the evening, why? What are we expecting the difference to be? I would assume there are more pedestrians out during the daytime, which is where you would be concerned about impacting pedestrians on the street in terms of pedestrian safety. There are more people on the roads, hence you're concerned about congestion. Why is the downtime at night? Why do we really have the downtime? So that's, I'm just very curious about that. I'm sure there's some sort of a reasoning there. I'm also vaguely concerned, although this might just be my own, worrying, that suppose a company were to sell a property on which there currently exists a drive-through that the new owners wouldn't be able to use as a drive-through because, that space might then just be allocated to more parking spots, which would then incentivize people to drive their cars, park, which isn't exactly creating the most pedestrian-friendly environment. It's just we took one problem and shifted it over somewhere else. That's just a vague concern. I think that's more general. But I would love to get an answer on the downtime. That's all.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so we'll go to the phone calls. Do we have anybody calling in?
No, Mr. Mayor, there are no callers.
Everyone's asleep. Okay. All right. Okay, close the public comment period. All right. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments? And I know you had some
Mr. Mayor, if I
prepared-
could.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask to go first because I have some specific issues, one particular issue of Mr. Pugh's that I'd like to address, and then I'll go after planning if I have any further comments, only because they have a lot of issues that they'll probably clarify better than I. So Mr. Pugh raised an issue about the use of the common sense exemption, which does use the phrase, it can be seen clearly, that there is no potential for environmental impacts. There is a burden on the city to articulate that. I believe Burbank's experience is a common experience with the conversion of these uses. The two that I'll bring to your attention are the conversion of I believe it was a Burger King into a drive-through Starbucks, and then the conversion of a community bank building into a drive-through fried chicken establishment. Those two new businesses were such a huge expansion of vehicle traffic in those areas that it demonstrated that our current development standards leave our local communities vulnerable to the impacts of our post-pandemic drive-through success. Our Raising Cane's establishment was exceedingly successful, also subject to multi-party litigation. So this ordinance is actually an environmentally protective ordinance that would itself protect the environment in many ways. It would eliminate the excessive trash throughout the community that we still see probably to this day, but we received hourly photographs from residents in the Rancho Providencia neighborhood. It would also avoid increased nighttime noise. This ordinance would prevent new light and glare from these new headlights and also parking lot lights in residentially adjacent areas, which is 150 feet from the residential uses. It would reduce vehicle pedestrian collision hazards, as we saw people running across arterials, Olive in particular, with no crosswalks, basically jaywalking across rights of way, not even walking 50 feet to a corner. It would also reduce queuing lines that wrap out into the public right-of-way. We've had to close streets, install speed humps, and do many number of circulation reconfigurations in the last 2 years due to these conversion of existing commercial establishments near residential zones. We've seen those queuing lines in the case of Raising Cane's, also in the case of Starbucks. Also, though not residentially adjacent, in the case of In-N-Out Burger. Also reduces vehicle spillover and parking congestion on residential streets, which is still the subject of neighborhood protection efforts. I think what's important to note is that we have no current pending applications. That's important in a way. If we had pending applications that were affected by this ordinance, the ordinance could have the effect of pushing them into other areas. In other words, moving physical projects into other neighborhoods and displacing those impacts. We have no pending applications in any of the sites that would be subject to this ordinance presently, or at least at time of, staff can confirm that, but at the time of the drafting of the staff report and the ordinance, which means there's not going to be the unintended effect of pushing projects into other areas because there are no pending. So really what we're doing is closing a hotly debated, what some people called a loophole, to be able to take a drive-through establishment that was never intended for food service and having that convert to what could be considered very high volume, particularly in Burbank, where many of our national chains are wildly successful, and would avoid all of those. So this ordinance, which does not affect any proposed drive-throughs, which simply closes a zoning loophole to convert non-restaurant establishments into drive-through restaurant establishments in residentially adjacent areas limited to 150 feet from residential, clearly does not create any environmental impacts.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And we echo all of his comments. I would just like to speak to a few items that the representative from Shepherd Mullen brought up here. I think his first, if I could get the presentation, please, up on the screen. He did, I think one of his first comments he mentioned sort of being notified rather late in this process about the council hearing. And I just wanted to, yeah, there we go. So as you all know, we've been in front of the council and planning commission throughout this process dating back to last year in October. We've noticed at every one of these hearings or commissions or community meetings, we've noticed the public. We have sent out certified mail letters of notification to individual businesses that would be affected, of which In-N-Out, the one on First Street, was one of those. Both we sent it to the local address as well as to the corporate address, just so that we could make sure that we were crossing all of our T's, dotting our I's, so to speak. So just wanted to push back on that. I think that staff has been more than accommodating in letting the public know, especially the affected businesses, as to what's been going on and what we're considering here. This second issue I think he brought up was about the legal nonconforming status, specifically for that site on First Street, as well as I think we've gotten some comments from the Panda Express, which they've got several locations. All of those locations have been approved as part of a planned development, meaning that they have vested rights, or the restaurants have vested entitlements that would not affect the rights to continue operation under the proposed zone text amendment. So any future changes to the site plan would go through the PD process, or be an amendment to the PD, which they would have to go through anyway, even without this ETA. So I just wanted to clarify that. The only thing that this, and I think the city attorney mentioned this, has mentioned this several times, is the only thing that, the only prohibition that this ZTA is asking for is for residentially adjacent drive-throughs. Residentially adjacent drive-through restaurants specifically. So I just want to reiterate that. Another comment was about the, I guess, further defining the cease of operations. That's part of our non-conforming section in our code. That's not under the purview of this ZTA. So that is a separate section that applies to all uses, not just drive-through establishments or drive-through restaurants in our code. So any business operation that ceases that operation for longer than 90 days would be subject to this, not just the drive-through ZTA. So if that's something that council would like to take on, that, more than willing, but that's not under the scope of this ETA. So I just wanted to address that. Last comment, I know the last speaker mentioned the time limitations in the evening. So we had, in the ZTA, we have, we put down 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And that's to, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's to protect the residential neighborhoods from any of the uses that, any of the negative impacts that we've observed with some of these uses. Now, that doesn't mean that a business, an operation can't come in and ask for an extension of those hours, but they would go through a CUP process. So hopefully that answers your question. I think you had one last question, but I didn't quite catch that. So I'll just leave it there.
I would like to supplement the one answer that Mr. Onobuchi gave about the existing drive-through restaurants in planned developments. Those drive-through restaurants are permitted as part of the zoning because the planned development is adopted as the zoning. So they actually have greater protection than with a conditional use permit. Mr. Dionysian made a comment that we plan to redevelop that site. It's actually the owner of the property that has approached staff with potential scope of redeveloping their property. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not the city that is proposing to somehow change the development that's there. It's actually the owner of all of the planned development of the mall and the surrounding areas that make up that planned development, both the west side of First Street between I-5 and First Street and the mall property all the way up to 3rd Street is all under common ownership or will be under common ownership, including the old IKEA site. And so that is within the control of the owner to request to change that zoning. Otherwise, it exists as currently adopted in the planned development zone.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning, if I can just add a little bit to both my colleague, Mr. Onyebuchi, and the City Attorney's comments, just for points of clarification. And in particular, I think there was a question, or in fielding the questions, we heard from the public, there was also a question from the Commission regarding the 300-foot queuing lane distance, and where did that arise from? And in doing some of our research, we saw that there was an initial study in Campbell, as well as one in Buellton, where they looked at Chick-fil-A facilities, as well as an In-N-Out, and those showed queuing lanes of up to 300 feet. So the intent of the regulations is to kind of show the upper thresholds and say, it's 300 feet unless you can prove otherwise, and you can do that through a request to modify the queuing length, but the lowest that you could go is 220. Who has a queuing length that's similar to that? City of Santa Clarita has 200 feet queuing lane. And when you look at, I think we used a very generous vehicle lane length of 14.5 feet, where the initial studies actually looked at larger trucks of up to 20 feet in length. So when you look at those distances, you can have a wide variation of vehicles. And as you know, our current zoning regulations are like at 160 feet. But we're seeing things at In-N-Out and at the Raising Cane facilities, and even Krispy Kreme's, which has a drive-through, where that queuing is actually out into the street right of way. So the idea here is to not punish, but to, in essence, prove up that the location is suitable in site. And what I tell the developers many a times is, you come forth and you're proposing, you have aspirations for 8 pounds of flour, and the location really is a 4-pound bag. And so what we're left with is the residual effect of allowing something that has standards that were probably great in 1998, but they're not the current situation, which is that you have a lot more focus on less of a building footprint for walk-ups and more of an emphasis on churning more people through the queue lane turnstile and getting those numbers up. And as you're well aware, we had an application that was subsequently removed where there was supposed to be a potential Starbucks at Hollywood Way in Chandler. We had numerous conversations with them about considering something with not a drive-through. And we referenced the Chick-fil-A location that is very successful without a drive-through. And there's an In-N-Out in Glendale without a drive-through. And there's a Chick-fil-A without a drive-through, by the way, in Glendale. So there are examples of successful businesses that are as popular as the one of the current people that's responding that's affiliated with it. And so there are opportunities to do that. What we heard loud and clear through this whole process was the 1609D provision, which basically allows for exceptions to our regulations and kind of in essence defaults to the building official to make a decision, was, I think, a bridge too far for the community. And the concern was if they can prove up that they can be a good neighbor and not affect the city, and the effect would be determined in being able to make the findings of a conditional use permit, then they can make a strong case for consideration by the commission for approval or upon appeal by the council. Absent that, we get into a situation as we have where right now we allow by right conversions. And the potential implications to the community are significant. And as you know, there are a lot of demands on the commercial corridors. Those are only increasing with the case of BRT and others. And so now we have a lot more demands on the corridors, and the restaurants may be in conflict. So the way to analyze that is to say, if you have a non-conforming business as a result of this proposed code amendment, the way it's written, it allows you to come forth and seek a conditional use permit to make those modifications. Or if not, then you continue to operate under your legal non-conforming entitlement. In addition to that, I think there was a question regarding making changes to the non-conforming section on clarification of ceasing operation. On my end, I would say, as the city planner and looking at this on an ongoing basis, we use that same section of the code for a myriad of uses. You may be considering something similar to that for other code changes that may be coming forth, including considering other uses that you may want to consider prohibiting in areas and considering legal non-conforming until they cease operation. So I'm concerned using this vehicle as a way to kind of open that up, because in my mind I'm thinking I've been here 6.5 years, and prior to that it's worked quite effectively. So in my mind the non-conforming section is not broken, so we don't need to fix it. So I just wanted to add that to the record.
Sorry, if I could just say one last thing. I think Mr. Ramirez mentioned it, but I think it bears repeating that, because I've received a few emails from some citizens, and if you were to approve this ETA tonight, if you are a residentially adjacent restaurant with drive-through, that doesn't mean you have to stop your operation tomorrow. You can still operate as legal non-conforming use. I just think I need to repeat that for the record.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does council have any questions of staff? This is a public hearing, so let's do all our questions first, and then we'll deliberate. You had something you wanted to?
Yeah, I have a few questions, but for Mr. Ramirez, while you were standing here at the podium, on page 8 of the staff report, I just wanted clarification, because we talked about 300 feet, 200 feet. On the first, on item number 1, I'll give you a chance to pull page 8 of the staff report. It was mentioned here, minimum stacking distance be no less than 220 feet. But down below the last paragraph, it says this ZTA will support the vision of quite blah, blah, blah. And it says minimum stacking distance of 300 feet. I was a little bit of, is it 220? Is it 300? Are we talking about, because you just mentioned right now also 300 feet.
So
Can you
just to-
explain that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director of Planning. On page 8 of the staff report, you're referencing the narrative in the findings for approval of the ZTA. I would refer you up to the top of the page prior to E, separate waiting lane, to answer the question of 300 versus the 220. So 300 would be kind of your starting off point. You submit an application, you need to propose it, you need to have designed your project in such a way to accommodate a 300-foot queuing lane. However, as noted in item 1 at the top, it says an applicant can request that the director consider a reduction in the minimum stacking distance subject to the preparation of a queuing lane analysis, but in no instance shall the minimum stacking distance be less than 220 feet. So that's where that's coming from. So we start at the worst case scenario, Chick-fil-A in and out level of magnitude. And if you're like, hey, we don't operate at that level of yield for demand, and we can prove it through this queuing lane analysis, then you can make an argument to have a reduction, but that reduction wouldn't allow you to go to any less than 220. What I was providing in the reference to 200 was context when the next question would be, well, are there any other cities around us that have an even similar queuing lane? And I mentioned that the city of Santa Clarita has a minimum 200-foot queue lane. So the 220, in my mind, at the lowest point would still provide, in the case of a 20-foot length vehicle, 10 stalls. If we took a 15-foot length vehicle, it would allow, something less than that, or actually a little bit more than that. But the reality of it is our current 160 is clearly deficient. And so the numbers that we're proposing are deal with the upper limit of these high demand users, and anyone that's coming in that can prove that their demand for queue length isn't as much, then they can prove it up through this process, which is reasonable, I think, an expectation for a prospective business coming into the city or making changes to prove up to the community that, yes, there is sufficient capacity on site so that we don't have spillover effects like we did in the one property that everybody's very familiar with.
No names mentioned here. Thank you. And this question is for the city attorney in regards to the in and out location. So what I heard you say is it's under the PD development. So does this policy then, the new zone amendment, does not apply to them?
Let me say this. In-N-Out Burger is allowed in the PD. They have had parking problems there for so long that they cone off parking spaces to be able to have a manageable queue line. And they've been able to operate because they are permitted in I don't think they meet even the 160 feet. Yes, they have a right under the PD unless and until the PD changes. The development agreement, I believe, is expired, and depending upon their proposal, they might need to change it, and they might improve the circulation as part of a redevelopment of the site. We don't know, but they currently are allowed to operate under the PD zone.
Mr. Ramirez.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind, and things are moving, right? They're very fluid. AB 2097 also allows for certain reductions in on-site parking. Mm-hmm. And this kind of a process would actually re-emphasis or redoubling up of our queuing lane analysis, I think in the long term is very strategic if the council were to approve the ordinance, because I anticipate that where people are going to start running into problems is they want further stacking for queuing and less parking because they're going to have smaller footprints for people to do walk-ups. And in the process of doing that, we may get requests to say, well, under AB 2097, I qualify, I'm in this corridor. I don't need that parking, but I do need an expanded, double driveway access queue lane. And so that's where I think this approach helps to address that issue. And ultimately, like I say, if you don't need it, you can prove it up. But if you do, then you need to be able to show the community that you can address those impacts. And then the other thing with the conditional use permit is we do the CEQA. And in the case, as you remember from the Raising Cane one, sorry, I'll use the name, that was a ministerial action. There was no CEQA review. And the people were like, we had no opportunity to chime in and the city to evaluate potential spillover effects that affect the environment. This would allow you to do that.
Thank you. Also, I want to talk about page 2, where some potential conversion site include a list several of locations from CVS Pharmacy on Verdugo. We have Walgreens, Baskin-Robbins. My question is, if any of these sites, well, first question is, have we had any issues that staff is aware of any of these sites that have been a problem for us with the adjacent residential area? Have we heard from any complaints about them?
I don't have that information handy. We did ask the police department to give us complaints or calls for service for the restaurant that shall not be named, and we received about 127 of those for that particular location. But I don't have them for any of those sites that we've listed here, although I can get that information.
Well, the reason
these haven't been converted yet.
Right.
These are potential.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and this is the reason. There is a reason why I'm asking, because they currently have drive-throughs, right?
Yes.
So, what would happen if Foster Freeze, for example, decides to remodel the location? Just do I don't know if expansion or just do any kind of remodel. Does that mean they lose their current grandfather for their business right now, even though it's the same owner?
Well, they would they would have to go through a CUP process.
Okay, and so this is the reason I'm talking about these locations, because I understand for brand new businesses coming in and converting a location to something completely new, as such what happened with Raising Cane, and I'm going to mention their name, I was just joking. But for these locations, if the owners are trying just to do a remodel and perhaps paint, expand, I'm not talking about expanding way for their drive-through. I can't imagine CVS having a lineup wrapped around, the building. But what would happen in a remodel situation? This is what I don't want to see our current businesses really struggling and suffering, going through a process that may not be necessary if we have some guideline and restrictions for the grandfathering to the limits of what they can do with the remodel.
Scott Planbeck, Planning Manager. So the proposed amendment would require a CUP to those in that situation when there's an expansion of the drive-through facility. So it really depends on the type of work the person's doing. If they're expanding the drive-through facility, for example, then they would need a CUP. They came in and maybe just painted, maybe not. It would not trigger the CUP, and they could continue operating because the restaurant has been operating.
And I see Mr. Ramirez coming up, so he might have additional
Yeah, Fred Ramirez,
information.
Assistant Director, Planning. Just to be clear, a more direct response is, if they're doing TI, if they're doing any cosmetic work, they can do that. That's a ministerial application for a building permit. Where the question comes in, and once again, Raising Cane, was done under a tenant improvement permit, and that one they reduced the building footprint, and they modified the drive aisle lane and the site plan. It was a brand new parking layout. Under the new regulations, that would have had to have gone through a CUP. Well, first and foremost, it was a bank that turned into one, but let's say it was a restaurant
Yes.
that had a drive-through, then they would go through a conditional use permit. So in the case specifically, because I have actually had contact with the Foster's Freeze owner, So I'm very familiar with that location. And by the way, the one across the street that used to be a Japanese restaurant, which turned into a Dunkin' Donuts under the same code that we currently have, which actually backed out into the travel lanes, and we actually had some accidents there. Across the street is Foster's Freeze. They could make improvements, enhancements, keep it viable as it currently is a restaurant, and it has a drive-through window. But if they were going to do changes, or someone wanted to buy them, which is actually probably the larger concern, is a major operator buying that location and converting it into a Chick-fil-A, a Raising Cane, a Jollibee, anything that we know is going to have a lot of vehicular traffic. Under the current standards, it's very difficult to say someone can't take over that facility and operate, and regardless of what the impacts are to the neighborhood, do it as a permitted use, versus having to go through a conditional use permit, which would mean we would be able to protect the surrounding residential neighborhoods because we'd be able to address the impacts in the process of making the findings.
And I'm in complete agreement with you in regards to having a new owner, new use for the location. What I'm specifically talking about is continuing to keep Foster Freeze with a remodel. I don't know what would trigger that this will become a CUP situation. If someone wants to perhaps expand their building a little bit.
That would be a CUP.
So, if they keep the driveway the same location, the same distance as it is right now, but they're doing other major work that it does not impact the actual drive-through. I just don't want to see that we're putting business out of business because we're creating restrictor policies for our existing. And mind you, I'm in complete agreement with a new location, new business, new site, new business, and the change of the type of business, because we don't want to repeat what happened with Raising Cane. But how do we protect the ones that already exist that we don't have any issues with?
So we can't control ownership. We talked about this in a different context with, say, apartment buildings. Ownership can change very subtly. It can change very quickly. A different franchise could buy the building and not change anything, and they could continue to operate. But we need to rely on the change in the physical improvements as the trigger, because if you let one owner make all the changes to add a second, so let's say you take Foster's Freeze and you say, okay, as long as it stays Foster Freeze, we'll let you add 2 drive-through windows, and we'll let you add a modern order board, and we'll let you change the location of the speaker order, the speaker location, and because it's Foster's Freeze, they get to do all those changes, right, without any permit, as a ministerial permit, and then all they have to do is sell it to the new person who wanted all those changes, and now it's, we can't prevent someone. It's called restraint on alienation. We can't prevent them from selling the business. So you let them make all the changes as one entity, and then they simply sell the business to another entity, and the improvements are there. We can't require them to get new permits if they can use it in its current state, and if they haven't ceased operation for 90 days. So we've proposed it in a way where we can trigger a discretionary approval. To do it the other way, if you let one party do all the discretionary improvements as ministerial, you can't then tell someone else, you can't make the change in ownership discretionary.
Sorry, so what would trigger the CUP? How much work would it cause, or someone wants to do some remodel that would actually trigger a CUP?
So it's as noted in the actual ordinance, if they modify the building footprint and they change the parking facility, they reconfigure it, they start moving things around, that would be a trigger for a conditional use permit. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of implications, because in the case of Raising Cane, we had someone that took a 5,000 square foot building, did something just under at 49%. They didn't go to 50% or more demolition. They got a smaller modern building footprint, and then the result of which allowed a user to then magnify the intensity of that location by now being able to add additional queuing area and modify the location in such a way that now you got a new user that was completely different than the prior operator. In the case of Foster's Freeze can continue to operate. It's quite popular. If they wanted to make improvements, they could do it, and if it's cosmetic or interior without changing the footprint, there's no CUP. But at the point that you modify the location and change the footprint, there are other implications. There are things that may result in the removal of parking. There are implications that you may have to change drive aisle lanes. You may have to be looking at potential relocation of driveway entrances and exits as a result of the improvements. The conditional use permit would allow that to occur, but we would be able to review it in a way that we could also inform the public, hey, these changes are being proposed. But by the way, planning staff was able to go through the findings, make those findings, and recommend that the commission approve the project. Absent that right now, I anticipate we'll get continued intensity in people wanting to come into the city and taking over these properties that are restaurant with drive-throughs. But what we get in return is a more intensive use, which we're now going to be handcuffed in being able to say, well, after the fact, let's come in. We really want you to do X, Y, Z. We wish this was discretionary, but we don't have that as a tool to be able to have that discussion with you and mitigate the impacts the result of your new business.
Thank you. And do we allow them to continue operating while they're going through the process of CUP? And how long of a period do we allow? I heard 90 days, but I'm not sure what the 90 days is exactly for.
Yeah, that's if you were to, if a location ceases complete operation, they close up shop, they're no longer open to the public, and they blow past those 90 days. Our non-conforming section, that applies to other businesses as well. If they're deemed non-conforming, then the next thing that has to happen is the new use being proposed has to comply with whatever is the allowable use or go through a discretionary review process. That applies to every use that is legal non-conforming when you cease operation. So that's a little bit different. If you're, let's say, Foster's Freeze, and you want to make improvements, you can continue to operate while you're processing a conditional use permit application. As a matter of fact, I encourage people, get your conditional use permit approval first before you propose to do any changes or have change of ownership stuff, because you're not assured of anything until you go before the commission and it's not appealed or it goes to council and they approve you. So cautionary tale to everybody is make sure you have all your entitlements locked in before you start making physical modifications to a facility. So yeah, they would go through that process first.
Hold on right now for everybody else. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Yeah.
A follow-up question with that. Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So speaking of existing businesses and the impact on them, I noticed that on last week, September 21st, this was brought in front of the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm sure they had similar questions. What was their feedback that they gave on this ordinance for the existing businesses?
Well, to be clear, and I know this was, we used the word plural, Chamber of Commerce representatives. We met with Jamie Keyser, the president of the chamber, and we laid out, actually we kind of did a mock run of our PowerPoint presentation to you with her, explained everything that was being proposed. She also reiterated some of the concerns we've heard from you all, from members of the public. She's also well aware of what the commissioner's concerns were, and we kind of walked her through it. The outcome of which was, she's like, I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to, give me an opportunity to review this. And I would hope that in the future, if it's approved, that you can come back and give the general chamber a educational meeting to go over the standards. And basically, and we've done that in the past with ADU regulations, and we were totally on board with that. But we did want to check in with the representative of the chamber so that they could understand the reality of what we were doing. And I explained to her, the intent here is not to be anti-business. What we want to do is to provide those guardrails where we can continue to allow successful businesses to be that, but balance that with the fact that the lack of discretionary review has created situations where if we have people or businesses coming in that we don't do the due diligence analysis, and our regulations aren't up to snuff with current conditions, we can have situations like we have on Olive, and that is an opportunity where I would say in many instances with discretionary review, you get really important feedback from the residents because they live there and they realize, hey, it's a lot more nuanced than the planner or the developer proposing this site has looked at. So you need to address these issues so that we can all be on board, or so that the commission can feel like yes, all the issues have been addressed. I feel comfortable making the findings. But absent having that process,
right,
we get what we get, and that is, yes, it's allowed. They can do the conversion, and now we have an issue. And just, I know it's a little off topic, but I do want to bring up, I think last night we heard like Rite Aid was filing for bankruptcy. We have Walgreens and Rite Aids with drive-throughs. Absent that, we may find ourselves with another potential conversion, and those being restaurants as well, without really potentially having a conditional use permit process to go through.
Right.
So I think it's just, there's a lot of unknowns, and the regulations are really intended to try to put some guardrails on the uses so that they can be reviewed by the public.
right. And to that point, I'm glad you brought up Rite Aid because I did not know about that. Of the sites that were listed in the staff report, are there any pending that look like they might be sold in the near future, or that they might transfer ownership?
I will tell you, the planning staff, and then probably myself, the planning manager, and the senior staff get inquiries all the time because people are always looking for sites. And so, the one on Empire that's currently being looked at as an Amy's restaurant had multiple suitors for that location, including two of the ones that were, in the queue, so to speak, Chick-fil-A and a Raising Cane, have always looked at those sites. They're optimal. It's a shopping center. It's controlled in space, but they're also looking for other high visibility corners. Rite Aid being one of them. I believe we have a Walgreens in a similar situation, and there's a couple of other restaurants on major corridors. So that's why we think time is of the essence to bring this in front of you and have you consider it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
No questions. I'll just say for the record that I had a lot of questions coming in, and I think that staff addressed those concerns. I appreciate the time and attention that was paid to the letter from council for in and out, and I appreciate the questions of my colleagues, so I am satisfied.
Okay.
Inquiry, would Krispy Kreme currently, under the changes, will be in violation of, I mean, as long as they stay currently
They're in a planned
as-
development. And
Okay, so that is
planned
not a-
development has multiple, like over 5 drive-through restaurants.
Okay.
You're talking about the Empire?
Yeah, the Empire Center. I
So-
mean, you mentioned him earlier, so I know.
Yeah, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, no, no,
I have a
absolutely.
bad habit of doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Mayor, Fred Ramirez is just a planner. I mean, now I'm an
That's
assistant
okay.
planner.
I know who
City
you
planner.
are by now.
Yeah, I know. I've demoted myself multiple times. So here's the thing. We get excited when we have information we want to send it to you. So Empire Center is a PD.
Okay.
When they approved that, the PD, they also approved conditional use permits for restaurants in that location. Krispy Kreme's is one of those. Panda is another. Wendy's. And then we have this other one that's out there. And I believe that's the one that Amy is actually using to be able to replace the hometown buffet with this new use. So all that to say, they have vested rights. Those will not be touched. Yeah.
I miss hometown buffet.
Thank you.
Okay. There being no further questions, I want to declare the public hearing closed. Council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure?
Quickly, I want to say that I'm also pleased with the conversation and I really am pleased with the proactiveness of this particular issue, that we're getting ahead of it before we have any more applications in the queue. And it seems like it might be a small move from an ordinance perspective, but I think it'll have a huge impact on the community.
Yeah. And, yeah, go ahead.
I agree. I think we learned our lesson from what would happen with Raising Cane, and it's a good move. I just been really concerned in reading the report about our current business, that we are not putting undue burden on them if they do want to remodel. For anyone else coming new, I understand they have to go through the process. I just want to make sure that we are not making it more difficult for them to do any type of remodel in their business.
And to that point, Councilmember Mullins, I was actually thinking it might be valuable to kind of earmark a year from now to see, after it's been implemented, to see how it's going, if any local businesses are impacted.
We could absolutely do that. So assuming that you introduce it, it gets adopted at a future meeting, and then goes into effect 30 days after that. After that 30 days, a year from then, we could bring it back.
Awesome. I mentioned this in my email to Mr. Pugh. Two things. One, Mr. Dionysian, during his public comment, mentioned it, that at some future date, that whole plan development may be looked at. I encourage your clients to talk to us ahead of time. Let's get involved early. I don't want you showing up on the 11th hour. Okay. And then second to that, we saw during the pandemic an explosion of drive-throughs and outdoor dining. I think we as a council and as a community would prefer to move towards the outdoor dining. We want to create a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly city, and I think by moving away from the by right of a drive-through and only allowing it through CUP so that we can examine it, I think is going to start to lean all of the proposed restaurants and eateries toward that look. And I think that's better. I think that's better for our city, for our environment. And I know you guys sell French fries and chocolate shakes. Getting people out on their feet, I think, is going to help a little bit too. So, because I know I partake of some too as well. So this is up for a motion. I'll entertain any motion from my colleagues to move or.
Mr. Mayor, I'll do it. I move to introduce an ordinance of the Burbank City Council to amend the city's zoning regulations related to the regulations for the conversion of existing businesses with drive-through and new and existing drive-through restaurants.
I'll second, and I'll just add that I appreciate staff's work on this. I literally had no questions for the first time ever because you included all of the cities that I had questions about, and I think it's a happy medium compared to what some of our fellow cities have.
Okay.
And I just want to add before we take the motion, I know that other cities are also looking at their policies. I know Glendale is going through it the same way because of similar reasons. So I'd like to say that we're unique, but there are other cities are doing the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moved by Schultz, seconded by Perez.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We only have one report to council this evening. After staff's presentation, City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Before we begin, Mayor's prerogative, I want to make a quick statement and then ask a question of my colleagues. So if you'll permit me. Earlier this evening, there was a public commenter who said I should not apologize. He encouraged me not to apologize. And I'm not going to apologize for my advocacy and my support of marginalized communities. I'll never do that. However, I do owe an apology to my colleagues, and to city staff, and to a number of other residents of the city that have had to deal with the spillover, the fallout from this. I think that apology is long overdue. You know, for 2.5 years, I have treated the seat that I'm in, wherever I was sitting, as sort of a silo, separate from the council. I've taken a number of 4-1 votes, and I have often positioned myself as some independent voice on the 5-mayor body, but and that was fine as a council member, even as the vice mayor. But that's not. The mayor needs to be held to a different standard. The mayor needs to bring people together. And my response to recent criticisms, both public and private responses, social media, email, it wasn't appropriate. I think it was, I think I still thought of myself as that outsider, as not in the seat that I was in. And that wasn't fair. That wasn't fair to all of you. That wasn't fair to the city as a whole. It was unbecoming. It was unbecoming of a mayor to do that. So I look back and I saw that there were many opportunities to de-escalate, many, and often I would choose to escalate. And I know why I did it. I just don't think those reasons were valid. I think I leaned into an old process of mine of dealing with criticism or trying to be ostracized, and that's not the role that a mayor should have. I think those actions did not serve the community at large, which is really what the job is, right? And getting into these public fights over ideology and politics, it wastes so much precious time and resources, and for that reason, that is what I'm sorry about. None of you asked for this. None of you asked for this. Certainly not the folks who come in to work every day. And that was not fair. That was not fair. So with that being said, I want to offer my colleagues the opportunity to debate this issue without my influence on your decision. So I'll ask now, I'd like to offer, I don't have to, legally I don't have to, but I can recuse myself from the dais and allow you to have an open and honest discussion without me, and I will accept the consequences from that. Would that be all right? How does the council feel about that?
Mr. Mayor, I'll speak, if that's all right with you. I have no objection to you participating in the conversation myself. You may want to respond to some of the things that we have to say, so I welcome it. I don't feel like I'm going to be any less honest and forthright with you in the conversation. If you feel that it would be more appropriate, I'm fine to chair this portion of the meeting if you feel that you need to be in more of a responsive role, but I do not personally feel you need to recuse yourself.
I too agree. I don't mind at all you being here, give you an opportunity to address some of the things and concerns that I personally gonna raise, and but if you feel you need to leave, that is completely up to you, but it does not bother me at all having you here in the room.
Okay. All right. Ms. Garzon, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. After that, I don't think there's much that I need to say. We brought this item per Councilmember Mullins' request to provide a forum and a public space for council members to discuss the behavior and conduct of our mayor, and I will yield the rest of the meeting to you to deliberate. Thank you.
That's probably the easiest report you have ever given.
Yes, it is.
I do want to hear from our public. Mr. David Donahue, you're first up, followed by Peach Davidian and Jose Pimienta.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. This is a very tough issue to be tackling at 12:20, so thank you very much for your patience. To the mayor and to people thinking about running for politics, this may just be a master class. It may not be an apology tour. It maybe should be something that you were just so brilliantly just sort of concocted. I got some attention. Look at everything. Look at me. Millions and millions of hits. Attention brought to the community. Time wasted. Hey, but you've gotten a lot of sympathy. And I was sitting in the chamber. I'm just like thinking, wow, maybe Vice Mayor Schultz should go to a drag queen bingo show. Maybe he'd do something that gets a lot of attention. I'm not suggesting it, but I'm just thinking, it's like, did you do it on purpose? I had no problem with the drag queen bingo. None at all. I thought it was funny. I was laughing. I was just like, hey, this is really, why is it getting so much attention? It's getting negative attention. It's getting attention to, categories that shouldn't be there. But what it did is it shined a light directly on you and how you replied to what, I'm sorry. If I could pause my time for a second, because the city attorney is talking and I'm getting a little distracted, so I apologize. So if I could just have a couple seconds back. What it did is it put on display, I think, your perspectives that I found very offensive. You went on My Burbank with Craig and Ross, and they asked you to apologize. You didn't apologize, and it was basically, I felt it as, you know better than what we know. Your opinions are kind of more valid because you have a direction that you want to kind of lead in, and that if there was any regret or remorse, it was you having regret or remorse that we did not have or adopt or abide by your positions. It was strikingly juxtaposed to the police commission being here. That you would have so many people in uniform during a time when you went on television and said you want a policeless state. And that kind of shocked me. I'm like, uh-oh. And it wasn't until this evening that I really sort of felt why so many Burbankians are worried is because we're scared. We're afraid. We're afraid that the smash and grabs and the criminality that exists in our community is going to grow like wildfire. And in a policeless state, anything that you may request or want is going to just exacerbate that. It's going to make it worse. And so that's where I feel that myself and a lot of other people that I've been talking to feel that there's a reason why you should not be serving as mayor. You should be on the council. You were appointed by the council. You can be removed by the council. And I am encouraging those members of the council to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Peach Davidian, followed by Jose Pimienta.
Good morning. I didn't realize I was so passionate about this issue. Apparently I am. So as a Burbank resident, I've been at this podium a couple times, but this act of disrespect by Mayor Constantine towards Burbank and its residents is and was completely unacceptable. Formerly callers, where are these so-called Burbank residents who are calling in support of Mr. Constantine? One caller said she was afraid to come and speak. That is ridiculous. We have seen who the perpetrators are. It is not the residents nor the parents, my friend. In fact, there is a school board member named Emily Weisberg who sits in that seat and refuses to stand for the flag salute every meeting. She's bashing companies, stores, and restaurants in Burbank who hold or allow non-democratic voter events by Burbank residents, and this is in violation of Article 3 of my Constitution for intimidating the voters. It is I who needs to be afraid to stand here and speak my truth, knowing there are people like her in office. My requests to volunteer in my child's school have been ignored and disregarded over and over by certain school members due to me being in front of this camera a couple times and voicing my concerns. This calling people who don't agree with you a hate group, fascists, and homophobes is getting really old and overplayed. For the record, we don't care what you call us because we have been very tolerant and very inclusive. And when you cross the line, we step up and speak up, very well knowing that this disgusting, adolescent, and immature behavior from opposers will follow. You speak of love and tolerance. Well, show us. Show us how tolerant you are of people who disagree with you and have a different perspective and opinion. Show us, instead of naming, hating, and shaming. I didn't realize Burbank PD was going to be here, but I thank them. I'm a huge supporter of our wonderful police department, and I understand that there's only so much they can do without the mayor's support. Caller Julian, whoever you were, you mentioned minor incidents don't need to be addressed by Burbank PD. Well, let me tell you something. This mayor has brought that exact matter to our beloved city in a so-called policeless state of what he wants to call it. For example, a couple weeks ago, in the corner of First and Angelino, there was a prostitute fully exposing herself for privates from head to toe, just a block from the police department. I don't know how long she had been there prior to me seeing her, but I called Burbank PD, waited 15 minutes, and called 2 times again, asking why no one was arriving to remove her from the street. I was told it's shift change, and there are more important issues to address. A couple days later, my cousin was being attacked by a neighbor, and no one showed up.
Thank
No
you.
Burbank PD.
Thank you.
I called
Jose,
the recall.
Jose Pimienta. And that's my last speaker card. And there's no call-ins.
Good morning. Yes, I think this would be like an adequate time to quote one of my favorite lines from my cousin Vinny, but I won't let that one. I think we're all kind of speaking on this issue, and from what I know about it, the way that I see it is that it sounds like the mayor's response to handling it was not great. Okay. However, I still pay a lot more attention as into how we ended up in that situation or how that situation came to be, which is pretty straightforward, and I'm going to frame it this way. The mayor was recorded on his private time without his consent by someone with a very deliberate intention. That deliberate intention is to put on display people who are members of the LGBTQ plus community and blast them with hateful rhetoric. That is something that has been going on for some time now. Yes, transphobia is rampant, and a lot of the targets are drag queens in libraries, non-binary people, trans people living their lives, and it's getting pretty bad out there nationwide, let's be honest, international-wide. A very interesting time there. So because of that, I take a look at the whole situation and I still have to wonder if that's how we got here, then I think it's more important to tackle the issue of why are we looking at the mayor's actions so much as more as into, well, someone really is trying to put a spew on this and really trying to make an issue out of it, and just continuing to attack the LGBTQ plus community and all of its allies. On September 12th, which is the last time that when this issue was brought up, 2 council members mentioned that they don't have a problem with drag, and that's great. However, we are at a time when it's not sufficient to say that you don't have a problem with drag. We are at a time where it's necessary to say that you oppose those who spew hate towards those who participate in drag or that are associated or members of or allies with the LGBTQ plus community. Unfortunately, that's where we are. I don't like to talk too much about my personal life. I like to talk about other things. But this is a situation where it's really difficult not to, because the LGBTQ plus community is under such attack, and those who are attacking it will take any opportunity, including recording someone against their consent. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my last speaker card. Councilmember Mullins, this was your agenda item, if you want to start us off.
I would like to say gladly, but I'm not gladly doing reading my report. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. So I requested that discussion on the mayor's conduct be placed on the council agenda because of the uproar about Mr. Anthony's behavior at Santa Clarita Political Club fundraiser. I found the action inappropriate, but more importantly, I found his casual response to the outpouring of concerns from constituents and fellow officials deeply disrespectful. I would have liked to see the mayor take responsibility of his action. Instead, he turned this to his benefit by labeling all reaction to this incident as hate speech. Furthermore, to make matters worse, you did not take this situation seriously as you immediately added the hashtag Mayor Spanky on social media accounts. As council members, we have taken oath as public servants to represent the interests of the entire community and not just our personal interests and ambitions. Mr. Anthony has put his interests in self-promotion above his obligation as the mayor. He used the notoriety of the event to advance his campaign for supervisor to seek national publicity on Fox TV, where he advocated for abolishing the police, as described Marxism as American dream, not the issue he advocated when he asked the voters of Burbank to vote for him. Instead of focusing on important city business, the city council, city staff, and had to respond to hundreds of phone calls, texts, emails that was completely unnecessary and distraction for city business. And I wave here a stack of emails that I printed just to show how many we had to go through as council members. As my colleague, Councilmember Takahashi, so rightfully said, you brought the circus to Burbank. First and foremost, let me emphasize that our primary objective is to protect the interests of our community. Mayor Anthony's behavior in public settings has been a cause for concerns for many people. His inappropriate action, including these most recent ones, showing disrupting pattern of conduct. From the offensive language during speeches to media interviews, disrespectful behavior toward our community members, his conduct falls far short of conduct expected of public official. The public hold officials to a higher standard of conduct. Mr. Anthony's public conduct raises serious questions about his ability to fulfill his responsibility and his interest in doing so. Fox News reached out to council members and were offered to interview them. I personally declined, like other council members. However, Mr. Anthony took advantage of the situation and accepted an interview with Fox TV, where as the mayor of Burbank, he put forth personal agenda to abolish the police. But in his personal life, this self-described police abolitionist has no problem asking Burbank police officers for personal protection. Setting aside the hypocrisy of this situation, in my opinion, his public position is drastic and reckless. Furthermore, we cannot ignore the mayor's recent social media video asking residents to boycott and oppose specific targeted business in Burbank. This again is unacceptable. The hard work of our local businesses was recently undermined by Mr. Anthony's targeted. It reflects poorly on my colleagues' collective efforts to lift and sustain our businesses. As elected officials, we have vital responsibility to support encourage the use of our local business as they are the backbone of our local community, providing jobs and stimulating economy and growth. The Chamber of Commerce, in fear of how your presence at the annual State of the City can impact its event, both in terms of safety and boycotting from the membership, has uninvited you to this event. Again, that is time, energy, money wasted because of your action. Furthermore, you failed to fulfill your responsibilities as the mayor on September 12. You missed the closed session meeting and the boards and commissions reception. Vice Mayor Schultz had to step in for a while you were at an event in the city of Glendale. You should have been here in Burbank, not Glendale, with your colleagues celebrating members who volunteered their time and serve our city. What kind of a message is sent to our dedicated volunteers when you excuse yourself by saying that you did not want to attend the commission recognition event to avoid disrupting the reception? In my opinion, this is a disrespectful message. Once more, you put your personal interests above the mayor's position. In your speech shortly after you were elected as the mayor, you said it was a privilege to serve as Burbank mayor and that you appreciated the city council confidence. And you also said you were committed to bringing the community together. Well, let me remind everyone, I did not vote for you because I was deeply concerned that your ethical compass did not include the ability to truly represent our city as a whole. Sadly, your ongoing conduct continues to demonstrate you are more interested in campaigning for supervisor, making bigger name for yourself, fundraising for your next office, and publicly expressing personal views as the mayor than doing the work of the people in Burbank. It's incumbent upon elected officials to have priorities for interest to our community over our personal agendas. It's evident that Mr. Anthony's conduct has not aligned with the wishes of our community. The residents' voices have gone unheard, their concerns dismissed. As City Council, it's our responsibility to demand accountability. I never imagined I would have to do this, but you have given me no other choice, Mr. Anthony. Section 400 of the city charter lays out the method of selecting the mayor and the vice mayor, provides the officials so chosen shall hold their respective office subject to the pleasure of the council. Per the charter, I recommend for council to relieve Mr. Anthony of the obligation to go with your position as the mayor, and ask Vice Mayor Schultz to assume the role of mayor through December 18th when we have council reorg and council can appoint the mayor and the vice mayor for 2024. Thank you for allowing me to say this.
Thank you.
I would lead the floor to Vice Mayor Schultz to be,
Well, I will say, through the mayor, that I have a lot of thoughts about all of this, but in all fairness, it would seem to me that I should go last because if anybody arguably has a self-interest in this outcome, I'd prefer to not sway either way. So I do plan to go, but I'd like to hear from my two colleagues. And if you have any response first, Mr. Mayor, before I weigh in.
I think I appreciate what you're saying. I get it. I know that people aren't happy with me. I do have to emphasize that nothing I've been talking about is new. I campaigned on the same stuff that I've been doing for years now. I don't know. I feel like I'm just doing more of. I feel like I'm doing more of what I promised, and it's gotten away from me. like I'm trying to do all the things I wanted to do the whole time I was running for office, and I think it's just gotten sort of away from me. I don't know. That's tough. That's tough.
It is 12:40, and I've prepared about 5 different speeches, so I apologize in advance if I get a little bit slow trying to go between things, just because I want to make sure I covered whatever happened tonight. But I wanted to say first that I want to say that I appreciate your apology. One of the hard things about apologies, well, first of all, is giving them and recognizing when something is when something done something that's they regret, but it's also knowing that it may not be quite enough to apologize. The apology is first, and then there's a time to rebuild trust with new behaviors. So I thank you for your apology, and I hope it will be followed with changed behavior. So for me, I am the type of person who's always looking forward and seeing what we can do next to be better and to seeing how we can improve. So for me, tonight our discussion is about how we can handle challenging situations as a team. Our discussion is about how our mayor, who has not been working with the team during this viral situation, could be made better. And our discussion is about how we can trust our mayor moving forward to make sure through the rest of the year that this is going to be a relationship that we can trust you moving forward or not. So the questions I have is how does and will the mayor's actions affect our work, our businesses, our residents, our council meetings, our ability to make clear-headed decisions? My question is not about my personal opinion about your actions or even about the apology. The question to me is, what's the best choice for our city moving forward at this time? Let's see. I don't take this decision lightly tonight. I don't enjoy this. This is one of my least favorite parts about leadership, is dealing with conflict, dealing with feedback that's not so fun to give, and making hard decisions. But I'm also the kind of person that I will do something if it's right, even if I don't want to do it. If it's the right thing to do, I'll do it. So I hope that we are all in that same place together. Let's see. And also, I'm doing this because this is a city that I love, and I'm doing it for the city. I'm not doing it for myself. I was told by a mentor very early on in my leadership career, this is actually early on in Toastmasters. I've been involved with Toastmasters for 20 years, and one of my early mentors from London told me in his English accent that I will definitely not try not to emulate, is he said, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. And for me, the main thing is the city of Burbank. And I think that we are all elected because the main thing is the city of Burbank that the people elected us for. So my question is, how can we move forward with whatever processes we have tonight to keep Burbank as the main thing? And can the mayor convince us that that will be the main thing moving forward? About the video and the LGBTQ community, I needed to address that because not a lot of people know, but I am personally involved in the LGBTQ community. I don't talk about it much, partly because I'm a very strong mama bear, and I want to protect my children, and I want to protect my family. But I liked the video. I thought it was funny. I wasn't going to address the LGBTQ issue because that's not the part that I had a problem with. I was fine with that part. And the response on social media about it was what I expect that kind of response to be. And so I was really trying to focus on the parts where we could fix. But I see that that was a mistake to not put more attention on that. So I just want to say that the commenter tonight was right about that video originally being the original error. That video, not the video, the fact that the TikTok libs of TikTok shared it and targeted it and then targeted the mayor. That was the first bad action. So that is not something I am condoning. It's not okay they did that. And I believe that it's possible to be very unhappy with their choice to target our mayor and also recognize that there are errors that were made after that video was released at the same time. So I liked the video, thought it was funny. But what I also like, and what I really like, is leadership. I like professionalism. I like collaboration, as you all know. What I like is everyone being headed in the same direction together, working as a team to protect our city and our residents. What I like is a team player who works with the team to do what's best for everyone and says that regularly, that this is for Burbank, this is for Burbank, this is for Burbank, and doesn't go rogue on their own. And like the other council member said, is that I was asked by Fox News to be on their show, and I declined. But I also reached out to our PIO because I wanted to give a statement to them, and I got feedback from him about it. And I think that is a practice that is a really healthy one, is to make sure we're all working together with our PIO to have consistent messaging. Let's see. So I also really liked one of our quotes of our speakers earlier today that said, "No one person can take away the dignity of a city." And all through this whole experience, I have felt so much pride for our city, even through this difficult time, because I love the engagement. I think that we all really care. We may not always agree, but it's really clear that our city is super important. So I have some ideas tonight about how to move forward. I have some thoughts on what we can do to de-escalate, try to figure out a way that we can come together as a team and reduce the division in our city that we have seen tonight. But I would like to hear from my colleagues as well before going on to those future ideas. Thank you.
If I could respond, I think that is, I think you're very succinct about when it started to fall apart. And yeah, there were things I did early on that I thought were simple and I don't know how to say it, simple and easy to do. And this whole week I went back and I went through my timeline and I realized, oh no, that was not smart. Yeah, I definitely would have done it differently. I mean, I hope this never happens again. It's just, I don't know. There were problems that I couldn't even wrap my head around. Problems that I may have even triggered on my own that I didn't even realize were issues. And so, yeah, no, I thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Mr. Mayor, before I'd like to add one thing that to echo also Councilmember Takahashi, this has absolutely nothing to do with the LGBTQ community. This issue, and this is why I wanted to say this publicly. There's no hate, and I think I said that in my original discussion when this took place on September 12, I believe, our meeting, that I have no issue what you do in your life, personal life, with anybody else, what they do with personal life. And it has nothing to do with hate. It has nothing to do with LGBT community, because I do respect everyone's life. I do respect everyone's way of living. That does not bother me at all. It has something to do, as I stated in my statement, the behavior, not apologizing, but unfortunately it turned out that there was discussion going, talking about hate and talking about LGBTQ community, and I wanted to clarify that and put it again on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
It's my turn, huh? I appreciate you saying that, Councilmember Mullins. I think I do believe that from this dais. I think I have to be honest, I do not believe that from every commenter in the public, because I have received countless emails that say this has nothing to do with the LGBTQ community, and then proceed with profanity and derogatory slurs against me and against other members of the LGBTQ community at large. So I think it does, and I think I've said this to you directly. The problem here is not what you did. I gotta tell you personally, and this is the last thing I'll say personally, the rest I want to say as a council member. Personally, I don't care about the video. I didn't find it funny. I didn't find it not funny. It probably wouldn't have been something I would have watched ever, you know? But as a council member, I also don't necessarily have an issue with the video. It's not how I would conduct myself as a council member. I get a lot of scrutiny for my age, my race, my sexual orientation, and I'm very careful. And I don't think that's something I would have done myself. But it's not something I would scrutinize from the same vein, right? And quite frankly, as a council member, I'm looking at governmental, and a longtime public employee, I'm looking at governmental and legal violations. That being said, many members have expressed their concern with you, and I think that your job as the mayor of the city is to hear them out and respond with civility, and it's something I also shared with you. There are people who are not going to agree with you. There are people who have called me names, and I responded with the same civility and decorum that I do to those that like me. And I think that's what we can expect from the office of the mayor. The role of the mayor is not to inflame, but to attempt to bring civility and consensus within their colleagues, within the city, within staff. People need to trust the office. And I have had issue with you igniting the flames further. I don't know. I can't assume what your intentions were, right, in doing this, but I think there have been instances of igniting the flames further. And regardless of what the decision is tonight, those are the things I'd like to talk about when we talk about not doing things again, not making mistakes again. I think this is a good space for a healthy conversation about mayoral conduct and a conversation about ways where any of us can and maybe have stepped out of line. Maybe not to a degree of national news, but I think it's important that we talk about that piece. I want to step away from some of the comments, from some of the emotions, the ongoing rhetoric. I know some people want to remove you because there's anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. I have heard that loud and clear. I know there are folks that don't. They're mad about other portions. They're mad about your comments about the police. They're mad about other things you've said. I know there's folks who want to keep you because of those same reasons. And I think this is dividing our city at the end of the day. This entire conversation is dividing our city, having this. I want to look at the facts. And the point is that there was no crime committed. There was a misstep in judgment, and I think there's room for adjudication here. And I'm looking at this again from the stance of a council member. Personally, I can go on about things that I agree with you on some things. I disagree with you on other things. And I'm happy to hash those out any other time. But from this dais, I'm really focusing on what is the conduct of an elected official, how we put that on paper, and how we go forward. Because quite frankly, a lot of this, and I said this last week, is becoming political. And I also want to point that out because I got questions from the public on this. Like, what do you mean you're uneasy talking about this? Why would you be? Here's why. Because we have not talked about the fact that this was, I know a lot of folks say in your personal capacity, it was in your political capacity, running for another office. And when we're talking about this, we're supposed to understand the Brown Act. We're supposed to be always under the jurisdiction of the Fair Political Practices Commission. Those standards are how we regulate and we conduct ourselves. I know a lot of the members of the public don't see this, but we are always supposed to be separating government and politics at every instance that we can. And I think one of my issues that I would rather talk about than this like cursed spank, right, is that blurred line. I'm more concerned with, let's talk about where there's blurred lines, because people keep saying in your capacity as mayor, in your capacity as mayor. And the reality is this happened in your capacity as a candidate for an elected office. And that is what makes me uneasy about talking about it. And I think that starts with unblurring those roles. So that's one thing for me. And then the other thing I would say is the conduct of the mayor, because again, the goal of the mayor is to unite, not divide, is to kind of rein in all of us, the public, the city, everybody. And that's what I would like to talk about. And those are the two things that I think warrant adjudication. And the last thing I will say, and then I'll leave it to you, is it sounds like there's a lot of emotions in the room. I have a lot of emotions about this. And I know the public has a lot of emotions about this, but I cannot think with that hat. And I urge my colleagues to not think with that hat. We need to think about what is best for the longevity of the institution of government, for the community, for this council, for Burbank, as my colleague mentioned, and what is sound not just for now and in this moment, for the future of Burbank. Whatever decision we make now sets precedent for the future. And if we make a decision thinking about politics, then that is going to set the future of this council in a direction of becoming political. I have seen what that is doing a city over, and I do not want that in my community. So I'll leave it at that.
I do want to say one thing. There's a you're right about the conduct, and you're right about, was there misjudgment made? I don't come from, it's obviously, I don't come from a background of public service. This last week I've been thinking about it. The only prior mayor who I sort of have a similar background with was Mayor Will Rogers, who passed away in 2018. He came from a media and writer's background, and a previous speaker today mentioned how he had several missteps unbecoming of a mayor. And he was very different than the mayor before him and the mayor that came after him. And I think I need to remind myself that the life I came from, yes, it informs my understanding of the world, but I can't do what I can't allow it to influence the seat. And I think I've let it become too much of me in the seat rather than the seat allowing me to be here. And I mentioned earlier how I feel like things have gotten away from me. I feel like there's an old thread that I'm pulling on. And that's the old life that I left behind to serve the public, and it's not going to serve me well here. And moving forward, I think it's important to build that trust back. Because this is it's a different need, a different requirement, a different expectation, and I have not been focused on that. expectation.
And I'll just say one thing to respond to your response. I appreciate the reflection. I also, like Councilmember Takahashi mentioned, appreciate the apology. I think that was an apology. And would have, I think, changed a lot of things had it been said at the beginning. Again, we all, the community, needed a mayor at that moment, right?
Yeah.
Not an advocate as much as a mayor. And I think that's what I hope you're reflecting on. But I would still like to see parameters for.
Yeah.
I keep on taking away Vice.
I've waited this long. It's okay.
I do apologize. It's just all these conversations. I appreciate the apologies, right? And I want to ask you just 2 questions just to help me. Did you come in here tonight with the intention to apologize for what happened?
So, no. No, I honestly had the intention of allowing the 4 of you to just talk about it, and I don't know if that was good or bad. That was my intention. I think there was a speaker earlier, Jim Lane, had told me, he stood up there and he said, "You have nothing to apologize for." And that was, he said it, and I'll tell you, 2 weeks ago I would have agreed with him, but I have had multiple conversations with many people over the last 2 weeks talking to me about an apology, what to apologize for, why you should apologize, what you should be sorry for. And it's been everything, right? From everything to only this to nothing. And while I appreciate Mr. Lane being an advocate, it didn't ring true when I heard him say it. And so, I have gotten advice from many people to separate the actions I took being an ally versus the actions I took responding to criticism. And when I finally sat through it, and it was during a lot of the public comment tonight, I could see that there was a difference. I could see that there was a divide between those 2 instances, and that, one was done with intention to support, and the other one was done with a very different intention to sort of antagonize. And I think that's what happened. And I know that part, supporting and advocating are good and positive, but antagonizing people just to antagonize, that's childish. It's childish.
Thank you for explaining. And my second question to you is, will you continue keeping Mayor Spanky now that you apologize?
No, I think that needs to come down.
Seriously meaning, because that is degrading to the mayor's position. And that is what Burbank has become to known Mayor Spanky. So that is very important that I think my colleagues, myself, and the residents of Burbank would want to hear, because apology without action means nothing.
No,
So
fair enough.
I'm
Fair
just
enough.
asking that.
I will check now to see if I have it up anywhere still.
To Councilmember Mullins' point, and to my point, and I think Councilmember Takahashi, as mental health professionals, we can both agree there's something about, again, igniting people or daring them, asking them, right? And I think that is what happens. And I don't know, maybe you don't see it that way, which is fair. I know some folks would not see it that way, would just see the humor in it. And in many ways, I would see the humor in it, but this is not not from a personal standpoint, from a standpoint of the office. There isn't humor in it, and your role is not to bring humor. Maybe in some instances when it's 1 a.m. and you crack a joke here and there, sure. But in the day-to-day, in the public facing, in the first thing that people see when they look at your Twitter, when they look at the website, when they look at whatever it may be, it's not to bring humor.
Right. I've pulled it down. I went through. I just checked. But yeah, you're right. And there's a time and place for humor, but the public-facing role of the mayor, you're right, it's not that at the front. It needs to be a cohesive representation. And then humor can follow. No, I get that.
I'm ready now. Yeah, I've been waiting on this one a long time.
2.5 years?
Almost 3. No, most of my comments are going to be directed at you, Mr. Mayor. But what I will say to the public, I will make it about me for just a moment. There are a lot of folks who have wanted me to say more at the last meeting, including members of our staff in this room. What I would say is this: I try to lead by example. That's not who I am. And it's not because I'm reluctant or hesitant, but because I respect the office too much. I like to go last for a reason, and I will if elected at some point in time to serve as mayor. I believe the mayor should go last. I think they should try to bring the community together. I don't believe the mayor should be heavy-handed. One thing I'll say to you, Mr. Mayor, all due respect, I don't like that you always ask questions first. I would do it last. But, that's not a basis of criticism tonight. But my point is, I have a very intentional reason in liking to go last. And I didn't think it was appropriate to, with all due respect to my colleagues, I know you had very passionate, heartfelt speeches, you felt strongly. I didn't feel that it was the appropriate time and place because I knew that this was coming and we'd have this opportunity tonight. With all that said, I mean, don't take it as a criticism. I think obviously you got a lot of, depending on who you talk to in the community, some heat, but also some compliments from those who liked what you had to say. Mr. Mayor, before I go into what I want to say, I did want to tell the community one other thing. We've worked together almost 3 years. A lot of the community, our own staff, might not even know that when I talked about being the vice mayor and working with you and being your counsel on things, I mean, we've done that. Is even this week leading into this meeting. And, the mayor asked me on several occasions how he would handle it. And I was very honest with you and told you I would come with contrition. I would, talk about, expectations. And I'm really glad none of this that happened tonight is because of my doing, but I appreciate the relationship we've developed and your willingness to hear me and to come here and make your own mind and really have what I thought was a very heartfelt apology, a sincere one to the community.
You have been a much better vice mayor to me than I have been a mayor to you.
Well, I think I'm going to get to that, but I don't think you should be too darn hard on yourself. Here's what I'm going to say. Being mayor is really tough. And I say this from the perspective of those who are watching may or may not like that I may become mayor, but I'm thinking about it already and what it means. You're absolutely right. You sit in that chair and you are more than just a council member. Doesn't mean you have more power, more vote, more say, but you represent an entire community. Their hopes, their dreams, their agitations with staff. Sorry, city manager. You have an obligation to be a little something to everybody. So here's a quote that I have from Jim Rohn, an entrepreneur. You probably haven't heard of him, or maybe you have. I don't know if I agree with them, but I like the quote. It says, "The challenge of leadership is to be strong, but not rude, to be kind, but not weak, to be bold, but not a bully, to be thoughtful, but not lazy, to be humble, but not timid, be proud, but don't be arrogant, and have humor, but without folly." It's a really high bar to lead. And I think as you've seen over the last few weeks, you can be the mayor, you can hold the office, but to lead a community and to have that trust and confidence and faith is an entirely different thing altogether. And I'm not perfect at it. Don't take it as I'm talking to you as someone who's done it perfectly. I've had my fair share of mistakes, and I probably will continue to do that. But I bring it up because we had one email that came in advocating for me to assume the role of mayor. And I just wanted to read this to you. It's not to hype me. It's because this is what I want for you. And it's what I want for every one of my colleagues when you each get your chance to sit in the mayor's seat. This person advocated for me because they said, and I quote, he's demonstrated an ability to put the issues that matter to Burbank residents first and remain responsive to his constituents, even while seeking higher office. He always conducts himself with decorum and professionalism and has proven himself to be thoughtful and trustworthy. I nominated you and I voted for you to be mayor because I knew that's who you could be. I really do believe, still, you have it in you. Have I seen that over the last few weeks? No, if I'm being honest. But I also believe in redemption. That's a very big thing in my personal and my spiritual life. And what I heard tonight tells me that I think you get it. So I'm going to come back to what I think we should do. I am going to just say a couple things off the cuff. I keep hearing people say they have no problem with the video. I am actually glad you did it. Seriously, I think it's a good conversation starter, and I might not make some fans out of that, but here's the reality. We live in the 21st century. I don't have any issue with drag queen bingo. I really don't. And every time someone's like, I don't have an issue with it, the subtext to me is you kind of do, because you have to say that. So I really don't have a problem with it. And what I will also say is there is rightful outrage about the mayor's handling of this, and we're going to talk about that. I'm going to share my thoughts in a moment. But I also have outrage against all of these right-wing media sources that made this a national issue rather than talking about all the wonderful things that we're doing in Burbank or the very real problems that we have. All due respect, this is not a news story. And the thing I fault you with most, Mr. Mayor, as a friend, is going on Fox News, because in my view, this is a network that has lied about the results of the 2020 election, has lied about COVID-19, has lied about climate change. They are an illegitimate news source. And I hope they run that clip right now, what I just said. But for you to legitimize them and to go on the network, to me, was unbecoming of the office. That I wouldn't have done. And I will never take an interview with Fox News for that reason. And it's not political. I don't care what network you are. And there is certainly bent on both sides of the spectrum, but a $750 million or $1 billion million probably, whatever the payout was for lying about the 2020 election, tells me all I need to know about the morals of that network. So I think that when you look at the fallout, I'm not going to repeat too much of what my colleague said. There are people that come at me online too. Maybe not to the same degree, but I think we all have that. People that come at us online and email. And somebody told me something once. They said, don't feed the trolls. And I'm like, what the heck does that mean? There are people that say nasty things to me all the time. And I don't respond because, quite frankly, that is what I think that comment deserves. That's how much time that I'm going to give it, how much space I'm going to give it in my brain. No one's living rent-free in my brain. And what I would say is that, there are plenty of people in this room watching who disagree with me politically, will not support me in anything I ever do in the future. But I always remember that when they're talking to me, they're not just talking to Nick Schultz, they're talking to the office of the vice mayor. I don't want to make it a bigger thing than it is, but you do stand for something. And so if you want to command that respect, I think you also need to expect that of yourself and of others who interact with you. They're communicating with you as a representative for the city. So look, do I have any issue with you, the video? No, I don't. I really, really don't. And I think that the way that we are seeing an attack on the LGBTQIA+ community is reprehensible and unacceptable, and I applaud you for being the advocate that you've been. It takes a lot of courage and bravery. What I will say is you did have a chance to de-escalate. You didn't do that. I wouldn't have gone on Fox News. I'm also just going to say, because I get this question all the time, no, I'm not a Marxist. No, I don't share your views on policing. But I also know that deep down you're a person who cares deeply about this community, and that's the number one qualification for me. So I'm just going to wrap by saying this. There are a lot of people over the last couple of weeks that have come at me from different angles wanting me to be a critical vote to remove you. And I've said the same thing that I'll say as I walked into the chamber tonight. I really wanted to hear what you had to say. And all I heard was someone who is reflecting, who is looking at their conduct and how they can be better. And I'll just say, I practice criminal law, you all know that. Is this conduct, as unfortunate as it may have been, as unacceptable, as unbecoming of the office as it should be, is it truly deserving of the maximum possible penalty, removal from office? I don't think so. I don't believe that it is. Does that mean, get off scot-free, slap on the wrist, nothing? No, I don't think so. And I'll give you a couple quick suggestions, and then I want to turn it back to my colleagues. One of the things that I think you should do, because look, elephant in the room, we're both running for different offices. I have a separate Vice Mayor Nick Schultz Instagram and an X, I guess we're calling it now. When I speak with that, I am speaking in my office in the capacity as vice mayor of the city. I do not blend the two. And I think the problem for you, Mr. Mayor, is that you've created this identity, Constantine Anthony. But which Constantine is speaking? Is it the mayor of Burbank? Is it candidate Anthony? Is it Constantine Anthony personally? God help me if I get a third account. I don't need that. But my point is, I really think that for these final months, if my colleagues agree and you have a chance to serve it out, I would strongly suggest that you truly separate the two and start thinking of yourselves in that different capacity. When you are taking meetings at City Hall, when you are preparing for the meeting, when you're in this chamber, when you're at city functions, you are Mayor Anthony, and you cannot allow candidate Anthony for supervisor to blend into that. Sometimes I'm not going to talk about it, I don't think it's appropriate, but I'll just say generally in my extracurriculars, sometimes all the things I want to do on that day takes a back seat because my primary obligation is to do the job I was elected to do. And I think that for you, if you can structure your thinking that way, that there are really two Constantines here, I think it'll serve you better, it'll provide more clarity for the community. And the last thing I would say, just to the community, I want to go back to the public comment. I really appreciated Ms. D'Angelo's comment. I appreciated all of the comments, whether I agreed with you or not. I listened to all of them, but Ms. D'Angelo, I wrote down what she said. She said it's a slippery slope to remove a mayor for their positions or beliefs. So all this other stuff aside, do I agree with you on policing, on Marxism? No, I don't. But I also agree with her. Isn't that an awfully slippery slope to say we're going to remove someone because we don't like what they think, what they believe? I don't think that's the road we want to go down. So my ask of you, Mr. Mayor, is that if you in fact are given the opportunity to remain mayor of this incredible city, a job that I'm being very honest, being very candid with you, I hope that I have the opportunity to serve in. I want to serve this community in that capacity. I'm ready. But if you get your next 11 and a half weeks to do that, I really hope that you will finish your term strong and understand that what you do in these next 11 and a half weeks could be the most important 11 and a half weeks you ever get in public service. You and I have no guaranteed futures in anything. So you always got to treat it like it's your last time. So that's all I got.
That's why he goes last.
I'm just going to ruin that by adding one thing because I want it for the public record. Again, government first. I, too, like my colleagues, did not take an interview with Fox News, and I will never take an interview with somebody who is not a reputable news source and lies on the air.
I didn't really think about that with the online account, having double accounts.
I can show you.
No, yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, again, as somebody who's worked in public service and who has worked in communications for elected officials, I've been a communications director at the state level. That is the way to do it.
Yeah, it's very common. I've seen it.
That is exactly what you should do in order to avoid very complex Brown Act violations. I think we had this conversation once. You liking something agendized of another council member is a violation of the Brown Act online. It is a very thin line that we walk, and that's why there is that level of decorum and procedural nature when you're online with these things. And it's why that was my ask as well. And I think, I want to put a positive spin on this as well, because I think it's been very detrimental to all of us, to the city, to the community. I think if nothing else comes out of this, I'd love to see parameters set on what the office of the mayor is in the future and the vice mayor. And they are parameters I want for all of us. They are parameters I want for myself if I'm so lucky to serve in the tradition, Yeah,
that is something I was thinking about, how there's no it doesn't say anything in our like we have that the thing we write at the beginning of the year, our promise to the community. And
I think, Mr. Mayor, to help out, I will be asking later during the right agenda item for definitely get a report back from staff that conducts and quorum of city council. That would encompass the mayor's position, us entirely, because we do have one for boards and commissions and we hold them to higher standard. However, we don't have one for council. So we definitely need that to come back from staff.
And laying out the different, the seat of mayor and vice mayor and all of that stuff. I mean,
Well, us as a whole, as a council,
Right, right.
all of us are held to the same standards.
Right.
And, no need to talk about especially separating the mayor. And I also want to echo Councilmember Perez's and also the vice mayor, when you're running for office and you were holding office already, you must separate lives. I was the city clerk, I was elected city clerk, and I ran for council. I had 2 separate accounts, 2 separate posts, and I never went to a location to talk about any issues and identified myself as the city clerk. I identify if it has something to do with my election. However, and I just want to remind you, maybe you're not aware of it, when you do go before other bodies, official meetings, you do introduce yourself as Mayor Constantine Anthony, Mayor Burbank. And you're there as the capacity as a candidate, not the mayor, because you're not speaking on my behalf in those meetings. And the other issue also that I want to present to you, again, maybe you're not aware of it. When you are advocating for a group of individuals out in the community, when you're talking about businesses in the community, you always identify as the mayor of Burbank. But the mayor of Burbank has to listen to the rest of us to see if this is something that we agree with and you are actually out representing us. I don't know, and I keep on saying if you're aware of it, but I've had calls from individuals that say, did you guys discuss this on council? Are you okay that you're going against the business? If we are speaking as a candidate or speaking as an individual, we don't put a title to our name because you're speaking as an individual. That has nothing to do with the city council.
Sorry, if I could, the one thing I would add is that there are some contexts where you may be asked for a title. What I would do, either don't use the title, or if you do, you would say, Mayor Constantine Anthony, but I want to be clear tonight, I am speaking in my personal individual capacity as a candidate for supervisor. My views are not the city's views. Sometimes you have to, I know it's kind of clunky, but you really do have to make it clear, because if you just say, if I walk into a car dealership, hey, Vice Mayor Nick Schultz, I mean, you have to be very careful not to abuse the power of that title and of the office. So those are things I think you can do too.
And Councilman Mullins, to your point as well, I think actually some of the reasons you mentioned as I was hearing them, I do think it would be good to have conduct of the mayor specifically, like council and then the mayor, because we've just spent an hour talking about how your role is also to unify as a mayor. You hold a certain different air as the mayor in these meetings and in the public. I know to the public, many times it's not the same, right? They can say, well, the mayor said this, which means the city must have selected to do it. I'm like, the mayor can say whatever he wants. We haven't voted on this yet, right? But I think the title itself, a lot of people sometimes are thinking about our neighbors in the city of LA, where it's a whole different office, right? So I think specifying that conduct for the mayor and that office itself, I think is also important.
Yeah, I agree that code of conduct for the entire council and also highlights for the mayor and vice mayor would be very helpful. And then in case anything were to happen for future councils that they have to deal with, that they have this already set out, and we all agree on that. I would also like to comment on how you said, I hope this doesn't happen again. But you know what? You never know what's going to happen. We never know. It could be one of us that gets, something happens to us. And so I think that part of what I want to be reassured is that you can handle it if something happens again. That if there's something that is difficult, that is something challenging, that you will, we are here as a team. We are here to help each other. You don't need to handle it by yourself. We have a PIO who is willing to help with messaging, with consulting on how to do it. If you do decide to go to do an interview, to get information on how to best approach it. We are working together on this, so we can also coordinate messages, so we're all saying kind of similar things and making sure that the city's consistent. There's a way to protect each other from these things. So if something does happen again, I want to be confident that that you will commit to working as a team with our entire city and to use the resources we have with our city manager, our city attorney, our PIO, and other folks that might be helpful. You have your vice mayor, who is very experienced and in courtrooms and places where you have to be very careful what you say, so he knows too all these things. So I think that would be something to really be helpful to commit to.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
We want you to.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, that's such my pet peeve. Can I be honest? It's like, I hope you always
Are you
are.
right?
Not
Is
you,
that
just
right?
anybody.
I felt like I had caused the mess, and I didn't want to bother you. I wanted to clean it up myself.
Yeah.
I really did. I didn't even reach out to Nick because like I said, you've been a very good vice mayor, and I didn't. I really did think I could handle it, and I'd be okay. And I didn't want it to spill over. I didn't want it to bother you guys.
Well, it's possible you could have, and that's totally fine, but I think that even if you could handle it on your own, to check with the folks just to get a reflection and make sure you got the right path. And I
The
think
first
that's-
time I talked to, I think, all four of you was on Tuesday.
Yeah.
A full 48 hours after. Yeah. That was not
So
great.
moving forward, that'd be great. Also, as Councilmember Mullins said, is that if you do decide to do a video, which I think that I watched a lot of your videos today, and a lot of them, I thought were really well. You stated your opinion, you stated your thoughts, and you did not say I'm the mayor of Burbank. You were just Constantine. But if you say that's your personal viewpoint, and this is not of the city, it's not of the mayor, but this is you personally, making that really clear. And I think also running it by, just to double check that it's okay, is not a bad idea. But you don't have to stop being you. You don't have to stop having your beliefs. You don't have to stop having your things that are important to you. We all have things that are important to us. We all have things that we want to get done. It's a matter of doing it while you're at the same time serving the city and working as a team with the rest of the folks. And then also, using your emails in a respectful manner. That's really important moving forward. And not to use our local businesses for any of your future endeavors. And then, please make it very clear that you support our police. That would be really helpful too.
Well, I'll just have a little bit of filler time because I know our staff doesn't want to go home. Just batting cleanup here. I did want to say two things. There was a public comment about removing you from both the office of mayor and the council, and I know there were some confusing emails about my comment last time. Just want everyone to know, yes, Section 4 under the charter, we could remove him as mayor. There is no provision for us to remove an elected official from the city council. So that is what I was trying to get at. We can't do that legally, nor do I think that should be vested with us. And the other thing I'd just say, Mr. Mayor, and then I promise I'm done, is, I think you still, in these last couple weeks, still be you and find your own voice. Look, preview of next year, hopefully. My motto is boring government's good government. Councilmember Takahashi knows this. If I never make a headline, that's a good day. You don't have to borrow that model exactly, but the point is that I think I know we have different styles, and that's perfectly okay. But I'm going to go back and end on a good note. You have been a very effective council member. When I was listening to the litany of things that we have accomplished together in almost 3 years, hero pay, third-party delivery fee caps, I was like, hey, I did that stuff too. But you're very good, and you have a great media personality, and that's not my strength. I am more of a legislator behind the scenes, just get it done. But the point is you have done a lot of good stuff. So channel that in these last couple weeks.
one of the things I tell my clients often is that a lot of the things that we see as negative about ourselves or that are difficult about people is actually something that's positive about them or a strength that's taken to an extreme. So you are strong in these areas. It's just that they were taken a bit to an extreme. And so, dialing it back a bit, but still be you in a way that is appropriate for the role of the mayor, in my opinion.
I guess I'll also go into therapist mode because why not? But let's explore one thing you said.
Don't talk about his childhood. Wait, this is too late.
He didn't mention his childhood. I'm talking about what he said here. So you said at one point, like, I didn't reach out to you all because I just wanted to handle it on my own. Heavy as a head that wears a crown. And I think that's where you were coming from. But again, I think we've said the word team a lot. Think about this as a team. Yeah. That's very important. And also in that, I think, and I said this to you the first time, maybe more heated, but I said it to you the very first time we talked about this. Whatever the office of the mayor does affects all of us, the community, the city, everybody, right? And so when you think about these things and when you feel like it's overwhelming, and I can understand that, again, working in government for a while, it feels like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. And if there is if you are under the microscope, it may feel that there is nothing else you can do. You're just got to take it. But I think in working with your colleagues, you could have found a way to express a lot of this in a compassionate and a very thoughtful way. I think Mr. Pimento mentioned something that I think is important. This video was taken without your consent. How do we address this in a different way, right? I think that would have been something to address. I think, like had you come at it from that direction, that would have been something we could have explored as council, right? And had your reaction been in that moment. So I think moving forward, focusing on the real issues rather than the inflammation is going to be very important and is going to be the way that we're able to function as a team. And you can lean on all of us to do that because I think all of us have expressed that we want to hold the decorum for the office. I think we've all done a great job of it. I think none of us, I think I said this we were all at the League of Cities and I did mention this. We've never yelled at each other. And I think that's very powerful. Which is not something we can say for all of our colleagues in other cities. And I'd like to keep it that way. And I think this conversation is on a good track. So. Yeah.
And Councilmember Perez, I agree with what you said, but I want to go back a little bit, something you said earlier. Even if the video was taken without your consent, as you said earlier, we're public servant. We always have to assume there's a camera on us. All of our action, we are supposed to be always on camera, meaning everything I do, I'm going to assume that somebody either took a photo or saw me, and therefore I always have to watch what I do and what I say, how I dress, how I approach people, because I never know when I'm going to run into that camera situation. And therefore, I would want to not put myself in that situation to begin with. And that is something you mentioned earlier, for being in government so long, that we always have to act a certain way because we took oath of office to act this way and uphold that oath professionally. So, unless you're doing whatever you do in your own home, but once I step out of my house, I'm always assuming somebody has a camera to snap or do something that might make me look bad in the public. Thank you.
And I agree, Councilmember Mullins, which is why I also agree with, and I'm glad you mentioned the speaker's name, Ms. D'Angelo, because I do think it's a slippery slope. Tomorrow, I'm going to walk out of my house in a giant hoodie and sweatpants to take my dog out to go to the bathroom at 6 a.m, most likely. And you bet that I've run into people. I used to live next to the fire department. I've run into our firefighters that way, which is great. But we're also humans. We do things, right? And I think if we go down the slippery slope, which is why I do not want to judge the video. I do not want to judge the action. I want to judge the response, because that is what we have control over. We don't have control of the fact that somebody will snap a picture of us at a random moment. People have taken pictures of me when I am not consenting in any way, shape, or form. But I think, again, my ability is how I react to that, not what is done. And that is what I think you have room to work on, and you seem so willing to work on it. So that's what I think we need to focus on here. So remembering that it can happen, an inopportune situation of any kind can happen to all of us. It is how we respond to it and how we conduct ourselves in the process that defines leadership.
I'm gonna try to get us to an ending point, Mr. Mayor, but I will just say two other things. First of all, again, I almost said that.
Yeah.
See, go to Hamburger Mary's. Try the bingo. It's fantastic. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I am going to say this one other thing, because we've talked about you as we should most of the night, but I am going to wrap with this. Shame on those who would make this a story. Not the fallout. I stand by that. I don't think you handled this well. But shame on those who made it a story, because here's why. And I say this because this has been leveled at me too. People will say groomer, pedophile, whatever, because I have like a pride thing. Unless you have actually prosecuted someone who is trafficking children and grooming them, and I have seen the psychological toll that takes on them, do not make a joke about it or say it in jest. This is a very serious matter. People are groomed and they are trafficked every single day. And all I can say is I have absolutely no respect for people that throw that out there as part of some political argument. So to that end, Mr. Mayor, I do applaud you for being an ally. You've been a great ally. Let's just stay on message, talk about all the great things we have. So with that, colleagues, my opinion, and I'll turn it back to you, is I think we have established more than enough of a record here that the council did not approve of Mr. Anthony's handling of the situation, that there is a general disapproval of his conduct. I don't, as I mentioned, I don't believe that removal is warranted. So unless anyone else has any other action that they want to take, I think the agenda item would be done. But I turn it back to all of you.
Well, I want to confirm with the city manager, we gave direction for when we come back for council behavior, conduct, with separate items for vice mayor and mayor.
Yeah, I think Council Member Mullins is going to make it official shortly.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Can I add one piece to that? I know we discussed conduct. I want to, not to continue like harping on this, but I want to be very deliberate about online conduct as well, including social media. But even if we have that as a specific category, I know we've had Brown Act training. I know everybody continues, both in our commissions, in this body, to ask questions, to bring that up. And I do think it's something that if you haven't been on it for years or it hasn't been your living job, it can get confusing. So I think it'd be well worth having that on there.
Yeah, okay.
The direction can happen on this item. The recommendation is discuss the conduct and decide on appropriate action as determined by the city council. So if the city council wants code of conduct or expectations for vice mayor and mayor, then we can take that direction now. Because you're really limited on the direction you can give on future agenda items. It's not really to debate the issue, but I think I've heard extensive discussion. This would be the appropriate time.
And I would like to request that this is not just a first step report, because it seemed like we're all in agreement, so we don't need to get into first step, second step. I think it's something that we need to bring back to take an action on it and vote.
If the council's good, we would come back with a draft code of conduct, and then maybe attach a couple of examples as well of other cities, just so you could have some reference.
That'd be great. Okay. All right. Moving on. Before it gets 1 a.m. Council members report on their council committee assignments, and thank you for the discussion. I do really appreciate it.
No more Fox News.
No more.
All right.
No social media, no Fox
It was
News.
Fox Digital. It wasn't official Fox News.
You did remove Mayor Spanky.
Yes, I did.
From everywhere.
I did, yes.
Okay,
I went
thank
through.
I will just go first and say that I couldn't do a lot of my other responsibilities last week because I was with all of you at the League of California. Well, I guess you couldn't make it, Mr. Mayor, but the rest of us, League of California Cities annual conference. Not only a lot of great programming, but I just wanted to say to the colleagues that could make it, great bonding opportunity too. That was really fun. Glad we could do that.
I do agree, and it was a great conference. Almost 3,000 elected officials that were there, so it was something definitely worthwhile, and look forward to other ones to come. So I could report quickly. We were at the conference, attended some of the sessions, lunches. I did attend the Kids Community Dental Clinic. Unfortunately, I could not go to the Pride event. I had funeral situation that I had to tend to. So, but I did go to the dental clinic annual fundraiser, and I also attended with the vice mayor, and the mayor was there as well, Burbank International Film Festival. That was really great to hear a lot of good things about Tim Burton and watch his interview. It was really nice. Thank you.
Want to do both combined? Go for it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, I'll start with my committee assignments. On Wednesday, September 13th, I know that feels like a lifetime ago, but it was before this, you know. So, I attended our Board of Library Trustees meeting. They had a great conversation about the new Burbank Central Library and Civic Center project and some of the pivots that it's undergone, and that will be coming to council eventually, so I'll let you all hold on for that. The other thing they discussed was there were two things I wanted to point out. They're looking for volunteers for the Friends of the Library bookstore, and if folks are interested, they can go to our public library's website /friends, and they can find out more information about how to volunteer. And also, I know this was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, but for anybody still watching, or if you're fast forwarding to the end, the library board is accepting applications for a position. So please apply if you're interested in our local libraries. It's a wonderful board to serve on. You'll have a great time. My other commission that I attended was the Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting along with Councilmember Takahashi. There was a very lively discussion and public comment surrounding the issue with the trees on Niagara. I know that's coming back to council as well, and I think we received a lot of information from the residents in that vein. There's also going to be an upcoming discussion on the plastics ordinance. It did not fully happen that day, but it's coming along. So if you're interested in that issue, I would follow the next commission meeting. Okay, switching gears now for the events and other things. I had a great time at the League of CDs conference with all of you, and I attended the ribbon cutting for U.S. Hair Cutters and Beauty Supplies. It was great to go. They have been cutting my hair since I was 10 years old, so it was great to be there for them. Like you, Councilmember Takahashi, I've had my hair a myriad of colors, and it's all thanks to them. And I also attended the Kids Community Dental Clinic fundraiser. They're a wonderful organization that provides much-needed services to Burbank and beyond.
All right. I also went to Cal Cities. Lots of awesome speakers and connection opportunities. And let's see, on September 14th, way back a couple weeks ago, I went to the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission meeting as a liaison. They did their goal setting that week, which was a great kind of reset button after a lot of what's going on with the Arts Commission. So they got to get to know each other and set their goals for the upcoming year. Oh, also at that meeting, there was so much public comment, which was exciting because we had maybe 10 or so different organizations and interested parties speaking about their different arts programs. So that was great. And then that same night, I went to the Parks and Rec board meeting as a liaison as well. And they also addressed the trees, the Aleppo trees at that meeting. So it got addressed twice. And that was good to see two different boards deliberate on that. And also went to the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and to touch base a bit about the plastics as well, is that one thing that came out of that meeting, the previous meeting too, is that overall the community outreach has been fantastic. And by the time it comes to us, it's going to there might be some nips and tucks, but it sounds like the entire community is in supportive of the version that's coming towards us. So I think by the time we get it in front of us, we'll have had ample community opportunities for the community to weigh in, and then we'll be looking at really refining it to a citywide plastics ordinance that we can look at.
Did you go? Oh, you already, no. Go ahead.
I did a whole bunch of stuff that they talked about.
Oh, that's right. Let's see, where did I go? There was a screening in at the El Portal in North Hollywood. Tales of the Blue Sky: Chronicles of War-Touched Children by an Armenian documentary filmmaker. Really powerful film. Very well attended to. Very well attended. I met with a group called Neurodiversity in Business. They spearheaded the Neuro-Inclusive London project for the City of London in England. I also gave a welcoming speech to Joseph Alexander, the 100-year-old Holocaust survivor who does all of our schools here, Burbank, Glendale, LA, school districts, and he does speeches and stuff. There was a lecture at Woodbury University honoring him, and I attended that. I went to the Native American Day presentation at the Stowe Canyon Nature Center. So this year they changed it up. They got a hoop dancer who used to tour with Cirque du Soleil. This guy does, I'd never seen him before in person. Just amazing stuff, amazing stuff. He got me up there to do a whole thing, and I didn't drop a hoop. He was like, impressive. Oh, you didn't drop it. All right. And then Saturday the 23rd, I met Sophia Davis, a 4th grader in Burbank, who published her own book, The Girl Who Never Brushed Her Teeth, which is kind of a misnomer because at the end of the book she brushes her teeth. So, I'm sorry I ruined it. No, it has a it has a happy ending. It has a happy ending. Yeah, didn't see it coming. The International Film Festival is really great. At the festival, they announced the strike deal, and the crowd burst into applause. So that was cool. I attended an Eagle Scout Court of Honor that same Sunday, and this morning I attended the BizNow event. We did a mayor's roundtable. It was me, it was the mayor of Beverly Hills and the mayor of Santa Monica talking about local economies, homelessness, affordable housing, a whole bunch of stuff, and they were very attentive in listening to all of that, and that was exciting to be partaking in that. All right, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Does any members of council have an item to introduce?
Mr. Mayor?
Your thing got covered? Yeah.
I don't have a new item. I just want to make sure, Mr. City Attorney, you haven't forgotten about my human trafficking disclosure ordinance, right?
In fact, I just talked to an attorney about it today. We had a few people leave, so we've shuffled the decks, but
Been a little busy, I know.
yeah, but someone will be before you, hopefully in this fall sometime.
Very exciting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to request a first step report on the Neuro-Inclusive London project and how it could be adopted by the City of Burbank. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. All right, now is we adjourn the meeting. This meeting is adjourned in the memory of former Burbank City Clerk Margaret Mary Lauerman. We adjourn to Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 for a regular meeting, council chambers. Have a good night.